stream started on both. I will be leaving the meeting, okay, else my network will become slow. Okay. Just confirm me, stream started on Facebook and YouTube both, only black screen is showing, right?
I don't see anything.
No. If you go to YouTube,
Facebook में कुछ भी नहीं है.
refresh it, it takes some time. It takes some time.
See, are we live? Even Varija is asking.
हाँ.
What's going on? We're not live.
Do YouTube में ये देखो दिखते हैं?
Yeah, it's a black screen.
Okay, awesome. And on Facebook also, that means we are going live. I'm starting the stream. Okay, fine. Bye.
Start.
Bye. I'm leaving the meeting. Okay. अच्छा तो. अरे पागल.
Hello, welcome to Disabilities. My name is Dr. Michelle. My brown hair is in a bun. I am the co-convener of National Ability Summit, based in Chicago. I'm also an artist, an amputee, and entertainment psychologist. Through Law Grish, I work on projects to make Bollywood and Hollywood more inclusive. I met the convener of National Ability Summit, Varija Life, about 5 years ago through a mutual friend. Our drive to make India more inclusive has brought us to where we are now, and the rest, they say, is history. National Ability Summit, or NAS as we lovingly call it, started out last year as a mission to make India more inclusive, because disability in India is reported to be under 3% for a country that is home to over 1 billion people. While in other parts of the world, like the United States, disability, which is about 25%. Knowing that India is not a difference, where leaders from 6 countries came together here to talk about ways that organizations are adding world leaders, this time from almost 20 countries, sharing challenges and incentives for creating a larger, inclusive global society. I hope you're wondering, why is this so important? Because it's a good question that needs to be thought about. Disability is the most inclusive identity in the world. It doesn't care who you are, who you love, how old you are, or how you look, nor does it care about what your gender is, how educated you are, how much money you make, or what your marital status is. And as we've learned, COVID-19, which has entered our lives in 2020, studies are showing that the long-term effects of COVID are increasing the rates of disabilities, visible and invisible. Yes, my friends, not all disabilities are visible. That's why NAS is bringing together leaders and members of the disability community together. The gap in resources for 20% of the world's population. NAS started out last year as a conversation about disability inclusion. I believe a disability can grow and work together. And join us on Facebook. The core team will be shortlisting the relevant questions and sharing them on our social media pages to be discussed. And together, we can lead journalism, sports, about mental health, digital accessibility, investments, policy, employment, identity. I want to take a moment to thank some very important people and organizations. Varija and I would like to thank the core team of NAS, which consists of Dr. Nimish Desai, Hardeep Rai, Nikki Hind, and our technology partner, Irfan Habib from White Rose Labs, which is a technology solutions company focusing on cutting-edge and affordable technologies, has been our tech partner from website to all things tech-related. And I also want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Thank you, Elasto India, which is one of the largest elastic manufacturing brands for shoes in India. Apart from several charitable initiatives, Elasto India has been involved in setting up eye checkup camps and supporting education for many students. They also run a charitable dispensary under Chandulal Jain Society of Specially Able People, VOSAP, a global advocacy organization with a mission to refine the idea of a disabled person. VOSAP's flagship innovative approach, VOSAP app, is now being publicly accessible places as well as activism for accessibility. So do download VOSAP mobile app to find accessible places around you. They also have an event coming up on December 4th, 2021, so do check out their website. I was taught by my guru that the best gurus can be found in any generation. And it's quite true with Sakhi, an Indian startup led by Riya Gulati, a 16-year-old class 11 student, and Yash Jain from Agra, who's 17 years old, a tumor survivor and a fighter. Sakhi, as the name suggests, main motive is to work hand in hand, like a friend, to support people with disabilities and the underprivileged, to earn their living by creating eco-friendly products to help them find the right market and the right price for it. So do connect with them to empower more lives and their effort to push those who are left behind. You may want to review the detailed agenda on our website, nationalabilitysummit.com, while we're telecasting live on our YouTube channel, Varija Life, Facebook handle, National Ability Summit, and of course, our website, nationalabilitysummit.com. As the end of day one, Varija and I chatted a little bit about key learnings we took away. So please do join us for the same thing as we chat away day two key takeaways. And with that, let's commence on day two activities, starting with identity.
When I help change the way that Hollywood hires.
Inclusion is very important, especially when you include people with and the more factors you bring to the more part of the solution.
I'm completely blind, so I understand completely how important it is that digital platforms be accessible so my voice can be heard.
Inclusion is important to me as a person with a disability because it empowers me to do the things I want to do, or sometimes the things I have to do, just like everybody else can.
I am a little person wearing a black suit, black skinny tie. I am a white male with short hair, a little bit of a beard. I'm an actor, writer, comedian, and producer.
We should be in front.
We work for the empowerment of persons with disability and inclusion of persons with disability in mainstream society.
Now create, standardize, confront learners. When we first settle thinkers,
inclusive employment to ability.
People living with disability are often excluded.
We are very happy to meet you all at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Looking forward to the summit here in early December.
I'm very much looking forward to speaking at the National Ability Summit, taking place on the 2nd and the 3rd of December.
I'm joining you at the National Ability Summit to talk about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, disability inclusive employment.
So I'm so pleased to be at this National Ability Summit.
I'm really excited because I'm going to be speaking at the National Ability Summit. Please,
National Ability Summit.
Looking forward to seeing you all at the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to meeting everybody who's going to be a part of the journey with you at the Ability Summit.
I'm so excited to be National Ability on December 2nd and December 3rd.
And the 2nd, 3rd.
Please, at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd.
I look forward to seeing everybody at the conference on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
I can't wait to see you there.
Hello everyone from around the world. I'm Sparsh Shah, the Youth Ambassador of the Voice of Specially Abled People, or VOSAP,
and I am super excited to invite all of you, yes you, to VOSAP's 2021 Annual Gala and Virtual Exhibition. For us in the West, it's happening on December 4th, 2021 at 6 p.m. PST and 9 p.m. EST. And for those of us in the East, it's happening on December 5th, 2021 at 7:30 a.m. IST. This year, we will host the first global 3D exhibition of assistive technology, and I am so excited to see all the innovative products out there to help people with special needs like me. I think you will all enjoy seeing the advancements humanity has been making to elevate the specially abled. And of course, there will be lots of entertainment too. I'll be performing at this event and be the MC like I was last year. And we have many gala and virtual exhibition at events.voiceofsap.org. I'll see you all there.
Good morning, evening, afternoon to all across the world. Initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Asian woman with brown eyes, wheat skin tone, and long brown straight hair around with the logo Varija Life Disability Summit on left and right. We at Varija Life initiated a conversation around investments and funding before the first edition of NAS in 2020, where in association with Startup India, a government body. Now, what was so special about this competition? This was specific. Individual investors were missing the bus in the disability sector. While there's an absolute need for greater services and innovations in the disability sector, I think there is even a bigger need to make the existing innovations available for those who need them the most. I'm honored to introduce you to the moderator of this session on investments in the, while he was the jury for the competition last year, He's now an integral part of our core team and mission of inclusion and venture capital. Hardeep is also the founder of and managing director of Kaleidoscope Investments that focuses on investing in disabled people that have great ideas. A very warm welcome to you, Hardeep, in the disability sector. And this may include old age disability too. Do you think they are missing the bus somewhere?
Yes, I do, Varija, and thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. My name is Hardeep Rai from Kaleidoscope Investments. I sit here before you today feeling very proud and very honoured that we have a stage to talk about this. So, Varija, thank you and Varija Life for enabling us to be able to share very important messages across the world today. So I sit jumper, a white shirt, and I have a picture of my beautiful little son, Ishan Rai, who is the apple of my eye and who is the reason that Kaleidoscope Investments exists today. So to answer your question, Varija, yes, very much so. I believe investors are missing the bus of and a different understanding of what disabled entrepreneurship is really all about and the opportunities that exist herewith. Raju, who has recently published an amazing book, and I'm going to introduce Rizwan Rahim, who is one of our Kaleidoscope's investors. I'm very, very proud to have a combination of people like this on this panel, because actually I think what would be fantastic is for all of us to listen to two real-life entrepreneurs, hear their journey, understand what they've been through.
Sensors and triggers, depending on stress. And I've very much invented this for myself because I was looking for new ways of releasing scent to help with stress. So I mean, actually very importantly, because of COVID, I won an Innovate UK grant to develop a smart mask, and I've actually got that here. So that's this is a smart mask that releases scent to reduce stress, but it could also be an antiviral for frontline workers. And so that's one of my most recent projects, and that's very much a COVID Central St Martin's. But I have really struggled with mental health and anxiety mainly. I mean, with bipolar, one of the hardest things to deal with is actually anxiety, being able to control that, social anxiety, OCD traits. And that's really, really hindered my career for many, many years, I have to say. But it's really since COVID, I've been this most recent project that I've really been able to get things off the ground and talk about my story, because beforehand I really struggled due to stigma, due to self-doubt, really get everything off the ground. And it was about 18 months ago. So that was kind of actually the start, important as a former academic that was, I got quite high level industry, so I'm very well affiliated to lots of high level people, but with anxiety and various things that go with that. So I hope that's
Thank you, Jenny. I think you've set the scene in terms of honesty and openness straight away. And if you see my eyes coming off that, Amo, over to you, sir.
Morning, everyone. My name's Amo Raju. I'm sitting in my conservatory. It's a blurred background, simply the state the dog has left it in before he went for a walk. I'm wearing a striped jacket with a white shirt today. I am clean shaven. Normally I have a beard, but something went wrong while I was shaping it, so I took it all off. So I am 53 years old. I have which affects the right side of my body. Recently, I have mental health. Sometimes it gets the better of me, sometimes I come out on top. And that's all been put in, which is called Walk Like a Man, which focuses on particularly how men struggle to talk openly to anybody about the issues which affect them on a day-to-day basis. My background, some social enterprises in the Midlands in the UK called Disability Direct. To cut a long story short, since 2004, I've donated every single penny to charity. but it's shown that disabled people, which are gaps in the market, and use their expertise in disability and social care and health to see children and to grandchildren. I look at today around 51 paid staff and 4 companies, I include my own, mentor to disabled people and entrepreneurs of the next generation.
Fantastic introduction, Amo. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that intro. And over to you, Rizwan.
Yeah, thank you, Hardeep. So my name is Rizwan Rahim. I'm of Indian origin with brown skin. I'm currently bald. I'm 45 years of age. I'm wearing a white. Come from very different backgrounds of Indian origin, but my parents are from Kenya and Tanzania, and eventually worked steady to short. I ended up on the island of Mauritius in Africa, which is kind of the region of my roots, where I rolled out an internet company there at the time when there was just dialogue. I have was to help have, and the more access you have to greater opportunity father in the markets, at which point we set up what we call a family office, which basically invests the money that we got from the sale of the original first generation company and in equities, real estate, and venture capital to basically help improve the world, which means that, purpose actually when
it's great. And I love what you said about purpose there, because I think we completely align to purpose. And I think, everyone here today is all about talking about purpose in this disability world. So thank you very much to the panelists for that fantastic introduction. Answering the question, marketplace, disabled entrepreneurs with great ideas is a good thing. So perhaps
any investor, when they're investing in something, there's always an element of risk against potential outcome and success. And when we look at the narrative around disabled people, the story around disabled people, the media perception of disabled people, there's always there's more negative portrayal of disabled people than positive. So when you're about to invest in them, that fear of risk seems to be higher, and it's totally unwarranted. But it's, again, that may play a part. And I'm not just saying this out of personal experience, but a lot of disabled people who I've worked with and supported over the years say that to me, that their initial challenge is to persuade them that they are ready for self-employment, as are their non-disabled peers. So that's an immediate barrier that they have to try and to win over before they've even presented their product or service to the investor. It's like it's making them understand. Somebody who has got mental health problems or a mild learning difficulty or any sort of physical impairment or even sight loss, the reason they want to be self-employed is because they have a self-belief to some extent. But as I say, the main thing that will put them at a perceived disadvantage is that bank and investable as an individual.
This is Hardeep. Thank you, Amo. Jenny, I'd like to ask you the same question, if I may. You may have a similar answer, but I thought it would be interesting just from your experience.
Yes, hello. So this is Jenny. So with my experience, certainly in my early days of being an entrepreneur, because I filed patents quite early on, I was always told, don't show the emotional side. And this was, and I always struggled anyway with self-doubt and stigma and various issues. So I was very much didn't really tell the backstory, and it was always just hidden, even though that was very much the drive behind it. So yes, there are the risks with the technology development, But I was always told, you shouldn't talk about the emotional side. But investors don't like emotion. But in fact, what I'm developing very much involves emotion and the story. And certainly in recent, the last year, I'm finding that the investors that I'm speaking to really like the vulnerability and the authentic side of that. So yeah, I mean, to me, it's two-way really. There was the issue with stigma and mental health and being comfortable to tell my story, but also being very much, finding the right people. So yeah, so it's sort of ongoing journey that I'm on at the moment, to be honest. Yeah.
This is Hardy. Rizwan, I'm just going to pull out something that Jenny said about investors not liking to invest in emotion. Do you have
I was saying about risk, and it's true that investors are always looking for the highest amount of return with the least amount of risk, which for them implies both trying to do things which they feel are predictable, which are consistent, and that means that they don't really want to get out of their comfort zone, whether it's in terms of the strategies they adopt, but also the teams they employ. And the problem is that we're so busy now with our lives, hounded by email and social media and all of that we don't really take the time to think and read. And as an example, when we think of reaching the highest elements of return, and they've discovered that it is diversity. And when we talk about diversity, we're not just talking about gender or people from different backgrounds or ethnicities. I think we have to expand the tent for the community, and that definitely includes people with disability. People with disability are creative, they're very smart. As we can see with Amo and Jenny, they're people who are very accomplished, who have great degrees, and they're just people, and they deserve to be in company. They deserve to be listened to. They deserve to be given a chance and an opportunity to build their own company or to create something wonderful. And just coming back to what Jenny said, on the emotional side, tend to be a way to act a bit like robots and just be very rational thinkers in companies and never bring in the emotion. But the reality is we're human beings, and a great part of who we are is our emotions. And in fact, we translate the conclusions we derive in life come through our thoughts and also through our emotions. Express their emotions, and I tell them emotions are not something taboo or wrong. If you feel angry or frustrated, or you have to manage your emotions, then so not letting it come out as an excessive outburst, obviously to disrupt an environment. But you should express your emotions, how you feel, whether you're upset, frustrated, sad. And the team should be there to support you, to listen to you. I think that's what it means to build a community. And if you have a team that trusts you in that sense, then I think you're more likely to succeed as well.
This is Hardy. Rizwan, thank you for that. I think my question for you next is, how do we clone you and put you around a few countries across the world? We need a lot more people that think like you, especially in positions of investment. Amo, you had your hand up just then. Were you going to say something?
Yes, thank you. Amo Raju speaking again. I just remembered an example which I wanted to share. In 1999, I social care. So I came up with a business idea of, in a nutshell, disabled people were to be asked to employ their own care, inland revenue calculations, etc. So I went to the bank and said, I was broke at the time. So I went to the bank and I said, I've got an idea. Here's the business plan. Do you want to invest in me? Give me a business loan. And literally within, I would say, 3 hours, they'd come back with a decision. I only just got back home before I got the phone call to say, sorry, we're not able to do this. And the reason was, it was more about me as a disabled person, not having business experience or a number of reasons. And I could read between the lines. A lot of it was that they didn't believe that a disabled person could run a business. And just to move the clock forward 25 years now, I run a payroll service which employs 15 staff, and it has generated probably around, I'd say about 15 to 20 million pounds over those years. And I don't know how to do payroll. I'll admit it. I had the idea and the vision, and I had to do it myself. And that is your classic example of how disabled people don't have that belief invested in them. It's idea. So I mean that's 20 plus years ago, 30 years ago. But things haven't changed that much since.
The most scary thing you said is that things haven't changed very much. And so that leads me to my next question, which is, what do we need to do to change things? So I say this first to you, Jenny, and Amo as entrepreneurs. So we know what the challenge is. We've set the scene with the challenge and the perceptions, but what are we going to do to change this? You know, from my point of view, I see the next decade as a very, very pivotal time. I see change in the market. I see investors beginning to think about diversity, beginning to think about disability. But what can we be doing as entrepreneurs to help to give them that confidence that now is the right time to start investing in disabled entrepreneurs? So, Jenny, let me go to you first.
Hi, this is Jenny speaking again. So, I mean, very much for me, I'm a neurodiverse entrepreneur myself, building, as you say, trust. I mean, trust is a major part of this, building the team around me so that I can bloom. I mean, I can bloom in other ways, but I always struggled as a sort of, I mean, it's really being able to support people like me, support around me. So, I mean, that's top of my list, really, you know, as a sort of neurodiverse person. Yeah.
So I have another question for situations that you've been through with regards to your own health and mental health. So there could be an investor listening to you that might think that sounds a little bit worrying from an investment point of view, and that sounds a bit high risk. Whereas now you're, you know, as you said, for the last 18 months, 2 years, you've been in quite a different place. Feel that even if you do go through a period of difficulty, it's okay, because the business can actually still survive, and people without disabilities go through periods of difficulty in businesses. So why should that be any different with a disabled entrepreneur? I mean, what would you say to them, Jenny, about that?
Hi, it's Jenny again. I mean, I'd be able to show them what I've achieved to date, really. I mean, you know, I have 6 patents, 4 of those are awarded, 2 are in the US. I'm experts in the field. I have the University of Cambridge psychology me. It's very much being able to show investors what I have to offer and the vision of the future. I mean, as I said, I have these patents in this building that's okay. It could go masks, it could go into the world, which is also particular. I didn't even mention that. I'm a Churchill Fellow, and the project was very much about building this platform technology to break down stigma. I mean, you know, I've been able to protect the idea. I've been able to attract, you know, some serious VCs that are interested in the future. Maybe not now, but certainly, you know, they're on the horizon. And the backstory is just part of it. So my issue really with my blips is this I have a mild bipolar that brings in mood swings to the extent where it affects my confidence. That's all it is. It's, you know, sometimes I'm less confident, other times I'm more confident. So it's being able to show them that this is part of the story, and that's why I want to use scent. I mean, scent can really help with confidence. That's why I'm building this new platform technology that releases the scent depending on your stress levels, confidence levels. So that's part of the story, and that's why I've been able to protect this with the patent.
I think you hit the rail right on the head. You said a lot of things. I think achieving what you've been able to achieve, to demonstrate, very powerful. You I have few entrepreneurs that are out there that are about investment, saying that's a proof of concept or demonstrating that there's something that you can show to an investor that demonstrates achievement is really powerful, really important, rather than just an idea. And I think, Jenny, you've always done that very, very well. You've always had a prototype, you've always been able to show something. And I know more recently you've managed to get a lot of media coverage as well, which is fantastic. Yes. So that's brilliant. And Amo, if I could come to you, I think what strikes me about you is the longevity of what you've been doing and not giving up, and the fact that you've been going for 25, 30 years. I mean, I've been going for 7 years in the entrepreneurship space of disability, and that feels like a lifetime. So for you, having been going for 25, 30 years, you know, that should give an investor confidence that actually you haven't walked away. You've had the resilience to continue to fight this battle.
I think that's a good question. Now, this is one of the reasons that I asked to write a book, because people said that the journey that I've been on might inspire others. And I mean, I went from being homeless to being fairly well settled now. And I've doubted myself. Like any other person in business, you start to doubt yourself. You have really, really strong moments, and then you have very weak. But again, as Jenny has mentioned as well, mental health played a big problem with me, big role in my journey, because the whole concept for me, and as I said, I called it a relationship earlier on, is for me to recognize that it's there, that when I'm down, I need to reach out to somebody and say something isn't quite right. I'm not firing on all 4 cylinders. Something needs to, whether I need, and 9 times out of 10, it was just the fact that I needed to talk to someone. And I think I mentioned to you before, years ago, I ran a project which was funded by the European Social Fund about getting disabled entrepreneurs, getting their business or product on. And I ended up becoming a mentor to literally, I think it was about, at one stage, I had about 8 people that I was constantly knocking on my door, doubting themselves every now and then. There's nothing else. And 99% of the time, their doubt was unwarranted. It was just the fact that they were having wobbles because somebody had said something, or someone had done something, a rival had done something, and those are the same kind of fears that any entrepreneur have, disabled or not. But with disabled people, you have that little extra doubt that because we've been, when I say we, disabled people, we've had it installed in us since birth or since that onset of disability, that we're not as good as mainstream society. And so you have this constant arm wrestle going on in that aspect. And to your original question about what can be done by entrepreneurs, I think what's missing in society are the role models, the success stories. You get it all the time on switch on any TV channel, and you'll see success stories of people who have done it. They've made their million, and they're living the life of luxury and enjoying life because of they've worked hard. You don't see disabled people's stories in a similar way. But and there are able people like me and others out there who have, but we're talking about that. When we do shout about it, that's what inspires others, that, well, he or she has done that, and I've got an issue similar to them. Maybe I can do it too. And that's really missing. So those entrepreneurs that are already out there, we need to get vocal. We need to get quite savvy with sharing our stories, because that's what's going to inspire other people. And that's what I think is missing at the moment.
No, we can't hear you.
You're on mute.
Sorry. This is Hardeep. Thank you, Amo. That was excellent. I think some really good points there. And I love what you said about entrepreneurs becoming more vocal and there being more case studies. And the funny thing is, in the disability community, we hear about these case studies, but the outside world don't hear about the case studies. And that's the biggest problem. Rizwan, I'm going to come to you. I'm sure you probably got a couple of things you'd like to comment on from what Jenny and Amo have just said.
Yeah, thank you, Hardeep. This is Rizwan. In the context of you know, we did all kind of stay at home, but at the same time, like humanity to each other, because we felt this kind of extra empathy about the suffering of others. We know there were people who died in hospital or who suffered from COVID, especially elderly people, and we knew that it would encompass everybody in our humanity. You know, and I think we need to extend that empathy beyond COVID, you know, and start thinking about how we bring again everyone under the tent and give everybody a fair opportunity, regardless of their background, you know, their gender or potential disability. And you know, one thing I would say about that is that, you know, that people have to wake up to is that if you look at the next generation of Gen Zs, and now I think the next generation are called Gen As, I believe, is that they are very much purpose driven. They're very different from older generations. And what does it mean to be purpose driven? They think about when they buy something, they think of, you know, has that company produced this good in an environmentally friendly way? With, you know, are they making a social impact? And equally importantly, they also look for, you know, does this company represent diversity? You know, represents my consumer from the ethnicity, and it includes disability as well. Has this company given a fair chance to everybody? Have they given a chance to people with disabilities to grow to their full potential? So I would say that companies need to wake up to the fact that their next generation consumers are demanding more equality, more fairness, more inclusion.
This is Hardeep. Thank you, Rizwan. Very, very well made points, especially the point about Gen A and being more purpose driven. And I think what I have experienced actually through some of the other businesses that we're involved in is exactly what you just said, Rizwan, is that companies now are beginning to think differently about how they can retain their staff. They're beginning to think differently about diversity and inclusion. Mental health is featured on a huge level at the moment. And it's interesting, Amo, you've spoken about mental health. Jenny, you've touched on mental health. And something I don't speak a lot about is I have my own mental health issues post-Ishan as well, you know, through a very, very difficult period. So I think that destabilization in mental health can change your life in an instant. And that's the thing, you know, it starts over a period of time. And Jenny, as a medic, I know that you'll know this a lot better than me, but it starts over a period of time, but when it hits you very suddenly and you're almost incapacitated, you know. And I think one is by having a team of people around us, sounding board. I think that's very, very wolf, or that entrepreneur on your own is high risk for any investor, irrespective of whether or not you have a disability. And if you add disability on top of that, then that actually probably makes it even more for high risk, because the truth is, a lot of us with disabilities, we do have limitations when it comes to the amount or the method or the flexibility in the way that we work. But it's okay to have limitations, right? You know, companies have to understand that their employees can have limitations sometimes, and that's okay. I think we have to get away from this mindset that every entrepreneur has to look perfect, has to speak perfectly, has to be perfect. We need to understand that they can be very different. And I think in Jenny and Amo, what both of you have said about entrepreneurs and the, you know, thinking differently and resilience and everything else, Those are very, very powerful themes, very powerful themes. So Rizwan, I want to come back to you as being what I consider to be someone as a thought leader in terms of, you know, creating a way forward and thinking differently. How do you think we could engage the investment community better to think more about investing in people with disabilities from different sectors? And I want to say one thing here. I'm not just talking about tech, because I'm very aware that there's plenty of VCs that are out there now that are looking for tech-enabled disability devices or accessibility devices. But I think it's a lot bigger than that. It's about changing the mindset. It's about thinking purposefully. How do you think, as investors, we can help to change mindsets, Rizwan, in your opinion?
Thank you, Hardeep. This is Rizwan. I just wanted to first comment on what you just talked about, resilience. You know, when is required that we evaluate before we make an investment. And one of the key elements of our criteria is the team. You know, who is the team? And then when we dig deeper, we ask ourselves, you know, have the co-founders, for example, been together for a long time? You know, how competent is the team? Have they had previous successes? And then we also ask ourselves, you know, what are their values? But also, as you mentioned, Hardy, we ask ourselves, you know, are these people resilient? You know, how do we evaluate their resilience? You know, and then when I look at people like Jenny who have PhDs, you know, 6 patents, affiliation with great universities, and are inventors, you know, extraordinary inventors, and I look at people like Amo who have, you know, built 4 companies and at the same time are doing charity and philanthropy and written a book. Those are stories of incredible resourcefulness, you know, smartness, and all, but especially also resilience. You know, and one could argue that there's greater strength when people have gone through a lot of hardship in terms of feeling prejudice or having gone through great periods of self-doubt and anxiety. If they come out of that, they come out of that stronger. And so in a sense, you know, when I would look at a company, I would say, well, you know, a person who has a disability may actually be more resilient than someone else because they draw strength. Coming back to your question about what can we do, you have to talk unfortunately, we have to talk the language of capitalism, and we have to kind of start that dialogue with enterprises. First of all, telling them that your customers, your new customers, the new generations are very purpose-driven, and they want you to be more inclusive. They want to see you give more chances to people, and you know, if we are able to make companies realize this, you know, hopefully they will change their internal, you know, HR policies and be more inclusive. And I would also throw out the gauntlet that, you know, to companies that they should, you know, it starts with a small gesture. You know, why don't you employ just one person in your team who, you know, has come out with a disability? Or why don't you have a sit down with your team and ask people, do you have a disability? Because maybe people are hiding a disability, you know, and allow them to speak about it, create structures that support that person in the company, learn about disability, be more supportive.
Excellent. Really, this is Hardeep. Excellent. Your point about starting somewhere and having that gesture, and just even if it meant at least thing to build on. And Jenny, you'll probably recognize this as an academic decision companies is one way, and trying to encourage people to come forward and be honest about needing support, needing mental health, needing time off. That's why there's been an astronomical growth in these sort of anonymous advice lines that companies are bringing on board that people can use to start talking to. So I think there's some really, really valid points you made there, Rizwan. Thank you. And I would like to flip resilience back to you for a minute and give you an example of how I, as an investee, have perceived you as an investor. Because just as you and I, our relationship was built over a 3-year period before you invested, and you maintained your resilience with us too, right? So you would have seen me be resilient, and you know why I am, because I'm driven by my son and the good Lord. You know, for me, I feel very purpose and mission driven. But you were too. You know, as an investor, you stayed and you watched and you observed, and when you felt the time was right, you then did what you did. And I think this point you make about capitalism is a very important one, because we've got to remember that we don't want people that are listening to this session to think, do a disabled person a favor and invest in them, right? Or let's just make a difference and, you know, feel that we're doing good. No, you're actually going to make money out of this, right? If you've heard from Jenny and you've heard from Amo, I think you can make a fair assumption that both of these people have been successful and will continue to be successful, and they will make money for you as an investor and for themselves and for society as a whole, because they will do good. And I think that's a really important mindset shift, is that people need to think that actually people that think differently and that act differently, that just because they're disabled, that's an asset. And as you said, Rizwan, that resilience, when you've been through a disability and you've been through that journey, and only you within yourself know what you have to do, wake in the morning and when you go to sleep at night, that is resilience is really about. So I think that the point of it is critical in anything. You know, you're about hiring a person with a disability. Don't hire them because you want to do a tick box exercise. Hire them because they're actually going to add value to your business, right? That's a really important point. And one other point I would like to make is about data. We haven't spoken about the size of the market yet. Okay, so it is a fact that in our 7.3 or 7.9 billion world population, there's just under 2 billion people that are disabled. 2 billion. That's almost 1 in 4 of us. So if you think of a standard family of a parent, you know, a parent, mum and dad and 2 kids, that's 1 in 4. You could think that that's a statistic that's potentially there. And then you think about the expenditure that disabled people and their families have on products and services. Significant, right? I mean, I think the figures are over 13 trillion US dollars per year. There were studies in the UK whereby if a disabled person restaurant, typically they're going to take between 6 to 8 people with them, right? That's typically, but restaurants are not accessible. So actually, if they're missing out on engaging, I think these are points that are really important. And I have to be careful not to keep going off, because I think I'm very passionate about disability and there are amazing statistics. But bringing it back to timing, and I can't believe how fast timing's already gone. We've only got about 10 minutes left. I think I probably want to just get some closing thoughts from everybody now around entrepreneurship and disability. We've had some fantastic anecdotes from you, Jenny, and shares. Amo, in terms of you and what you've done over the last 25, 30 years, and Rizwan, from your point of view. If I could just literally open the floor now to the 3 of you and say, what final points would any of you like to make to our listeners today? And these listeners could be disabled people that are looking upon you as being the role models, okay? They could be people that are looking for employment. They could be investors that are thinking about investing in disabled people. What sort of final messages do you think we should be leaving behind?
Feeling comfortable to tell your story, finding the right team that you can work with. I mean, that's been the most important part for me. You know, obviously there's the resilience and bouncing back. I've very much had that along the way. But yeah, so it's finding the right team that can help me. Has helped me particularly.
This is Hardy. And Jenny, on that
sorry,
point about
this Jenny, I forgot.
One said something very important earlier, which is they look at us as well, right? So yeah. How, because a lot of disabled people might be thinking, build teams, or how do you find the right people to trust? A lot of disabilities that personally have trust issues, they don't like to share their ideas because they feel very, some of them feel very paranoid that someone might. How do you think we could overcome that issue, Jenny?
Gosh, I mean, you know, for me, I need to find a CEO that understands sort of mental health issues. So I mean, it's being able to tell your story comfortably. You know, I think that's certainly for myself. It's being able to tell the backstory. And
okay,
I hope that helps.
Thank you, Jenny. Amo, any final reflections from you?
I've got a few, and Rizwan said it earlier as well. In that, companies, the customers are getting a little bit more savvy about where they want to spend and what the and Rizwan said it earlier as well. In that, companies, the customers are getting a little bit more savvy about where they want to spend and what the ethical stance of each company is. And I've always said that your business needs to affect the capital customers, and that's what's been for a lot, whether they are people is where they've not got their own kind of house in order, risk taker, and disabled people, from the moment they wake up in the morning to the moment they go to bed at night, they're taking risks. Always have been. They're working sometimes in I mean, I wake up in the morning and I have a number of painkillers. Some of it's down to old age, but some of it is down to the fact that my joints are affected by my cerebral palsy. So, I have DNA now, and it's when I fall down, business wise, I do. There's this statistic how new businesses collapse within the first year, or what? If you number of disabled people who and collapse, those figures are a lot lower. Some research on this about 15 years ago, disabled people are 60% less likely to take a sick day than a non-disabled person, because they just get on with it. That drive is always there. Well, I've got a cold, I've got a flu, get back to work. It's this, and you get that when a disabled person is self-employed as well. It just sticks there. And again, companies and investors miss out on that unwritten kind of piece of information, which would really reduce the amount of risk in employing that person or supporting that person in self-employment. So all I would say,
a very warm
my
welcome.
closing comment is, don't be a fool. Get your wallet out. Get your chances of return are going to be a lot higher because the statistics are there. Google it and you'll see the research.
This is Hardeep, fantastic much. That's very inspiring, appreciated. Rizwan, final thoughts there.
Thank you, Hardeep. So this is Rizwan. So I would say to the companies and investors out there, listen to your customers and the next generation consumers. They want you to be purpose-driven. They want you to be more inclusive. So, join the bandwagon, hop on the bandwagon and start being more inclusive. I would also say, take opportunity, see the opportunities, because if we see people like Jenny and Amo who are so accomplished, people like Jenny and Amo can create so much value for your company. So, you should not neglect or deny that those opportunities exist in the disabled community. And finally, I just wanted to make a small social impact and governance. And for example, our family office has started to invest at the seed level in ESG companies. And, people say the jury is still not out on ESG. Does it deliver greater returns than non-sustainable companies? And we've actually started to, because we've been patient and resilient, as you mentioned, Hardeep, we've started to see the signals that indeed sustainable companies can deliver extraordinary returns. And it is still the early days, but we can see the signals are there. And I would say the same to investors. Take a chance on communities and people with disabilities, and be patient, with that exploration. And I'm very certain that, eventually you will, just like with ESG, you will see great returns. Doing with Kaleidoscope, with recruiting, which is to find a perfect fit in the market, and definitely Kaleidoscope is getting there, and we know that they will be very successful in the recruiting of people with disabilities.
Thank you very much for that final thought, Rizwan. And I would like to thank all of you as panelists for this session. I'm just stunned at how fast this 1 hour has gone. I could keep it going and continue to ask questions, but hopefully to the listeners out there, this has given you some insight into disabled entrepreneurship. Jenny, I think your story and your journey and your rawness and your authenticity is amazing. And I thank you so much for being as honest as you have in sharing that. It's really an example for everybody. And I think Amo, with you, your resilience, and what you've done over the last 30 years, and sort of investing, as you said, almost that 25 million that you generated back into society to help other disabled people, and as you do till today, is phenomenal. So I'm delighted that you were there as a role model. And finally, Rizwan, to you, just to have you believe in us in the way that you have, and to be here today and to allow yourself to speak and to enable other people to listen to you is powerful, because you are a change maker and you are leading the way. And I am delighted that you shared your thoughts with us here today. So thank you. I'm Varija to you for enabling us to have this amazing platform to share ideas. And I think my throwing down the gauntlet for next year is I would like to have an entire day to talk about entrepreneurship, a whole day, because this is just the beginning of the conversation. This is not the end of the conversation. There are many, many other people like Jenny and Amo that are out there that are just waiting to be heard. So thank you, Varija, for giving us this platform.
It's been an absolute honor, Hardeep, and thank you, Rizwan. Thank you, Amo. Thank you, Jenny. I think your insights, something about what you said about sharing your story, you've done that today, and you've inspired a lot of people. So I have to thank you for kickstarting the National Ability Summit today. Thank you so much, Hardeep, for moderating this so beautifully.
I'm very proud to be the chairman of Billion Strong. Why did we create Billion Strong? Because there's 1.3 billion people with disabilities in the world, and I think the numbers are much higher. And there's so many people with disabilities, and so many people that love people with disabilities. I'm proud of myself to be a person with disabilities. I have invisible disabilities, ADHD, and severe depression and anxiety. Also, I'm a mother. My daughter was born with Down syndrome. She's now 34 years old, and I'm a wife. My husband has aged. We matter. You matter. That's strong. So we created Billion Strong so we could all come together, celebrate our uniqueness, our innovativeness, our creativeness, and support each other so that together we can make sure we're all included and that people with disabilities in the future are included as well. Let's live our best, most authentic lives. Let's understand the intersections of diversity matter. Women with disabilities, LGBT with disabilities, and let's all share our authentic lived lives and be very proud of this movement. Join me in this movement, Billion Strong. That's www.billion-strong.org. Let's change the world so that it works for all people.
I became disabled when I was 17 years old, and when I lost a job because of ableism in the entertainment industry, I realized that what I wanted to do was help change the way that Hollywood hires.
Inclusion is very important, especially when you include people with disabilities and are different from you. The more perspective you bring to your company, the more innovative your product and solution will be.
I'm also someone who's completely blind, so I understand completely how important it is that digital platforms be accessible so my voice can be heard.
Inclusion is important to me as a person with a disability because it empowers me to do the things I want to do, or sometimes the things I have to do, just like everybody else can.
I am a little person wearing a black suit, black skinny tie. I am a white male with short hair, a little bit of a beard. I'm an actor, writer, comedian, and producer.
We should lead. We should show the way. We should be in front.
We work for the empowerment of persons with disability and inclusion of persons with disability in mainstream society.
Now we create standardized, conformant learners when we need diverse perspectives and critical thinkers.
Disability inclusive employment. It is a goal component to disability inclusion in business in general.
I'm Australia's first blind fashion designer.
People living with disability are often excluded.
We are very happy to meet you all at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Looking forward to the summit here in early December.
I'm very much looking forward to speaking at the National Ability Summit, taking place on the 2nd and the 3rd of December.
I'm joining you at the National Ability Summit to talk about a subject that's very near and dear to my heart, disability inclusive employment.
So I'm so pleased to be at this National Ability Summit.
I'm really excited because I'm going to be speaking at the National Ability Summit.
Please join our identity session during the National Ability Summit.
Looking forward to seeing you all at the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to meeting everybody who's going to be a part of this journey with you at this year's National Ability Summit.
I'm so excited to be at the National Ability Summit on December 2nd and December 3rd.
And I'm inviting you on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Please join me at the National Ability Summit on the 2nd and 3rd.
I look forward to participating in the National Ability Summit.
I look forward to seeing everybody at the conference on the 2nd and 3rd of December.
Hello everyone from around the world. I'm Sparsha, the Youth Ambassador of the Voice of Specially Abled People, or VOSAP, and I am super excited to invite all of you, yes you, to VOSAP's 2021 Annual Gala and Virtual Exhibition. For us in the West, it's happening on December 4th, 2021 at 6 p.m. PST and 9 p.m. EST. And for those of us in the East, it's happening on December 5th, 2021 at 7:30 a.m. IST. This year, we will host the first global 3D exhibition of assistive technology, and I am so excited to see all the innovative products out there to help people with special needs like me. I think you will all enjoy seeing the advancements humanity has been making to elevate the specially abled. And of course, there will be lots of entertainment too. I'll be performing at this event and be the MC like I was last year. And we have many internationally renowned guest speakers and entertainers who will be engaging with you all. So you will not want to miss this. So what are you waiting for? Come and register now for the 2021 VOSAP Gala and Virtual Exhibition at events.voiceofsap.org. I'll see you all there.
A very warm welcome to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Life, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, whitish skin tone, and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a blue dress today with a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and right side corner of my screen. In this session, we are going to be talking about one of the most crucial aspects in the life of people with disabilities, their employment. Data on persons with disabilities is hard to find in almost every country. Specific data on their employment situation are even harder to find. Yet, persons with disabilities face the same predicament everywhere. Even UN agencies are relying on data provided by countries over a decade ago. I mean, the world has changed multifolds ever since, and more so post-COVID. The People with Disabilities Act, passed 3 years ago in India, dictates that at least 3% of the jobs be filled by disabled individuals in the public sector. However, many of the public sector organizations are nowhere near the target. In developing countries, 80 to 90% persons with disabilities of working age are unemployed, whereas in industrialized countries, the figure is between 50 to 70%. Now imagine what growth we can achieve if this unemployed force starts contributing to the world economy. Join me in seeking some answers to this puzzle by welcoming our expert panel. We have Stefan Leblois, Director of Partnerships, the Valuable 500. We have Paul Deemer, Head of Diversity and Inclusion, NHS Employers. We have Anita, who's the founder of Ekansh Trust from India. Very warm welcome to all of you. Stefan, would you like to introduce yourself to our audience?
Absolutely. First of all, say this panel, it's wonderful to topic. So I'm Stefan LeBlanc, I'm the Director of Partnerships at the Valuable 500. As an audio description. I am a white male in his 30s with graying brown hair, a mustache for no shave November, some glasses, and a blue checkered shirt. My background is unfortunately blurred because I'm not at home at the moment. I'm in a hotel. Yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Paul.
Thank you, Varija. My name is Paul Deemer. I'm the Head of Diversity and Inclusion at NHS Employers. I'm a white male. I also wear glasses as well. I also have a blurred background, but I'm actually in my office at home, which is where many people in the UK at the moment are living and working from. And I have a bookcase behind me with many valued books, which I'd love to show you at some point. But as Stefan said, it's great to be here. It's fantastic to be invited to this event and very much looking forward to speaking to you.
The feeling is mutual, Paul. Thank you so much. Anita.
Thank you, Varija, for having me on this panel. It's lovely to be meeting Stefan and Paul too today. And like you said, this is a very important topic that we will be discussing today. I'm Anita Iyer. I'm from Pune, India. I run a non-government organization called Ekansh Trust. Ekansh actually means one part of the whole, and like we all know, each of us counts. That is what the name of my NGO means. And we work to empower people with disabilities and help with inclusion in mainstream society. I am 54, brown Indian woman, and with graying hair, which is slightly colored right now. I've logged in from home, my little office at home, and happy to be meeting all of you that are actually watching this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anita. You always bring so much strength to us at NAS.
Thank you.
Stefan, let's roll out the questions. Are you ready?
Sure.
Stefan, you've created ripples. I mean, your organization 500, in last about the work that is being done by the Valuable 500. Would you tell our audience what is it all about and how does employment fit in your agenda?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it's so the Valuable 500, for those of y'all who are not super familiar with us, we started 2 years ago on the stage of the World Economic Forum at Davos, and the mission of the 500 really is to bring disability to the top of the business leadership agenda worldwide. We realized that disability was, as the rising tide of conversation around diversity, equity, and inclusion really started to appear in the past five years, although it's been happening for years, even decades before. Disability did not figure as prominently as we and many other folks in the disability community believed, and we identified that there was a huge gap in understanding between the people who typically are the implementers of DEI strategy, so director level, chief diversity officers, and on down. There's a huge and advisory board level people in business. So what we did station around disability directly to those people who launched the Valuable 500 are people such as Richard Branson, Paul Pullman from Unilever, and many other CEOs threw their hats in to say this is a really important topic. We agree with the Valuable 500 that this needs to change, and that global leaders need to be much more aware of disability, not just within their employee base, but across the company and how they serve people with disabilities, et cetera. And so we're going to launch this campaign. So from 2019 on to May 2021, we were busy running a campaign to have 500 CEOs around the world sign up to join the campaign, and to provide a commitment statement, signed commitment statement by CEOs to say, we commit our company to advance disability inclusion in XYZ paradigm across their company, which was very exciting. It's something that's not really been done before. And so in May, we reached our 500th signature, and now we're in phase 2 of kind of our grand project, which is how do we, now that we have 500 commitments, how do we move each of our members forward individually, right? But then as a collective, and consultants, we're not doing that. And our founder, Caroline Casey, will be the first to tell you the consulting game, but rather we are the conveners of conversation. We bring and identify and pull experts into the conversations that we have with our companies and with the collective, so that they may collaborate on creating solutions for our companies to move them forward. Now, where employment comes into what we're doing is we have what's called our transformation program, and it has 6 different pillars. I do this because it's literally a wheel. We visualize it through a wheel. So we have C-suite, which is one of the pillars, which identifies, again, how are business leaders looking at disability inclusion, thinking about disability inclusion. What are the messages that CEOs and stories CEOs are telling each other to encourage each other in this field? Customer, so looking at how do businesses actually serve their customers with disabilities? What kind of insights are they gathering from their customers to improve upon their accessibility, improve upon their customer service? We have culture, so looking at everything to do internally, and employment actually is part of that, right? So how do companies set themselves up from a policy standpoint, but also from a general company culture standpoint, to welcome people with disabilities into the employee base? Are there areas for vertical mobility in the company for people with disabilities? And then on the other side, we have research and reporting, which are 2 huge things. And you touched on this earlier, Varija, which is, inclusion is not just a cultural shift. You also have to be able to quantify it and measure it, and be able to report on it, and be able to report your improvement, and hold yourself accountable and hold each other accountable. That's also part of our community, right? Is for companies to be able to support each other. And lastly, we have representation. So part of attracting talent company is to outwardly represent yourself as a disability inclusive company, but so many portray disability very medicalized in a way that's still very archaic. And so we at the Valuable 500 are giving our companies tools and resources to help them think differently about representing disability in the media, in the way they brand themselves. That's so, so important, right? And so that's a very high level snapshot of our transformation program. And so employment comes into the equation as part of this ecosystem that employment cannot exist in a vacuum. It does not, hiring people, a company going out and trying to hire 100 people with disabilities, for example, at their corporate office, great initiative, but there's so many other things that have to happen in order for those people to be successful. So all those things I was talking about, right? Representation, making sure that you're culturally that you're there as well, that the C-suite is bought in and on board. All these things have to happen as well. So when we think about the transformation program, it is very much an ecosystem that must be addressed when you're talking about employment. And I'll stop there because I certainly want Paul and Anita to jump in as well.
No, absolutely. When we started working at NAS and when it was conceptualized, a lot of people thought that this is an insane dream. We were very clear till the 3Cs, nothing is not. We started with disabilities, but I realized let's start from the colleges, teaching people about how to, and Anita, of course, works in this space. Even if we teach the next line of human resource to design clothes for people with disabilities, who's going to recruit them? So are the companies sensitized? Fair enough, we sensitize the companies. Maybe they have retail stores, but are the retail stores accessible? Let's make the retail stores accessible, but is the public transport accessible to make sure that people with disabilities actually reach the retail stores? So it boils down to, should we even kickstart clothing for people with disabilities? Because it's a whole lot of other things and it has to be addressed in a 360-degree manner. And that also brings me to the next curious question with Paul. So Paul, NHS has cracked the formula in some way. I know it's going to be a long journey, but we are really curious how you have cracked the formula of recruiting so many people with disabilities at NHS UK.
Okay, lovely. Thank you, Varija. And I'll try we certainly haven't cracked it, but I'll try and give you an oversight, as Stefan has done, of what we do and who we are. And just to say, actually, I just wanted to pay credit to Valuable 500 and Stefan and the work they've done. When you introduced yourself to the world at Davos a couple of years ago, it had a huge impact, actually. And particularly for people like myself working in the field of diversity and inclusion, it was a huge impact. So things, the work that you do and, campaigns like the We the 15, hashtag We the 15 campaign, for example, I think are really, really powerful and really helpful. So thank you for what you do. And it's great to be here with you. So you started this morning talking about data, Varija, and about the power of data. And actually, we're overwhelmed with data within the UK and certainly within the NHS. So I'll give you a few numbers just to give you an example of that. So the NHS is the 5th largest employer in the world. We employ between 1.4, 1.5 million staff across the UK. If you out to the wider health and social care sector, it's even closer to 2.5 million, actually. If you take account of all the care homes, for example, across the UK, small sort of businesses, if you include that in that number. And that number actually equates to approximately 1 in 19 of every working person in the UK. So 1 in 19 of every working person in the UK works in the health and social care sector. So that's a huge number, a huge number. And of course, with huge numbers comes huge responsibilities. And we take those responsibilities very seriously. And it's worth saying as well at this point that the organisations within the NHS is made up of about 500 or so different organisations, but they vary in size significantly. So they vary, for example, from a local general practice doctor's surgery, which might employ around 10 people, up to a large hospital, which can employ over 20,000 staff in one place. So a huge variation in terms of numbers, but the same challenge in terms of inclusion, disability, etc. So my organisation, which is NHS Employers, and our sister organisation, which is the NHS Confederation, we represent those 500 or so NHS organisations across England, Northern Ireland and Wales. And we support them to provide good, safe, compassionate and inclusive workplaces. That's our ambition. So I'll give you some more data on our demographics, Varija. So 80% of our workforce are female. So 80% of the workforce are female. Over 20% of our workforce are from Black, Asian or minority ethnic backgrounds. We're a global employer, so we employ people from over 200 countries across the globe. Around 10% of our workforce are lesbian, gay, bisexual or trans. And we employ people from all religious backgrounds as well. And a lot of that actually is down to legislation. You know, you made a reference, I think, earlier to, the power of legislation. And the UK, I think, has got one of the strongest and best, actually, in my opinion, equality legislation in the world, in the form of the Equality Act 2010. It's a really, really powerful, strong piece of legislation in that aspect of employment. And there's a lot in there that drives a lot of the work that we do, particularly within the NHS. In terms of disability, we also know that around 3% of that 1.5 million workforce formally declare themselves as having a disability. So 3%. However, we also run a national survey every year, which is anonymous, but it's completed by around 500,000 of those staff. So a significant number. And on that survey, over 20% of our workforce declare themselves to have a disability. So formally, there are 3%. Informally, or actually through that other mechanism, we know that 1/5 of our workforce declare a disability. So we have to work on that basis. You know, we know that information. We can't turn a blind eye, is the phrase that we use. Not necessarily appropriate, but we can't turn away from that information. And we know that 1 in 5 of our workforce has a disability in some shape or form. Some will be, of course, and some will be in mental health or neurodiversity conditions. Responsibility as employer, which we are within the NHS, is to ensure that all staff, regardless of disability, are given a fair and equitable chance to fulfil their potential at work. And I just want to talk about the 3 ways very quickly, Varija, about the 3 ways in which we try to do this. So firstly, we actually talk more about equity than equality. So although I've mentioned the Equality Act in this country, which is really, really important, equality doesn't actually work, because equality means providing the same thing to everybody. And actually, that isn't what this is all about. This is actually about equity, and equity is about fairness, and equity is about providing resources or opportunities according to need. So for example, in terms of disability, we have a system in the NHS which we call the Guaranteed Interview Scheme. And we introduced this because what we know from the data, and this is across the whole of industry actually in the UK, that people with disabilities, when they apply for jobs, they don't get shortlisted to the same degree that people without disabilities get shortlisted. And we also know that even if they get shortlisted, they don't get appointed to the same degree as people without disabilities. So we introduced something called the Guaranteed Interview Scheme. And what this does is it says to people with disabilities, if you tell us you've got a disability and you make requirements for the job, you will get shortlisted for that job. So you will have an interview, which I think is all which organisations can take a positive approach. Secondly, we also ask our leaders to lead equitably as well. And what I mean by that is we know that leadership is really important in this field of diversity and inclusion. Nothing's going to happen, nothing's going to change. And I think Stefan alluded to this as well, without that leadership support. So it's really, really important. But they're very powerful, these leaders, and they control the resources within organizations. So we need them to allocate resources according to need. So we need them to allocate resources equitably. So that's the second way that we do it. And then the third way that we do it is we talk about accountability. So organizations need to be held to account for their actions, and they need to justify their behaviors. The NHS as a public sector body is held to account by the Equality Act, actually. There are legislative provisions in the Equality Act which we have to comply with. But there is, I think, also something that the private sector can do here in terms of holding their boards to account, in terms of how they take responsibility for inclusion and diversity. And within the NHS, we also have some very specific tools, which I might talk about later on, actually. And so we have the equality standard. So the workforce disability equality model that we use to assess the different experiences of disabled and non-disabled staff within the NHS. So a lot of information there, Varija, I'm sorry, but hopefully that gives you a good oversight of what we're trying to do within the NHS in the UK.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think I'm loving the data, and I can see the smile on Anita's face too. I think it is the data that gives us the power. I mean, not just disability, all across all businesses. It is the data which is the key, and in today's time more so, because it helps us decide which way we are headed and what we should do. And brilliant numbers from NHS, and I think extensive work to even collect that data. And I really like that point when you said collecting the data officially and anonymously. So the data that you got with regards to 3% vis-a-vis 20%, that's a huge difference, which also brings us to a point that how many people are okay admitting their disability. And we have another session which talks about identity, and even when we are going out to seek jobs, how comfortable are we to write on a resume that I have this disability? And a lot of people that I know, they would rather underrate their disability because they feel that is highlighting that they're not competitive enough, probably. So brilliant numbers. Thank you, Paul, for sharing that with us. And that also brings me to Anita now. I know she's been taking notes. So Anita, there have been a lot of policies in India regarding employment and people with disabilities. You've been working on the ground, so it's very easy to make policies and expect organizations to execute. I would like to want you to share your experience. What are the challenges on the ground to actually, employment specifically?
I'd like to begin with saying that India is extremely different than the UK or the USA. I think we all know that already. Even in terms of numbers, I was just, checking online to see what our population stands at today, and it's 138 crores. So we have a huge number of, large number of Indians, if I can just put it that way in brief. And if we are talking about, from what I'm hearing from all over the world, that about 15% of the population can be counted as persons with some disability or the other, in some form or the other, then just look at the staggering figures that we have. Add to this the stigmas that are attached, stigmas and superstitions attached to disabilities in India, lack of awareness about disabilities. It's been only recently that our government of India has recognized about 21 disabilities and conditions leading to disabilities also. And there are still people, including doctors, who don't know about this list at all yet. So if a person has to be diagnosed with disability called a unique disability ID card, which is an identification card for persons with disabilities. In order to have that, you have to know that you have a disability, go to a doctor. Two, we're talking about education in India. Paul made a very important point. He said meets basic requirements. Once a candidate meets basic requirements, he or she is guaranteed an interview. So meeting basic requirements is the first prerequisite, isn't it? So the candidate has to come up to a level where they are able to actually qualify for a job that is on offer. So while we do talk about 3% or 5% reservations in government jobs, also a lot of companies, we have a lot of multinational companies in India now who are ready and willing, trust me, to employ persons with disabilities. They are investing in sensitization sessions for their HR and CSR teams. They are investing a lot of money in accessibility as well. I have done accessibility audits for a lot of multinational companies in India, a lot of sensitization workshops as well. So companies seem to be ready. And I need to mention this here, Ekansh Trust, my NGO, we've conducted 3 huge employment fairs for persons with disabilities in Pune. And at each fair, we had over 1,000 candidates appearing for different interviews. But what were the qualifications of those candidates? In fact, I can see that we've just been joined by Arman Ali of NCPEDP. Yesterday, they have published a paper, a white paper on education for persons with disabilities. And I was going through it, and there are so many wonderful facts there about how many children with disabilities drop out of the whole education network after their 10th grade. Just when they're about to be stepping into high school, they just drop out. Why is that happening? Do we have the right educators? Do we have candidates with the right education and work skills that are required in today's world? So India, I think, should focus on creating a good workforce of persons with disabilities, also who compete on a national, international, simply with multinationals that we have for persons with disabilities. I think our main focus now should be educating them better, skilling them better. And I think the government is looking at that now. Also, I feel that when somebody gets a job, like we keep saying, equity is great, equality is great too, but it should be on the basis of merit. And it has to stop being on the basis of disability or any kind of extra consideration. It has to be only on the basis of merit. Like Paul said, once basic requirements are met, there should be no reason why a candidate with a disability is not given a job. So I think this is what India really needs to focus on very clearly right now. I think I'll stop here because Arman is here. I'm sure he'll add a lot of data also.
Yes, and Tanita, that also brings me to add a point which we discussed in the first edition of NAS, which is that we need to start listing the abilities that are required, in our human resource practices. So for example, I have a manufacturing line which is running, and I have an assembly line where a person is required to pack stuff. He's not required to talk. He's not a marketing guy, or he's not required to listen. So if he's deaf, but he's good at his job and quick in packing it well, he should be hired at the increment basis of the work that he's doing, and not on the basis of his other areas which are actually not required for the job. So I think some issues are in terms of listing those abilities that are required. I will bring that question to Arman. Arman, thank you so much for joining us. Arman Ali is the Executive Director, National Center for Promotion of Employment for Disabled People from India. Thank you, Arman, for joining us. Would you like to give us your physical description?
Thank you, Varija, and apologies for joining in a little late.
No problem.
I don't know. Employment is something so sensitive to talk about, and I have this problem of not mincing words, and which kind of I mean, let's first admit that when you see a person with disability as an employer, that becomes a basis of discrimination. You look at a wheelchair, you say we'll not hire. You don't even talk to the person that what is her qualification or skill set one is bringing on to. So, let's be aware that a person with disability, being a disabled person, is a first step for your discrimination. Your status of being your identity, where is now this panel employment needs, practices and rights of persons with disability. Need is what? Need is to be recognized. First aid to get my work done is secondary to discuss. Now, what is the practice in India? Now, when you look at employment in person with disability, if you look at private sector, if you're talking about private sector jobs, you see the Gurgaon and Pune and Chennai and Bangalore and Mumbai. This is where you are hiring, and you are hiring primarily in IT sector, and then the hospitality and retail. This is it. Okay. They're manufacturing rarely, because one considers disability as a hazard, when you are in a manufacturing assembly line and unit. So, anyway, there are limited things. And this business of us looking at people's disability and telling them what you should do is a great barrier, the biggest barrier, I think. If I want to do a job, I will apply for that job and come and appear before the employer with an interview where I am provided reasonable accommodation, where the company is having an equal opportunity policy, which says that they will not discriminate me on basis of my disability or my gender or my nationality or my sexual orientation and so on and so forth. Now, that's one. If I want to, and what is a practice? The practice that is in India all with the CSR team, the corporate social responsibility team. Come on. I mean, it's an HR operation. You are hiring a skill, you're hiring a talent for a particular job. The person should know that he or she is coming with the qualification, not the disability as a qualification for the job. And if you're not able to perform, there will be an appraisal, and then you will be appraised, you'll be rated, we'll get a hike, or you put into a performance improvement program, and eventually you'll be fired. That's the ideal scenario. What the organization needs to do is to create one reasonable accommodation. What is reasonable accommodation? I think all of you know. You make sure that whatever basic is needed for the person to fit in the organization is done, and an equal opportunity policy. There has to be an investment as part of a culture of this of any organization, and not something you do as a marketing gimmick and a CSR operation. Because this is creating a mindset in people with disabilities mind that, and this sense of gratitude when you're working with somebody, that if I complain, if I ask too many questions, I'll lose my job. This fear is there. We did a study in 2019 for the Ministry of Corporate Affairs it's on our website where it says, disabled people, they feel they're, obliged that they have been employed and they don't raise any point, they lose a job. That's not the way. There's no, so the practice needs to change, needs to evaluate. It's more looking inwards than outside. Government jobs, reservation, again, identified jobs. Recently, you must have heard about the government of India saying that all combatant jobs, which is under UPSC, like the IPS and the other paramilitary jobs like in the BSF or ITBP and so on, will not be applicable for persons with disability. Now, not all jobs needs you to be in combatant role. There are so this mindset of where you link people with a certain kind of disability can only do a certain kind of job, then I would be sitting somewhere and making candles and not be here on your panel. You see, so this has to go away. Blind people should do music, become singers. You know, deaf people are good in serving in cafes as waiters and taking orders in hospitality industry, in housekeeping. So I think this is the practice. What is need to be done is to create this atmosphere of equal opportunity where you provide reasonable accommodation to people with disability. They should know that they are paid for the job, for the talent they bring in, for the expertise they bring in, and they're at par. We ensure that there's a culture of non-discrimination in the organization, that you don't discriminate for the person's disability, and the person's disability cannot be an excuse for you to not to perform a kind of job because you applied for it. Now, another problem that we have in our country, and I think it's also a bit global, is that you can't find disabled people when you want to hire them. So mostly, if an X company is looking for employees to hire for a X role, they'll put it out in job portals. It doesn't say that disabled people, are you a person with disability is an option, that yes, I can apply. If I apply, my resume may say that I have a disability, but that doesn't give them the good feeling that should we invite if there's a problem in the recruitment process. Also, if it is not friendly for people with disability, so there's a fear that it'll create ruckus, there'll be bad publicity. So there's no system, there's no ecosystem where people with disability from anywhere in the country, they will be able to do, given they are able to look up and live independently wherever they are applying for a job. It doesn't exist. We have the corporates or the employer have to find an NGO, and the NGO has to find disabled people, then have to train disabled people, place them. And when there's a problem with the employee while they're working, the organization will talk to the NGO, and the NGO will again talk to the employee. Anita will echo whatever I'm saying. So that's how it is. So who's the boss, you don't know. And you understand that if you are not including persons with disability in your workforce, these companies will not cease to exist in the next 20 years. They will not exist, because you look at the pandemic, how it took everybody into its disaster. We all wanted to work from home, which disabled people wanted to do from the last 20 years. And then they cited security reasons and data security and so on and so forth, that we can't allow you to work from home. But when the majority was hit, it became a norm. We are right now doing it. Okay, I'm sitting in my office, you are in your office. So how would this could be possible if we are making policies, if you're making systems which is inclusive for people with disability? That means it takes everybody along. It leaves no one behind. And it doesn't need to be rocket science to know and learn that. Now, I will not get into serious thing, but you mentioned about rights of persons with disability. The rights are very clear. The United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability, the Article 27 very clearly talks about work and employment, rights to have opportunities to work, right to be accepted in the work environment, and disability employment and so on. We have the world's most powerful disability act in the world, the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, very clearly says about promoting Section 19 talks about self-employment for persons with disability. 20 talks about non-discrimination in employment. People will get jailed if they discriminate on the basis of disability. It's compulsory for organizations to have an equal opportunity policy and register that policy with the commissioner with the disabilities office, whichever state they are in their organization, submit it regularly to the commissioner's office. And then the Section 932 talks about identification of jobs which disabled people could do. It's largely for public sector organization, which is government. And this 4% reservation, which I don't want to get into, it's something there. But what need is to popularize equal opportunity policy and the reasonable accommodation. What is the reasonable accommodation? And let people apply, saying what disability they have, what support they may need. If my turnover of my organization is, for example, 1 million rupees per year, and if I hire the person and I need to install a lift which costing me the same amount of money, it's not reasonable. But if I need to make a small ramp which will cost me 10,000 rupees, why not? If I need to widen the door of the toilet, why not? It doesn't cost me the earth. So, and that the person fits it, performs, grows, doesn't perform, goodbye. So I think this is the need, and you create systems and policy which takes everybody along, and not make disability hiring as a CSR activity. I think that's it, Vajra.
Thank you so much, Arman. I think you made some very valid points in terms of, how policies can be actually executed and not treated as a dictatorship by the sword. So that's where I think, Stefan, you come in. There's a lot of advocacy and there's a lot of execute, but also connect organizations. I'm sure you have a lot of, I don't know if you have the numbers in hand, the number of organizations from India that are listed with you. Would you?
I don't have that number readily available, but I do know that some of the biggest companies, Mahindra being one, are in our membership, and with that we also have developed or have started to develop a really strong network of partners in the community to help those businesses advance their disability inclusion objectives. By the way, Anita and Arman, I will be contacting you soon to talk about that. So bear with me. But at the end of the day, I think it's important, whether it's the community of the Valuable 500 in India, or we have another large community in Israel, the US, the UK, Japan, and a couple of other pockets around the world. In addition to establishing meaningful connections to the disability community and business disability experts to support those folks in advancing individually and as a community, it's also important to start learning from each other. In Japan, for example, there's a huge appetite from our companies there to interact and to learn from each other and develop conversations around common challenges they face. As you may or may not know, Japan is a disability employment has a law whereby companies have to have a certain percentage of their employee base be disabled employees. But some companies find that it is increasingly difficult to not only reach that number generally, but even find talent, as Arman was alluding to earlier, finding the talent that they need to fill those positions. And so increasingly, we're finding that our companies are starting to collaborate on, okay, there's a huge need to identify talent. How do we solve this? And thank you. Your email on the appreciation. So, again, it's all this work. It's so interesting. Even Microsoft will tell you, one of the biggest companies in the world, they've gotten here because it's taken a village of not just working with the disabled community and their disabled employees, but working with people, working with fellow companies to figure this stuff out. They're considered a banner leader in many of the paradigms in disability inclusion, anything from taking care of their customers right up to the data that they produce on their employee base and so on and so forth. But they got there because it takes a village. It takes a community of people to work together. And that's what we're trying to do at the 500. Again, we're very much about collaboration. We're very much about a rising tide as opposed to a few people kind of, it's much less about competition, I think, in that sense. I hope that answers your question, Varija.
No, I absolutely feel that, the more we talk about it, and something what Arman mentioned, the more we talk about it, a lot of people are just scared with with this whole space, which they think is not part of them. So a lot of policymakers and a lot of people up there, the employers, they have not got exposed to disability in direct senses, and they feel that this is a separate segment of the society, not realizing that it hits us at some point of our life. Maybe old age disability. I mean, India proudly says that we are the youngest nation today. We are the largest amount of youth in India today. Not realizing that very old and India will become the oldest nation. All of us are heading towards old age disability, or even a question. Paul, you wanted to say something.
Thank you, Varija. I just wanted to build on what Arman and Stefan have been saying. And we've got this mantra in the UK, which was developed by the disabled community within the UK. And what they say is nothing about me without me. So nothing about me without me. And that's the principle on which a lot of the equality legislation has been built within the UK. And it's a really strong principle that we try to hold as well within the NHS. And the way that we do that actually is through networks. So we have a number of, and I'm sure within many organisations that are going to be watching today, you'll have staff networks, or I think some people call them employee resource groups in the private sector. But these are really powerful groups, and certainly over the period of the pandemic, over the last 18 months, we've seen an exponential growth in the number of networks across the NHS, where every NHS has a disabled staff network in some form or another. And these networks are really, really important and really to speak to power. We talk about, speaking truth to power within the UK. And that's what we want those networks to do. So I just wanted to sort of raise that, Varija, and just sort of build on what colleagues have been saying.
So, Paul, that also brings me to my next question. That is what NHS doing in terms of inclusion in a big way. Is it NHS specific or is it UK specific? Is it the policies that are pushing or nudging you by the government, or is it an individual? Of course, NHS being a government body, what exactly is nudging your organization to work on inclusion? And even when you speak about the collection of data, it's a task to do that. I mean, I know India hasn't done that for a very long time. It's been a decade that we haven't done a census for people with disabilities. So any points there?
It's a really interesting question, Varija. And, it's really interesting for me, actually, because I didn't realize that India had this 3% quota. And the UK used to have a 3% quota around disability. This was back probably 30 years ago. We used to have a 3% disability quota. We don't have that anymore. The Equality Act took that away and got rid of it. And that's because what we realized was that if you're going to make change, if you're going to bring about change, it's got to come from the organizations themselves. I think there is a place for legislation to set a basic framework, if you like, and basic standards. But actually, real change will happen from organizations. So to answer your question, within the NHS, it's variable. So there are good organizations and there are not so good organizations. Yeah. So the good organizations really lead the way, and they'll have all the networks for all the different groups. They'll have a very clear diversity and inclusion strategy, which goes way beyond an equal opportunity strategy. It's much more about an inclusion strategy. But there will be those organizations as well, unfortunately, who probably just pay lip service to some of this, and are not so good. But those organizations will get picked up, and they will actually, they're with their shoulder, what others as well. So we are trying to encourage people to share and learn through good practice and lead by example.
I think the conversations at a massive scale, and hopefully National Ability Summit also achieves that, should be an actual nudge. And I always say that when we are talking about accessibility, and something what Arman said, it should be a matter of basic, basic infrastructure that you provide for people with disabilities. And if you don't, it should be a laughable stock. I mean, the conversations have to come to that level, unlike, the government's just coming in and putting across diktats. Anita, I'll have your thoughts on, Paul touched upon the quota system. How pro or not so pro are you for that?
I tend to, sit on the fence when it comes to this, really, because in some cases it is important that there is a reservation, especially for those people who don't understand inclusion very well and may not take the initiative to actually include persons with disabilities. But when it comes to the larger, more well-exposed companies, which have the links and which have the wherewithal to find out more about disability, about accessibility, about inclusion, about policies worldwide. Forced inclusion can never be good inclusion anyway. We shouldn't be forcing people to include. It should be a part of the corporate conscience, really, where they will include anybody who is suitable for the job, which is what I said. Again, I will come back to what I began with. As far as India is concerned, we really cannot reject you at all because you have the qualifications that that job requires. And that is how inclusion has to happen. And that is when it will be sustainable. When we have a great workforce, which employer will turn away a candidate who's going to work well? And the merit of this skilling and of this education has to be explained to persons with disabilities, to academic institutes, to trainers, to people without disabilities who are working in the sector, to understand that we need to empower persons with disabilities. Arman will also agree, nothing should be on the basis of charity, nothing at all. Whether it is education, nobody is doing anybody a favor. Finally, the taxes that we pay is what goes towards whatever it is that we do for persons who are underprivileged in our country. So if people want to ask you what is the advantage for us if we include persons with disabilities, maybe about 30-40 years down the line you will pay less taxes because you have empowered them enough to come up to the same level that you are in terms of qualifications, in terms of employment, and being contributing citizens of the country. So that is the level up to which we need to bring persons with disabilities, and for that we have to begin with very, very sound education, very sound skilling programs for persons with disabilities, so that there is no need for any sympathy or any charity to be disadvantaged. And a person with a disability does not have to feel like somebody is doing them a favor because nobody is doing that really. So everything, when things happen on the basis of merit, they're towards bringing that change.
And for that, we have to really start young.
Yes, absolutely.
We did cover that.
In fact, with my non-government organization, what I do is we begin from early intervention. Like I said, there are people who are not even aware of what disabilities they have. We have parents bringing children who can't walk, and they say, my child can't walk. My child is 6 years old, he can't walk. What did the doctor say? The doctor said he won't be able to walk again. So is it a neurological disorder? Is it an orthopedic disorder? They don't even, so we have to begin at even before zero. How do you prevent disabilities? And Arman talked about CSR and HR. I have had this also when I have tried talking to companies where you see, this is something that, this has to do with CSR, not HR. And I tell them, yes, it does. CSR has to invest in educating persons with disabilities. CSR has to invest in skilling persons with disabilities. HR has to focus on recruiting persons with disabilities. So both your departments matter. And I insist that whenever I have a session with companies, both departments, representatives of both departments attend. Because unless we fill in these gaps, HR is not going to talk about educating persons with disabilities. Let CSR talk about it. And HR should only focus on hiring persons with disability with the right qualifications, giving them all the facilities that they need to be on par with everybody else. This is a process that I personally think after so many in this space that we need to adopt. Thank you.
I think that's a brilliant point that you've made, that CS and often get the government organizations, we also get confused which department to approach. So I think that's a very valid point that, they are very peculiar in their own space, and they can contribute in their own way. And both the departments have to come together when it comes to people with disabilities. Before I wind up this session, it's been really enriching and so many takeaways, and I'm sure the audience listening to all of us here have made their notes, and we'll see a new light for people with disabilities in the space of employment. But what would be your absolute do's and absolute don'ts while hiring people? It's a do's and don'ts for employers when it comes to people with disabilities. Stefan, can we start with you?
Absolutely, do's and don'ts. So I think do is first and foremost in any disability inclusion initiative, but particularly as it relates to employment and creating a culture and creating systems and infrastructure to welcome employees with disabilities. Listen to the current employees with disabilities. That's rule number one. A lot of companies get that wrong, where they assume that their HR folks know everything, or maybe that the external partnerships that they've developed are strong enough to make a difference. I think it's critically important to listen to your employee base with disabilities, because they know, they have the experience of working at your company. They know what the experience is like. They know what is lacking, what needs to be improved upon. But they also know that, hey, here are some positive benefits about working here, and they will be your number one champions when you go out and recruit. At the end of the day, there's nothing more powerful than sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback, than hearing your employees go out and advocate for your company and recruit for your company. The don'ts, I would say, is, again, consider employers should not consider the employment equation as just a standalone. That companies need to work on all other aspects of inclusion simultaneously, and maybe it's not a full-fledged, first of all of this work takes time, right? But it's important that companies don't just stop at hiring people with disabilities and say that they're suddenly accessible or an inclusive company. They need to be looking at themselves holistically, looking at what they're doing in all other aspects of the business across all departments, and really thinking critically about how they're portraying themselves, in the greater world, how they're taking care of their customers, how they're reporting on data. We've heard a lot about data today, and something that I mentioned in the chat earlier, which is, yes, you may be hiring people with disabilities, but do they have upward mobility? Are they going to have a chance to be a manager or a director, or be a CEO one day? If you're not creating those pathways and you're just hiring entry-level people just to fill a gap, is that what we're really trying to do here? So I don't know. That's just a very high level, but I hope that that answers the question there.
I think very valid points. And especially the last point, what you made, are we just hiring people for the sake of hiring? Like Paul mentioned, Rita mentioned that we're taking a box in terms of inclusion. Are we really doing something to have them at a higher role, or something in terms of their growth, or even talking about how they are contributing to the organization? So it should not be just a tick mark. Paul, your thoughts? Absolute do's and don'ts.
Thanks, Varija. Well, definite do's would be celebrate. So celebrate difference. Yeah. So I think it's an international thing, but certainly in the UK, next week, 18th of November, is Disability History Month. So people might be familiar with Black History Month, which is celebrated quite widely, I think, across the globe. But Disability History Month is relatively new in terms of its appearance, but it's something we're going to be focusing on between the 18th of November and the 20th of December this year. We'll be doing a whole range of events across the UK to celebrate that. And that's an opportunity to do something Stefan talked about earlier. He talked about stories and the power of stories. So, I would absolutely agree with what he's saying. Listen to your staff, but more than that, allow them to tell their story as well, because stories are so powerful in terms of changing that mindset that Armin and Anita talked about. So definite do celebrate, and I think the other one is again, not to the don't would be don't fall into the trap of trying to speak on behalf of people with disabilities. Disability is a huge spectrum. There's a whole range of disabilities. And so I, as a relatively able-bodied person, would not ever try to speak on behalf of a deaf person, for example, because I just couldn't do that. And it wouldn't be right to do that. And I think we've probably tried to do that in the past in our society. And again, I think we need to move to a position where we and to have their story, really. So don't try to speak on behalf of people.
We'll try to refrain doing so, but for now we are talking on behalf of them. Thank you so much, Paul. Arman, what are your absolute do's and don'ts? Or are you still making notes?
I'm signing checks.
Oh my God, you're a rich man.
Anyways, absolute do's and don'ts. I mean, do is first look into all your policies internally. When I talk about multinational companies, corporates, small business, because there are some thousands of compliance that they file. Okay, in that all the compliance disability don't figure. So that's a big lacuna. When you are filing your compliance with ROC, you don't have to file the information that whether you have an equal opportunity policy or not. So I think very important that you first look into all your policies internally, get help from people like Anita and so on. Make them, as a culture, that the diversity, disability is part of your work culture, and you're not doing something out of
Arman, your screen is kindly note this, please. Yes, Arman. Would you like to go ahead? You just froze for a bit.
I'm audible.
Yes, now
where did you miss me?
You spoke about that we should not be doing it for the sake of doing it, and it should
Not
be as
do
part of
this jobs that X job can be done by only certain disabilities. There are companies which is known for hiring only deaf people. There are companies which is known only for hiring orthopedic people. So those needs to be done away with. As Paul mentioned, disability is a huge spectrum, and not all disabilities are visible. So we need to prepare for something like that. People come with blood disorders. People have mental health issues, and not everything ends with a ramp or a lift. So it's this when you look into your own policies, it has to very minutely look at all the sensitivities and intersectionalities of disability which we come from. So I think this is what I don't want to add a long list, because it's impossible to get it done in next 5 years or 10 years. I don't see a hope.
I know we'll keep getting you back for the elaboration of this list. I'm sure we are going to evolve in every NAS. Thank you so much, Arman. Coming to you, Anita. You made too many notes, I can see that. The list of, you'll have to unmute yourself, Anita.
Yes, I made a list of things I want to say because I've been listening to Paul speak and Arman, and so many things resonating
Stefan.
with Stefan, Paul as well. So Paul, you were talking about celebrating differences, and we have created storybooks and coloring pages for children, where every picture and every story has a character with a disability, because we want to begin conversations at that age. Unfortunately, what is happening is that we are addressing CEOs who are 40, 50 years old and trying to change those mindsets. But I truly believe that we have to begin with kids. Also, first in India and in Pune, is a park that we have created, which is an inclusive park where children with disabilities can get on a swing with their wheelchairs and, you know, on roundabouts with their wheelchairs. This may not sound like something that has to do with employment, but it is, because the other children that play with them in the park may be the CEOs of tomorrow or the HR managers of tomorrow. So I am very disappointed that I'm having to speak to people of my age and explain what disability means, what inclusion means. You know, I would want that this ends with my generation and the next generation is brought up in a more inclusive way. Conversations flow easy. Disability should be able to speak intelligently about the issues of persons with disability, because I have experienced interactions with persons with disabilities and I do understand them. Men do understand women. We have men who claim that they are feminists. So my whole outlook with Ekansh Trust has been speaking to persons without disabilities about what we are doing wrong. I do not address persons with disabilities mostly. I speak to persons without disabilities about things that we're getting wrong. So the slogan of Ekansh is awareness, acceptance, sensitization, and then inclusion. And that is the only path you can take, because many companies and schools and colleges include, and then they try to figure out what to do with the children or with the employees who have disabilities. So I think awareness must come first. And that is the primary work that I intend to continue doing with my organization, at least. Thank you, Varija, for this.
Thank you so much, Anita. I think they were brilliant points, what you made. And I really hope, and I'm with you, that, you know, this advocacy to the extent of just making people aware what disability is about, you know, even the D of disability should end generation. That comes to employment provides not only income, but also opportunities for social participation. You know, something what you said, the kids interacting at the park, you know, so employment cannot be spoken about just in isolation. Spending on systems and facilities for persons with disabilities is not for the privilege of a small minority, something what Arman spoke about. Diverse work groups develop better solutions to business challenges, something what Paul spoke about. And the organizations have to realize that individually and not be nudged by individual governments as part of strict policies. Many companies have found that the employing persons with disabilities, they have been better able to understand and serve their customers with disabilities. The research says that persons with disabilities take lesser leaves than a person without disabilities. And while we are still finding answers for infrastructural accessibilities, COVID is a boon for people with disabilities, something what Arman really highlighted it well, that, you know, it's been a demand for last many years to allow people to work from home. So go ahead and explore work for home opportunities for hiring people with disabilities. I thank this esteemed panel, the experts who have brought in so much depth to this conversation. And I hope a lot of organizations listening to us today will have a lot to tickle their brains and start working in this space. Thank you so much.
I'm very proud to be the chairman of Billion Strong. Why did we create Billion Strong? Because there's 1.3 billion people with disabilities in the world, and I think the numbers are much higher, and there's so many people with disabilities and so many people that love people with disabilities. I'm proud myself to be a person with disabilities. I have invisible disabilities, ADHD, and severe depression and anxiety. Also, I'm a mother. My daughter was born with Down syndrome. She's now 34 years old, and I'm a wife. My husband has aged into a traumatic brain injury that has led to late-stage dementia. But my family matters. We matter. I matter. You matter. And together we're so much stronger. So we created Billion Strong so we could all come together, celebrate our uniqueness, our innovativeness, our creativeness, and support each other so that together we can make sure we're all included and that people with disabilities in the future are included as well. Let's live our best, most authentic lives. Let's understand the intersections of diversity matter. Women with disabilities, LGBT with disabilities, And let's all share our authentic lived lives and be very proud of this movement. Join me in this movement, Billion Strong. That's www.billion-strong.org. Let's change the world so that it works for all people.
A very warm welcome to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Bajaj, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, whitish skin, and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a green dress today with a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and the right top corner of my screen. During the entire 2 days at the second edition of National Ability Summit, we have and will be covering various panels and extensive panels on digital accessibility, disabilityism, sports for people with disability, entertainment, employment for people with disability, accessibility transport, inclusive after community-based rehabilitation, disability policy, inclusive education, mental health, media, and yes, the list is exhaustive. But where do we start? Identifying yourself as disabled. Data. But data on persons with disabilities is hard to find in almost every country. Maybe that's the reason why India admits or settles for under 3% of its population as disabled, vis-a-vis its Western counterparts, which admit 26 to 27%. nothing will be successfully proceed. Nothing will proceed till we have the accurate data, till people with disabilities proudly identify with their identity. But is it that simple? Let's find out in this session the relevance of identity of people with disabilities. And to moderate this session, please welcome the very inspiring Deborah Rue. Deborah is the CEO and founder of Rue Global Impact, Executive Chair, Billion Strong Organization, Human Potential at Work, talk show host and co-host of Access Chat community, joining us from US. The UN President's Office invited Deborah to address the United Nations General Assembly at the Conference of State Parties in 2016. She was selected as the North American representative of UN ILO Global Business and Disability Network, US State Department Global Speaker and Ambassador since as Global Goodwill Ambassador in 2018. She has authored 3 books and is a global influencer, and the list is too long, and for sure has influenced me a lot in past few days. A very warm welcome to you, Deborah. I leave this session and I'm so looking forward to you to moderate. I hand over the baton to you.
Thank you. And what a powerful opening. So thank you so much. So my name is Deborah Rue, and I identify as she, her, hers. And also, I have a background that is celebrating Billion Strong, which we'll talk about today. And I am a white woman with brown glasses and a blue outfit with a scarf that's blue tiger, which I just thought was pretty. And I also have gray and purple hair because I figure if I'm going to have gray hair, I'm going to add some more color to it too. So I have gray and purple hair, but I also identify as a person with disabilities. I am a person that's neurodiverse. I was diagnosed very late in life, in my 50s, with ADHD. And my friends said, wow, you just got diagnosed? Everybody else seemed to know it but me, but okay. But there's some blessings with the ADHD because it makes me a hard worker and I'm obsessed about work. But it's also can cause extreme anxiety and confusion and things like that. I can push myself too hard. But I'm a mother. I'm a mother with an amazing daughter and son, and my daughter, who's the eldest child. You know, my beautiful friends were, you know, they treated it like it was a tragedy. And I didn't think the birth of my beautiful daughter was a tragedy. I thought she was born perfect, just like she was meant to be born. And she's inspired me and challenged me every day of my life. I also am a wife. My husband, sadly, was hit by a car when he was 11, very, very bad car accident, very bad traumatic brain injury. And even though he survived it, dementia came for him. So my husband sadly has dementia, Parkinson, and epilepsy. And he's, it's an interesting journey. But gosh, he's an amazing man. So that's just a few of my identities that I'm explaining. And this is what this conversation's about. And I don't think anything's more important than identity. So I just wanted to give you a little snapshot, even a little bit more of a description of how I'm identifying. And so I'm going to hope my panelists will do the same thing, because identity is a very complicated topic. So let's start with Yuval with Access Israel.
Okay, so I will start by that I'm bald with reddish face, brown eyes, wearing light blue polo, and in my background is Access Israel logo, which looks like 2 people upside down equal. Anyway, I myself a quadriplegic, a man using a wheelchair, paralyzed from my neck down due to a flight accident when I was many years ago, a young pilot. And that's me. Do I go over and tell about?
Yeah, tell them about your background though, because
Okay.
it was wonderful that you've all, lived in Israel, because after he got in the accident, I was just wondering if maybe you could, because you've done so much, but you should definitely mention that.
Yeah. So when I became, a person with disability, each one of us, we don't want to live with disability. It's not something that we want to happen. It's our face. It's our path of life. It's it. And when you actually, in my personal life, it was an accident. So you have this rehabilitation time, what's called, where you have to deal with your new status, your new way of understanding yourself. But then you have to also deal about you and how you live in with people around you. And this is a whole different game. And thirdly, you have to understand that you have to see, how do you go out of your house? How do you start living really out there? So what happened in my case, I found out that Israel was totally, and I mean totally, inaccessible. Okay, nothing. You go out of the house, no sidewalks accessible. You can't cross the streets. You can't enter stores. If you go to a restaurant, who would thought that they needed toilets for that would be accessible? No parks, no beaches, no stadiums, no theaters, nothing. Nothing is accessible. And this actually amazed me. And I said, wow, this is really how I'm going to live? And I used to tell my friend, it's not only that I got this accident and I have to live my life on a wheelchair, is that I felt like I got a bonus, which I called it a house arrest, on top of having to deal with my disability. And when I got it, that it's something that it's unbearable, I said to myself, why don't I write a letter to the president of Israel, at that time, Ezer Weizmann. And at that time was 30 years ago, so I wrote a letter by regular mail, not email, guys. And in those days, when you send a regular mail, you never know if it gets there. But actually it got there. And 2 days later, I get a telephone from the president by himself. Listen, I read your letter. I got it. And listen up. And he says, Yuval, I'm ordering you to establish a nonprofit organization. And your challenge is to make Israel fully accessible for all kinds of disabilities in all areas of life, making life accessible for the 15-20% of people with disabilities that are in the country. And at that moment, my life have changed for the second time. The first time was being injured. The second time, I understood that this is my job for the future. And later on, I will share some more stuff that I learned about identity and accessibility.
Yeah, and Yuval is a gift. He is such an impressive leader. I know that I didn't say that I also am the CEO of Rue Global Impact, and I'm so bad about talking about myself, and what we do is we work with corporations all over the world, making sure they're meaningfully including people with disabilities, as well as governments and things like that. We're also very proud to be partners with Access Israel. Love their global work, their global impact, and wait till you hear what they've done. You heard how it started, but it also shows us how one person identifying, he wasn't content to stay in the home. He didn't want to stay in the house forever. So
it's very powerful. We're going to go next to Nabil Eid, who is joining us from Syria, and very proud to have Nabil on the Real Global team and on Billion Strong team. But I'll tell you, the reason why we found him was because he is such a leader in the MENA region, and he has been fighting, despite everything that's happening in Syria, he fights for people with disabilities, especially women and girls with disabilities, and he has a real obvious place in his heart for refugees with disabilities. So his work is just powerful and has been making a difference all over the world. So Nabil, tell us who you are, a little bit about your background and why you're in the field too.
Thank you, Debra. Thank you so much. Syria, I'm Chief Strategy Officer for Billion Strong, also Chief Information Officer at True Global Impact. I'm specialist in accessibility and disability inclusion in international development. I have 25 years of experience in disability inclusion strategy. I held several positions and worked with numerous NGOs, UN agencies such as the UNDP, UNSQA, and ITU, also civil society network, government, private sector, and grassroots organization to create positive change at the global, regional, and national level. Author of 8 books about disability inclusion and ICT accessibility. E-book such as Accessible and Inclusive Library in the Smart City. It is free for download and available at Raw Global Impact website. Yeah. Also, author English and Arabic e-book under title Disability and Bridging the Digital Divide, ICT Accessibility and Assistive Technology for People of All Ability. Also, it's free and available at Raw Global Impact. I researched developing policy in the development, rehabilitation, integration, empowerment of people with disability. Working on developing innovative program and activities as training the organization approach and building an accessible environment. Addressing issue and working with other stakeholders to find the most effective solution for universal design, inclusion, and integration assistive technology into existing services. I'm stand with refugees with disability all over the world. We need to support them. I believe that imagine what we can do together. We are stronger. Together, we can make change happen.
I agree. And will you give us a physical description?
Sorry.
We want you to tell the audience what you look like. I can do it, but you probably would rather do it yourself. Very handsome hair. No. So just a physical description for the audience. And excuse me, this is Deborah Rue speaking. All right. So I know it's very interesting all this technology that we have, but Nabil is a white man with short dark hair, and he's in a very handsome gray suit with a white shirt, and proudly is displaying the Billion Strong background behind him too. And Nabil has been such a gift to the work that we're doing because we can't leave anybody out. And everybody has to be included, and so we need to make sure that people from all areas are meaningfully included. So we really appreciate Nabil. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Lamondre Pugh, CEO of Billion Strong. Tell us about yourself.
I am Lamondre Pugh. My pronouns are he, him, and his. I am a Black American. With a bald head but a full beard. I am wearing a gray shirt with a white collar, and behind me, or my background, is it's a white background with the Billion Strong written out, as well as the logo. And I'm the CEO of Billion Strong. And I am also a very proud person with a disability. I have spinal muscular atrophy, and I was diagnosed when I was 18 months old. And the result of my spinal muscular atrophy is that I'm a full-time wheelchair user, and I need assistance with all of the things that I do in life: bathing, feeding, getting out of bed, getting dressed, all of those things I need assistance with. And I lead an incredible life. And one of those reasons that I lead such an incredible life is because I've come to understand that I have to embrace all of who I am. And I have to show up in the world as who I am, not trying to assimilate, change, downplay, or change anything about me in terms of how I identify. Because what I realized is that so often we try hard to be perfect. And what I mean by that is fitting into a mold that society has said, this is how we should be, this is how it should look, and this is how we should function. When the truth is, no one can fit into that mold. So the best thing for me to do, the best way that I can really contribute to the world, is to show up as I am, who I am, and give what it is that I can. And that's why Billion Strong exists. Billion Strong is a global identity organization by people with disabilities that seeks to unite, to elevate, and to empower the global community of people with disabilities to speak with one voice and to effect positive change in the community. And I am so proud that this is the work that we're involved in. I'm so proud that we have the opportunity to really impact the community, and not just the community of people with disabilities, but as we've talked about before and we've seen everywhere, leaving no one behind. This is how we impact the world, by making certain that people with disabilities have a seat at the table, that people with disabilities, that our voices are heard and valued. The way that I got into this work was, honestly, when I turned 18, as a person with a disability, I experienced severe culture shock. I was in college and I was seeing how things were not accessible and how people were excluded, namely me being excluded from a number of different things. And I, like Yuval, felt like we've got to do something about this. And more importantly, I've got to do something about this. And so I started speaking up. And I was encouraged by other people that I saw speaking up as well. So it was never something that it was just me doing it, but I found other people who had very similar ideas and was doing something to move forward. And I joined in with that. And I realized that we're stronger together. And I'm so honored to be here today and serving on this panel. So thank you. And I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Yes, and I love that we have two people with, we have multiple people with lived experiences. I, like 80% of our community, have an invisible or hidden disability. And Yuval acquired his disability as he was living his life, and Lamondre was born with his disability. So, and we also have Fatma joining us, and she's joining us from the UAE. And Fatma, we had just started the discussions, and what we were doing was giving an introduction of who you are, but we were also giving giving a physical description of who we are for anyone that is blind or has vision loss. So the floor is yours.
Sure. Hi, first of all, I'm delighted to be here. Thank you for the opportunity, and being amongst an elite group is amazing. It's always amazing to connect with the disability community as well. My name is Fatma Al-Jassim. I'm an Emirati youth activist, with a disability activist, and I work as a volunteer on a voluntary basis as a consultant. I myself have a physical disability. I'm a wheelchair user, and I was born with cerebral palsy, CPE. I've been an advocate by default all my life, I guess. I began advocating for myself from a very young age, and then I realized that I can do it for the community, and I have perspective to share, and from there my journey has started.
And do you mind giving a physical description for the audience?
Yeah. So I'm currently, like I said, I'm a wheelchair user, and I'm currently wearing a abaya, which is like a traditional Emirati clothing. It's colored with light colors of light brown, and I'm wearing glasses and a hijab as well.
And I think she looks lovely. So welcome. So what a powerful group we have here. So, all right. So we're gonna go around and we're gonna talk. We're gonna really dig into the identity from all these different countries, which I think is so important. Once again, we see Access Israel saying accessible and inclusive, but we want to make sure every other country benefits from the work that we're doing here. So seeing that kind of leadership, it just gives me so much hope that we can finally really move forward. And I think it's very clear representation matters. And I'm going to just tell on myself right now about something. So Rue Global Impact, we're a social enterprise, a for-profit company, very proud. 90% of our team are people with disabilities, but we work with corporations trying to help them be successful and include us and all kind of other things. We also work with nonprofits, because one thing we're seeing with nonprofits and NGOs, and by the way, Access Israel can provide these kind of services as well. But I see that our community, many of our agencies, many of our DPOs, disability persons organizations, we are not accessible ourselves. And the other day I was an ambassador for someone, and I'm no longer their ambassador, but was an ambassador for a group that was doing things, but they built this great website with this portal and app. And then they said, anybody have questions? And I said, is it accessible? No, we didn't have time to do that. We'll get to that later. Oh, that's too expensive. That's too much trouble. Okay, so that's why we need leaders on talking about this, because that is no longer acceptable. And when they said that, I on the call said, well, once again, people with disabilities are the losers. We don't get to be included. Oh, well, so we can do better, but we have to make sure that we ourselves are talking about these. So you see the leadership that you've always talked about. You see Fatma talking about, she advocated for herself right away. She knew she had to. Lamondre talked about it. Nabil. So let's dig into this. So Lamondre, I'm going to start with you. Why should the community of persons with disabilities, I mean, seriously, why should they come out in pride and identity? And could we really do that globally, Lamondre?
Absolutely. First of all, I do believe that the community of people with disabilities need to be proud of who they are. Because one of the things that I think sometimes is missing is that disability is simply a natural part of the human experience. It is simply a part of diversity. Now, it is not the defining point of any one individual, but it's certainly a defining point. And it also informs my perspective of the world, just like so many other parts of me informs my perspective of the world. So to deny or to hide a part of who I am is really to deny a part of who I am. Now, why people have not identified, there's some reasons as to why. First of all, there's a lot of stigma associated with being a person with a disability. And in many cultures, it has been considered a curse. Individuals are looked at as less than, or something missing, something broken, a problem. And remember what I said. I said that disability in itself is a natural part of the human experience. So a part of why people with disabilities need to be proud of who they are as an individual is because it helps to reinforce the fact that there is intrinsic value in all of us. That because you are a person with a disability, that does not devalue you. That does not make you any less human. That does not mean that you're broken or that anything is missing. But it also does not necessarily mean that you're a superhero. It does not necessarily mean that you have special powers. It simply is a recognition that you're human. Our call to be human is not necessarily one that says everybody is exactly the same. And in order to be accepted or in order to be perfect, you have to be exactly the same. I'm a firm believer that variety is the spice of life. This is a part of my variety. This is a part of my spice. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to be able to show up in the world with all of who I am and sprinkle my spice in this sauce. After all, this is how we progress. This is how we move forward. There is value in being exactly who and what you are. So as a proud of it, I stand up for it. I didn't ask for it, but I own it. And I show up with it in a big way. So that's why I believe it's important for people with disabilities to have a sense of pride and to show up with that pride and be unapologetically who you are.
Well said, well said. I'm going to skip around a little bit. I'm going to say to the panelists, just because now that I also know a little bit more. So I'm going to go to you next, Yuval. And what we're going to do is talk about how our countries are handling it. So Yuval, I just think Israel is just doing amazing work, and not only doing amazing work, but sharing it and bringing together people from all over the world. It's very, very exciting. So tell us more about what is happening in Israel and how that is impacting us globally.
Thank you, Deborah. And this is a challenge. When we have started, as we said, nothing was accessible. And we tried to figure out how can we be effective in what we are doing. You know, in Israel, it's a small challenge because it's a small country. You know, the bigger the country, it's more complex. And the challenge is bigger. So the way of thinking is how we can be effective. And we have chosen two models to use to make our future more accessible. One, we thought of how we can make the issue of accessibility and inclusion as a business model. So we can engage leaders of organizations. And when I mean organization, I mean big, impacting, effective organization, which means government ministries, which are big and effective, which means municipalities where we all live, which are big and effective on our life, which means businesses, again, that we all consume in, and lastly, which means non-profit organization, but the big ones, which means usually health, like hospitals, and education, like universities. These four entities, kind of entities, are the biggest and most effective. And we had to figure out how we can affect them to implement accessibility and inclusion in a state where there's no legislation in those times. And there comes identity. And the way we've done it is very simple. We made this business model that is very simple, talking about that accessibility, budget. You have to look on the budget not as a just putting money out there, but as an investment that will make your business more accessible or your entity more accessible, then more people will use it. Again, we're talking about at least 15 to 20% target market. But the biggest effect was the identity. It's about me as someone on a wheelchair coming and meeting the chair of the board or the CEO of the company, or the manager coming, or Nabil is coming, or Fatma is coming. Not anyone else talking about, those 15%, I represent him. No, no more. It's about us with a disability that is being seen or hearing and talked about. It's a complex issue about the hearing disabilities. It's easier for us on wheelchairs or us that are using all kinds of assistive technologies because it's seen. But we have to be there to make the effect. I would like to ask the organizer, if they see us right now, to admit me to share a screen. So I want to show something very relevant these days that have happened. When you give me an okay about it, let me know. But the second thing that we figured out on an amazing mechanism, they can be hugely effective. And I always recommend that to all our friends in all over the world, is engaging the press. If we are able to convince the press to write about our challenges, and I don't know if I can share you this amazing secret, and I'll do that, of course. Press like bad stories, okay? They like to shame all those organizations and businesses and organizations that are not fully accessible. They totally love it. So use it. And I remember in the beginning that, as I said before, nothing was accessible. So every place we went with a camera, we used to have a picture of a wheelchair and a stair of stairs, you know, and it's in the newspapers and it's in TV shows, and you know, no organization like these kind of items, but it's a big motivators of change. So we have, when you guys are listening to this panel, you have to mentors and the leaders and people with disabilities. 2, try to find the biggest leverage that you can, the biggest impact. Talk to the managers, to the leaders. They are the real target market. And thirdly, use the press, amazing back force to make a change.
Yuval, they did give you access if you want to pull up
that's great, because I would like to show you guys.
Yeah.
Exactly something that just happened last week at the climate change UN event at Glasgow. And I'll show it, and then we'll give it a brief quick talk about it. Okay, this is, I hope you can see it, and I'm pressing play.
Climate change is already ravaging the world.
Climate change can tear us apart.
To rescue this precious planet.
To save our planet and our way of life.
To save our people and to save our planet.
Wow. My gosh, I want it. I want a copy of that.
That's powerful. That is powerful.
Wow. Oh my gosh. That's wonderful.
So that was amazing. The Israeli Minister of Energy, she's a woman on a wheelchair. She comes to this World UN event and she finds out she can't enter accessible, and she's being left out. So what she's doing, she's leveraging it. She's saying, you're not going to carry me by hands.
Thank you.
If I can't be there like everyone else, I'm not going to enter.
I agree.
And she got press that she will never even imagine anywhere else. So that is a way of using daily, inaccessible events and making our CEO says, making a lemonade out of this lemon. And so it's all about this minister, that she's on a wheelchair, to be there with all the leaders. And if she can't be, this event shouldn't occur. Because if you don't have the basic of humanity to have such in the world important event fully accessible for all, you'll never can make it equal and acceptable. Thank you.
Well, I remember when we saw that come out of the press, and it was, once again, these are very smart people, and I loved how it was used as an opportunity to teach everyone. And I love that she would not let them, I don't want to be carried up on a stage. How insulting is that? That's so insulting. So people matter, and that's why, we're just appreciative of this panel. But I'm going to go to you next, and I'm going to ask you, are younger people with disabilities finding their voices? And we're really wanting to talk about identity here. And so one time when we were talking about it recently, and by the way, billion-strong.org is a free movement. Everybody, please join it because it's for everybody. But I would just say, Fatma, that one thing that we saw was that identity. Well, I'll just tell you a real quick little story. I was saying one time too, and this involves Lamondre and Yuval. And I will say Yuval very graciously agreed to be on the board of directors for Billion Strong, and we are just thrilled. But when I was first going to start it, I'll just talk to Fatma. I was going to be the CEO at first. And then in my head, I knew that Dr. Lamondre was the right choice. But I thought, well, I'll start it, get it going, and then I'll do it. And Yuval said to me, quote, "Oh, good. Another white woman that doesn't look like she has a disability is going to start a disability organization." And I'll tell you, it hurt my heart a little bit. It hurt my heart, but I thought, I'll be darned, I think he's right. I think he's absolutely right. It is representation matters. It should be a CEO that I don't have to tell you I have a disability. I'm proud to tell you I do, but and then, so we are very grateful for Yuval, and it's just, he's right.
It was all a conspiration between me and Lamondre.
Right, and it just so happens that Yuval is so gentle.
Well, you know what? He was right, though, and I think it's very important. And Dr. Caroline Casey and I say this all the time. Sometimes we have to give up our seat at the table, and somebody's like, "No, just put another chair up." Well, there's only a certain amount of chairs around the table, and if we, as leaders that love this community but maybe don't look like we have a disability, aren't giving our seats up, so that Fatma's and Lamondre and Yuval's and more of us, one gentleman said to me one time, "Deborah, when you go up on stage, you got to tell people disability is the topic." He said, "When I come on the stage, everybody knows disability is on the topic today." So representation matters. So speaking of that, Fatma, as a young woman, do you think your peers are finding their voices around the world? And is there a danger of your peers coming out? I had a young woman say that to me one time. She's like, "Yeah, but what are you going to do to protect us?" Well, what do you mean? At some point, do we have to be brave? Let me turn it to you, Fatma.
Well, first of all, let me say it's a journey. It's a journey of the older generations started it, and at some point you need to help us to empower us and give us the space to continue the journey. So speaking of identity and pride, I think another layer of pride that I personally think about when it comes to disability is that when you're out and when you're out there and you're representing the community, you whether what kind of disability you have, it doesn't matter, but you kind of inspire younger generations, and you can inspire a young girl or a young boy to continue because they can see themselves. Like, for example, when I was very young, little, I did not have that representation in my like in my area, in my region, and the world in general. I think we've passed a lot of representation checks right now with all the movies and the Oscars paying attention to disability, for example. So there's always a layer of inspiring younger generations that we are able to achieve, and that, for example, sports are not the only option, because there's a misconception of disability. It's always associated with the sports, for example, and the posters and everywhere. It's not to discourage, I'm not talking about it because I want to discourage athletes and Paralympics, but by all means, they're phenomenal. But it's always an important idea that you don't have that single story and repetitive story, that it's not the only option. So talking about especially young women or younger voices, I think with the help of social media, with the help of technology, those platforms give freedom and liberty for younger voices to voice themselves and to bring themselves a seat on the table. I think this is like with technology that we have with the social media, a lot of things have changed, and that's the positive side of social media, I think.
That was very powerful. I know that, and I'm not a young woman anymore. I'm in my 60s now, but when I was a young woman, I was often told to pretty much just be quiet, shut up, sit down, and let the adults talk in the room. For a long time, I was treated that way probably into my early 40s. And so, but now, I will be honest, Fatma, I am finding some of the greatest advice and strategy coming from the younger generations. I mean, really young. So I'm very, very hopeful, and we're really glad that you are advocating for yourselves. I just want to say you're a really beautiful speaker too. Before I turn it over to Nabil, because I want to ask a really serious question to Nabil, Lamondre or Yuval, did y'all want to come in and make any comments? I say you, Lamondre, from the identity, but also Yuval, I know that Fatma's joining us from the UAE, and I know that y'all have engaged with the UAE with some of the innovations. We're seeing innovations coming from MENA. We're seeing them. So I didn't know if you wanted to comment on that as well, but let me give it to you, Lamondre, and then I'll hand it over to you, Yuval, and then we're going to go to Nabil.
This is Lamondre. I agree so much with what Fatma said, particularly about seeing other people who looked like you or maybe who was in a similar situation to you. When I was a child, growing up with a disability, I didn't see very many people with disabilities where I grew up. And it wasn't until I saw a man with a disability driving a car that my world, boom, opened up. I didn't realize that was a possibility for me. I didn't realize people who were like me could do that. And even though I don't drive today because of some weakness in my arms, the possibilities that I saw represented in him that day opened up the world for me. So I think it's important for young people in particular, but all people honestly, to see different people doing different things. This is why I believe it's so important to identify, because it changes the narratives in our heads. It changes the narrative of what is even possible for us. And when we can change that narrative, when we can get control of that narrative, that gives us a hope and that gives us a power that before we did not have because we didn't even realize we had it. So what Fatma just said, I think is crucial and critical, especially when we talk about identity and truly leaving no one behind. So thank you for sharing that. And I believe that is a very powerful piece of the puzzle.
Yeah, I think I'll follow up your Fatma and it works both ways. On one way, it empowers us, people with disabilities, to be out there and go and dare and, live our normal life like others. But it also works about people that are not aware about people with disabilities. The more they see us, the more they understand this is part of life. And something good is happening and a lot of improvement about it. And Fatma talked about the Paralympians, and we just had this international webinar about accessibility inclusion and their effect of the Paralympic effect on that, is that we see more and more in commercials, see more and more awareness campaigns, we see more and more Paralympics on TV. So the more we see, the more it's out there, the more the 20% are out there daily from the high-end profile of movie industry, and Paralympians and leaders like ministers and others, then the more, again, it's all about, I'm so happy about the initiation of Being Stronger, because the more we talk about it, we understand that this is the core. It's actually the core of everything. You can try to do this, employment, tourism, everything. You try, everything work right. But what is the core? The core is identity. And if everyone will understand that we are there, it's normal. It's, don't be, we are people. This is our way of living. Okay. Unfortunately, whatever you look at. But the more we see that, I think that would be great. And I want to close by saying that, Fatma, we're looking forward to see you in the expo. And around the beginning of December, we're going to be there. I'm going to invite you to some participation there. And we're looking forward again to work on identity and technology. Every best practices that all of us have, we have to share it. We have to share it because it's it's a great panel because we all do it. It's not a job for us.
Right.
It's our mission. It's our mission of life. And if you just second think, how many of us advocates, accessibility leaders have in the world, it's probably tens of thousands. And if we by Billion Stronger, join together and empower it and make a ripple effect, I'm very optimistic about our future.
I am too. I'm getting very optimistic. And, you know, part of identity, of course, is, you know, we have to identify ourselves as we're talking about, but we know that in a lot of countries, the numbers aren't correct. We talked about that early on. I mean, 3% in India, that's ridiculous. You know, so I look forward to a time when countries are doing census and including us in more meaningful ways there. So we know what the true numbers are. But in the meantime, we can honor ourselves. We can, you know, we can honor Fatma when she joins the conversations and then immediately start including her in other conversations. So we're stronger together. You've all said that so graciously. I just think so much of Yuval. He is a great mentor to me.
A very warm welcome to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Summit, an initiative by Varija. I'm an Indonesian woman with brown eyes, wheater skin, and long brown straight hair. I'm wearing a green dress today with a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and the right top corner of my screen. During the entire 2 days at the second edition of National Ability Summit,
of physical or mental barriers. Adding to this challenge situation, community coping mechanisms such as extended family and neighbors are often destroyed during conflict and displacement. This leaves many civilizations with disability vulnerable and with no assistance. I visit refugees with disability in neighbor country. In refugee situation, people with disability are particularly vulnerable, as I mentioned, without independent mobility. Families fleeing danger may be forced to abandon them, exposing people with disability to more health and safety risks and reducing their chance to survive. Since people with disability in refugees camp among the most hidden, neglected, and socially excluded of all displaced people today.
So Nabil, I agree with you. I think, you know, when people are fleeing from their lives, no matter why, if it's, you know, war, if it's earthquakes, if it's volcano, you know, a lot of people are going to get injured and hurt along the way, not to mention post-traumatic stress disorder with the mental health issues. So it's just something it's something that's very near and dear to Nabil's heart. It's something he's always talking about, talking to the UN about, trying to come up with solutions and reminding us all that we have to be brave, and we have to be brave enough to come out and identify, but also make sure that we are identifying for ourselves, for our brothers and sisters in other countries. So speaking of that, Lamondre, how should this all work when it comes up to the intersections? Because once again, when we're talking about the refugees or any community of people, you have all these intersections. You have, for example, women being a minority group. We're not a minority group. There are more women in the world than men. We're the majority. We're treated like minorities. But besides that, and of course, it's impacting our refugees too. So let's shift that to that.
Absolutely. This is Lamondre. This topic is so important, particularly when we start talking about intersections, when we start talking about the other identities that exist within the community of people with disabilities. And the reason that I think this is so important, because traditionally, when we talk about abilities, it's almost like we cease to become complex. We only become identified with the disability, and that's it. as if the fact that I'm now a person with a disability, that I'm also not a black man anymore, or that I'm not male anymore, or that I'm not a Southerner anymore. Well, the truth is, I am all of those things. And as I mentioned earlier, my disability is not the defining point of who I am, but it's certainly a defining point, and it does inform my perspective of the world, just like all of those other identities that I identify with that are a part of who I am. So we have to begin to embrace all of who we are. In fact, I think that that has been a part of it, a part of the struggle and a part of the issues that people with disabilities have faced has been the fact, a denial of the complete human. The fact that we all have this experience, that we're all living through this process of life. And so I think that in order for us to really amplify our voices, in order for the world to really see people with disabilities as people, we have to show up. We have to show up in every area of our lives as complete and whole. If the only time we ever show up is when we're talking about access, if the only times we ever show up is when we're talking about issues that exclusively focus on the disability community, then we're missing a whole part of life. When we talk about the seat at the table, we're not just talking about the disability table. The situation that happened with the Minister of Energy, Karina Alhera, I believe is how you pronounce her name. The situation that happened there really is a prime example of how the needs and how the inclusion of all people are great to talk about, but in practice, how do we make that look? How do we make that a reality? So here's the thing. Not only is she a person with a disability, but she's a person with a disability with an expertise on energy. She's a person with a disability who is an actual governmental official who has something to say and has weight and has a valuable part of this conversation that needs to be said. So recognizing those intersectionalities actually helps to reduce the concept of ableism and open up people to realize that, as you've all said earlier, people are people and we're just people, but we're people who deserve to have our voices heard and demand a seat at the table. So intersectionality is so important.
I agree. Well said. Well said. I know that we're almost out of time and we could go on in it because this is such a complicated topic. But at the same time, we are certainly seeing a lot of progress because of leaders like the people that are on this panel. And so the last question I have for all of you is, how what do you think the biggest concerns with identity are in your country and in other countries? I mean, I know that there are some countries where if you identify, for example, as a person that's a homosexual, you could be killed. So, identity means different things in different places. And so I was just curious if we could just talk a little bit about what does it mean? Do you find, Yuval, for example, we'll start with you. Do you find that in Israel that people are becoming, with all of the efforts that you're making proudly to make sure that Israel is accessible to everybody, are citizens with disabilities coming out and identifying?
Well, it's you always have those complex questions. Very deep questions. You are the greatest moderator ever, and so it's challenging to answer. I'm not sure I have an answer for that question, but it's definitely the challenge that we have to face, and we have to figure out how we are effective in being there, in identifying us more and more. And we should probably use every technique ever. Yes, I see that the same challenges also in other minorities and other culture movements that are out there. How to be out there and to be hugged and acceptable and embraced and equal by everyone. I would like to go on that issue maybe to one of the places that we should deal with it, and this is education. I think, and I would like to start by that I saw, I think a few months ago, and I was pretty happy about it. I saw that a game of a kids game of a bus, a regular American bus, but the school bus was also with a wheelchair ramp and with a accessible sign, and it came also with diverse users of the bus, which are black and white and others and women, and also wheelchair user. And that for me was a game changer, because I think that if our kids will grow up with games that people with disabilities are in those games, and they'll see those TV and game shows that they see on TV that will include identified people with disabilities. And then when they'll go to school, they'll see kids with disabilities with them in every class with all kinds of disabilities. And then, and on and on and on. And so when I said education, I mean education that's starting from the parents. Later on, of course, education in garden schools and more. But I think this is something that we should empower or advertise more, the importance of, just see it as simple as that.
Yeah, well said. And Yuval, I know that we're going to be out of time. So I also want to tell the audience that Access Israel puts out amazing webinars almost every single month. And so if you don't know about Access Israel, they're a wonderful resource. They're constantly educating, as he just said. So it's a wonderful resource. So Yuval, will you tell the audience how to find Access Israel?
accessisrael.org, that's it.
Very easy. So, all right, cool. All right, Bill, I'm going to come to you. How do you find it? If you want to answer from Syria throughout MENA, and I know that Fatma is going to talk about the UAE, but do you think that people are ready and wanting to come out and identify, and could there be any barriers to that?
Yeah, Libra, when we are working together to improve the quality of life for people with disability at local, regional, and global level, and when we focusing on disability, ability, and identity for global unity, I think partnerships are important in every country, in every region. I will give you an example. MENA regions, when we launched the Billion Strong movement, we got a strong response from all the countries in the Middle East and North Africa. Yeah, we have now 22 countries, and we have a 22 country partner. What does this mean? This reflects the great interest and desire to work to improve the life of people with disability in MENA region. I think partnership will help unit, educate, empower people with disability both from an identity and economic standpoint. So it is vital to offer opportunities where people with disabilities in MENA region, in Asia, in Europe feel interested and supported and can learn about the positive experience of others with disability. As I mentioned, Billion Strong as an example is an identity movement that says people with disability are strong. And if you don't see it, they will show you. Thank you.
Well said. And Nabil, will you tell people how they can contact you?
Yeah, a lot of people. Yes, we have a lot of people contact, and we have a global advisor, we have a volunteer from MENA region, we have
But I mean
members.
you. Yeah, I mean you're on LinkedIn. You can find Nabil on social media. I mean on Twitter, Facebook, all of them, right? At Nabil EID. So I highly recommend following him because he puts out some really rich content. So thank you, Nabil. Fatma, let's hear from you. I mean, you said you came out very early. You talked about you owned your identity right away, which I applaud. Do you find that other people are doing it in the UAE and in other parts of the world that you're watching?
Well, in the UAE, especially because we have a top to bottom approach. So if when the leadership believes in something, let's say the inclusion sector and how it is important, especially with the level of diversity we have in the UAE, because we have more than 208 nationalities living with us in harmony. When the leadership believes in something, when a strategy like the national strategy for empowering people with determination or people with disabilities, we call them people with determination in the UAE. That strategy or that policy translates to the people. And the beauty of when this happens is that because when you have a national strategy that is translating, for example, we have today Expo 2020, which is the government made sure that it's the most accessible expo in the world. Talking about this, make with all of the services and support that the government is trying to roll out, and I think from that point, people with disabilities can really own their identity, because they feel that they are not only accepted, but they're recognized as vital participants of the society. Their role is vital, and their view is heard. So I think all of those aspects play a crucial role in this. But looking beyond that, the UAE is leading the region in that regard. And what we in the UAE are attempting to do is that when we have a mechanism or tools in place that we can use for data collection, for example, we make sure that they're available in Arabic, because as you know, we have like the MENA region mostly speaks Arabic, and in the Arab world, one of the key challenges that we face in terms of identification and data collection is that we lack tools that are translated in Arabic language, for example, or Arabic tools. And what's important here is not only taking standardized or international scheme and implementing it, but making it your own is always important. To make it culturally responsive and to make it sure it fits your own country, and that's why some of the challenges and the solutions that we are looking at in terms of identity.
And Fatma, are you on social media if people want to reach out to you?
Yes, I at social media. My handle is Fatma M.A. Jackson, FATMAML Jackson, and my website is.
Great. Do you have a website too? Excellent. And really, really powerful point sessions we're seeing there, because we are definitely seeing innovations happening in the UAE and a lot of the MENA countries as well. And I just warmed my heart because you've all mentioned this before, but their politics, our governments dislike each other, whatever. But I love that Access Israel is right there working with the UAE. And it's like, and also with Billion Strong, Fatma brought up such a good point. So much of these conversations are happening in English. So if you don't speak English, English is a major barrier. And so one thing that we've committed to do at Billion Strong, as Rue Global is help building it, is present the information in multiple languages. So the first language we did, because that's the only language I know, is English. And then Nabil insisted on being in Arabic. And then we're getting it in Russian and Spanish and Italian. And of course, our amazing partners in Access Israel is helping us put it in Hebrew, because we want to make sure any of these barriers can be broken down. There's just so many barriers for our community. Lamondre, let me give you the last word, and maybe you could tell us how people can join Billion Strong. Is it free to join? Is it just for people? I'm giving also how can people find you and find out about one more thing. If any of y'all know, and I hope you're following and honoring the International Paralympic created We the 15, hashtag We the 15. Fatma, you were talking about athletes, and it's a powerful, powerful organization, and we are very supportive of We the 15. We're very proud that personally we work with the International Paralympics. So once again, no competition. We don't have competitors. We're all in this together. We're stronger together. So Lamondre, let me give that over to you.
Oh, absolutely. And that was a beautiful segue. When we talk about identity, I believe that identity is a two-way street. It is not only how the world sees you and how the world identifies you, but it's also how you see yourself. And what our mission, what our goal, one of our core values with Billion Strong is to help develop a positive disability identity. Again, in that two-way street, how the world sees people with disabilities and how people with disabilities see themselves. This, as you've all said earlier, is mission work. This is my life's work. This is a part of that purpose that I talked about, and that people with disabilities have value. And I think it's important for all of us to realize that we're in this together. This is not people with disabilities just saying, hey, look at me, and it's only about me and it's for me. No, it is so that people with disabilities can interact with the world and help to solve the problems that exist in the world, and to enjoy what it means to be human without barriers, without exclusion. This is why Billion Strong exists. And Deborah asked the question, is this just for any people with disabilities, or can anyone be a part of this? Everyone can be a part of this. Why? Because we're in this together. We always look at, and there are terms that we use. We look for terms of people with disabilities or allies and accomplices. I look at it this way. This is an identity movement that's by and for people with disabilities, but that also includes people who love people with disabilities. That also includes people who support people with disabilities. That also includes people who love the planet. That includes people who want equal and equity, who wants equity in this world, to make this world more equitable. So, if you are those people, then Billion Strong is for you. The way you get in contact with us is by going to our website. We are billion-strong.org. That's billion-strong.org. And you can join the movement. And it's free. It doesn't cost you anything to become a part of the movement. But even though it doesn't cost you anything to be a part of the movement, I guarantee you, you will gain immeasurable from being a part of Billion Strong. And I want you to understand something. This is different. This is different. We live in a different time, and so this is a different way of thinking. This is a approach. This is a different solution. This is a movement. A movement, yes, to move people with disabilities forward, but the overall theme of it really is a movement to move humanity forward. So please, go to our website, join the movement, figure out if you want to volunteer, figure out if you want to donate, share it, do whatever you can to become a part of the movement. And if you want to contact me personally, my social media handles are Lamondre Pugh. You can catch me on LinkedIn at Lamondre Pugh, on Twitter, Lamondre_P, Facebook, Lamondre Pugh, and wherever you just type that name and I'll pop up, I promise you, somewhere on there. But again, I want to thank you for allowing this platform to be had, and just let's pull together. As you've all said earlier, we are stronger together, and that's how we're going to change things. So thank you.
Well said. Well said.
Luckily, we have only one Lemandre.
I know. It's just, how do you compete with that? So it's like, wow. But I just think, as we all said, there's a lot to be hopeful about. And we're talking about building back better. Let's build better is not good enough if we're all being left out. It's just not good enough. So why did we create Billion Strong? We did it because, as you all said, we have to have the identity, because Dr. Caroline Casey, and we all supported her, created the Valuable 500 with the World Economic Forum. So we have 500 multinational corporations committing to meaningfully include us. We got to come out. We got to come out with pride. I am proud to be a woman with disabilities. I'm proud of my daughter. I'm proud of my husband. Let's be proud of ourselves, and let's stop letting other people say that people don't matter, because that's not true. Fatma matters. Nabil matters. Jasmine matters. Lamondre matters. Yuval, Rosemary. Fatma, our Chief Accessibility Officer of Billion Strong and Rue Global, also has cerebral palsy, and she's nonverbal, but she's one of the brightest women in the world with accessibility. So let's show what we got here. Join us. Let's show what we got. And please support Access Israel. Please, we're all in this together, but we got to help each other. No one gets left out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. What a brilliant and a powerful session. And something what Lamondre said, we are in this together, not just people with disabilities, but also people who are just temporarily able and don't have any other choice but to be part of this. And I really loved what you all spoke about, and I resonate with him, because my kids are constantly on the screen and on the video games. And if at least in India, the concept of accessible video games is nil. And I think that's where we catch them young. I absolutely loved what Fatima spoke about. You're not just living for your own self. You don't know how many people you're inspiring behind you. Thank you so much, Fatima, for this. And, it makes us just far more responsible and get out of our own zones and our own cocoons, and our own modes of sympathies, and realize that we are actually inspiring and leaving behind a legacy. Thank you so much, Deborah, for brilliantly moderating it, and Nabil for, bringing in the entirely different perspective of refugees. I mean, that's a very, very vulnerable state, and I can totally relate to what you said. But Deborah, you're a star. The more I'm getting to know you, the more I'm loving you. I'm seeing that on the screen, and I think it's just what you leave behind with the people. Probably you're not realizing the legacy that you're leaving behind you. Thank you so much for doing all that.
I shared, I'm co-convener of National Ability Summit, and I have wheatish skin and very big eyes, at least I think. My hair is in a bun, and I'm wearing a polka dot dress with a yellow sweater. Now the real juice and the meat and the potatoes of disability. Why is it so important, the topic of digital accessibility? Well, NAS, as the disability sector, can share their learning curves through concrete action points that can take forward the world to a collective level. And it's extremely difficult to deny that digitalization has come into our radar in a very big way, mostly because of COVID-19. Digital accessibility has provided greater access to people with and without disabilities. But there are spaces that are grappling with their own challenges of becoming digitally accessible. So that's why at NAS, we feel it's really important to connect with leaders around the world that are pushing this envelope on disability inclusion through digital accessibility. And Shilpi Kapoor is one of those people. She's the moderator for this panel, and I'm amazed to hear that, Shilpi's got over 20 years of experience focusing and implementing accessibility for customers worldwide. And she wears many, many hats. The founder of Barrier Break, 247 Accessible Documents, and Newshook. And she's on the board of some amazing non-for-profits that advocate and promote digital accessibility, like ICT. Shilpi's even won new awards, many impressive lists, such as the top 15 women transforming India, and was one of the top 2 most powerful. Hi, Shilpi.
Hi, Krishna.
So I'd love for you to do an image description of yourself and then answer this one question. So you are working with Barrier Break and you're connecting with people around the world, but how are you doing it? Are you doing it at a policy level, a governmental level? Are you doing it at an advocacy level? Can you tell us more about how you're pushing that envelope of digital accessibility around the world?
Thank you for having me here, Varija and Grishma. Happy to be a part of National. So just to give a little bit of background about what Grishma asked me, and what is the work that we do within Barrier Break. So what we tend to do is we look at accessibility from the lens of advocacy policy, but more from the lens of sustainable business models. So we provide services globally to customers that as a company are very rooted in doing advocacy and policy within innovations like GC. That's really a little about, when I introduce my panel now, that's what I'm really, really waiting for.
Yes, let me pass the baton to you. Thank you so much.
Fabulous. So today I have, 2 amazing colleagues from across the globe that I'm going to be speaking to. Leonie is somebody that I have always looked up to. Leonie, I don't think I've ever said this to you, but she is this amazing person who went on to start an organization called Tetralogical. But I think the first time I ever heard of Leonie was, in the web standards world and for her work at W3C. So Leonie, I am so happy to have you here. And I love what you've done with Inclusive Design 24, ID24, the conference that you co-host and co-moderate. And I'm looking forward to this conversation. So Leonie, do you want to just introduce yourself and your visual introduction before we move on to
I will do. I have pink hair that today is class black and I'm color coordinated with your sari, maybe. I'm in my usual outfit of black jeans, boots, and I'm very colorful when it comes to my clothes, I'm afraid to. And I'm in
this. With Leonie, we've got Neil Milken. Neil is somebody who, again, is a dear colleague from the UK. Neil is the VP, Global Head of Accessibility at ATOS. Neil is somebody who is working to ensure the world is a better place by delivering better technology for ATOS's customers and their staff. Somebody that I admire for the way that he has managed to link business with accessibility and to get organizations to look at accessibility seriously. Lovely to have you here, Neil. Would love for you to describe yourself.
Excellent. So yes, I'm Neil. I'm a middle-aged white male with a close-cropped beard, a typical English disregard for orthodontistry, and I have blue eyes and a stripy jumper, which I realize is probably not the best thing for video effects, because I can see it's strobing.
Well, with that amazing description, let's move on. Leonie, how did you get started? I know your personal journey a little, but I think we would hear you.
Thank you. Got to accident, which sometimes sounds a little strange for people who know me, because I began my career just around the time the web was new, and I was a web designer at the time, but then I lost my sight just at the turn of the century. And the logical sort of thought process is that because I lost my sight, accessibility became important. That's what turned it into my career. But it was actually because while I was still trying to get the hang of life as a blind person, I had started to learn how to use my computer again. And I responded to an email from a very new company who said, we've just built our first website for our first customer, but they don't have enough money to do proper usability testing. So if there are any screen reader users out there who could give us, some feedback on this website, we'd be grateful. And I remember thinking, well, I used to be a web designer and I'm definitely a screen reader user now. So sure, why not? And that was a company called Nemensa, who have since become and remain a very influential organization in the accessibility space. And one of the things they were interested in was accessibility. And through that conversation, I realized that this thing called accessibility existed, and kind of really got the bug for wanting to make things better, easier for people to use.
Wow, that's quite a journey. So it's interesting that people very rarely know these things about us, right? And why we get started. Neil, what about you? How did you land up at ATOS and all the other places that you've been at?
So I fell into accessibility, like I think most of our generation did, because it didn't exist when we were at school. I've been playing around with assistive tech for about 20 plus years now. I started off working for an organization supplying assistive technology for people with dyslexia. And then about 10, 11 years ago, I ended up working for Siemens, which then bought Atos, which was bought by Atos, working on the BBC account, providing assistive tech and accessibility support. And I've spent the last decade or so trying to embed accessibility and inclusion and practice and policy, etc., into our organization and doing the same across our customers. And I stayed working for big business because it's a way of leveraging the scale of these organizations to try and make change.
Interesting. So it's interesting that all of us somehow chanced on accessibility. I hope the new lot of people are actually trained in it, so they can hopefully jumpstart some of what we weren't able to do, which brings me to you, Leonie, and web standards. I think all of us have agreed that, web standards is the base for building on accessibility, but it's not the end goal only. It can go way beyond that. So would love to hear from you on how do you see web standards? And I think you were one of the first people, with Steve Faulkner and Andrew Arch and all, that entire group of people who started to focus on web accessibility. So would love to hear about that journey.
Thank you. So accessibility has always been important at the W3C. In fact, it was one of their earliest areas of activity, thanks to Mike Paciello, who was one of the architects of the Web Accessibility Initiative, Judy, first director. But actually, WCT board very seriously. All of its standards are reviewed for accessibility, privacy, security, all those important kind of horizontal perspectives. And that's one of the reasons I've continued to be active at the W3C, is because every single specification goes through that review for accessibility. It's a practical thing. Sometimes, it succeeds, sometimes it doesn't work quite so well, but the intent is definitely there. So, whether it's CSS or SVG or some of the new JavaScript APIs that are coming out, everything gets that review. And I think that's really important. The more we can try and make accessibility part of the standards, the tools that people are using to build things, it's another piece of the puzzle. And I think it's an important one. It's not the only thing, of course, but like I say, it's a piece of the puzzle.
True. But it's also interesting that whenever we talk about accessibility, very often the other standards don't always get talked about. And it's amazing that you mentioned that so clearly, right? And, Neil, so when you take it to business, how does web standards, link into businesses like ATOS and within the delivery mechanism?
Well, pretty much everything is delivered through a browser. So if we want to deliver accessible services to our employees and to our clients, we have to be taking into account web accessibility standards. Yes, there are taken into account, but more experience of standards, and particularly the work of the Web Accessibility Initiative, is tremendously important and impacts on all organizations that we work with.
Right. So Neil, if I was to ask you, and there has always been this thought process that the web standards only relate to visual impairment or screen reader users. And there has always been that myth or that disconnect that has been there. And within that conversation, I want to bring in neurodiversity into the play. So how do you look at inclusion and people with disabilities from your lens?
So yes, firstly, I have skin in the game because I am neurodivergent. I have dyslexia, ADHD. Those impact how I view the world, how I use and experience technology. I think that there has been a challenge in the understanding of the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines intent. It was never the intent of WCAG to be exclusively for screen reader users or keyboard users. If you look at the underlying principles, it's the core principles: perceivable, operable, understandable and robust. And understandability is key to cognitive accessibility. So I think that it's always been in there. They just tended to be in the bits that everyone ignored, which was the AAA sections, the bits that were too hard to do. So, and to a certain extent, some of that's still true, because actually cognitive accessibility and neurodiversity is really wide. It's also really, really diverse, and we have opposing needs. So it makes it really hard to make stuff that is really sort of measurable and therefore testable. So some of those things make it more difficult. It doesn't mean that the intent is there to exclude neurodivergent people. Far from it. There's been work ongoing for a long time. I think that it's an interesting time to be looking at this, because we are now nearly 2 years into a completely changed way of working, where people have been forced to work from home, change how they interact. And many of the things that were impactful for neurodivergent people are now also impacting the wider working population. So there is suddenly this sort of great awakening as to sort of cognitive load and overload and so on, and sort of fragmentation of messaging and all of these kind of things. So I think that there is a new recognition of the importance of design and information architecture that is coming back around. So I think that these kind of things are really, really important for neurodiversity. I think that there is still an awful lot in how we can be technically accessible and still in it. A lot of it is around visual design and signifiers and allowing people to understand the affordances that are in the technology. And so if we don't make stuff clear, then people aren't going to be able to use it. So one of the biggest challenges is the design trend of minimalism, because it essentially minimizes the number of people that can use your tech. As soon as stuff disappears from menus, so as soon as I don't have visible buttons and a flow and something to remind me that the feature is there, I am lost. And millions of people like me are lost. So the challenge for designers and for people creating technology is, how do you make stuff obvious and visible when you have thousands of features and lots of different permutations? So I'm not saying that this is easy, but how you present that information in a contextually relevant way really impacts on cognitive accessibility, and therefore, but also usability for the vast majority of our population.
That's interestingly said. I love the approach that you've taken of the minimalist approach, and how that might have challenges per se. And the world is surely shifting in the way that it's looking at things. So Leonie, when you look at, and you've been working in web accessibility for a long time, and specifically also being a screen reader user yourself. So how do you look at, explaining to the world that accessibility is about cross-disability, and, how do you get them to understand that, from your perspective?
I tend to try and approach it with a bit of a joke almost. I often say to people, yes, I'm a screen reader user, but no, I am not the poster child for accessibility. Because you're right, for too many years, and still now, if you ask someone about accessibility, the first person they'll think of is a screen reader user. So I do very often now just make the point, quite clearly up front. Yes, I'm one of the people, but I'm by no means the only sort of people. A number of the audience point out people who are neurodivergent, have cognitive disabilities, that there are many more people in that particular group or set of groups than there are in screen reader users. Other than that, I just try and keep, every time I talk to someone, demonstrate something, talk about accessibility, I try not to think of it in terms of my own disability, and just reference other needs, other things that people benefit from. And just by repetition, more than anything, keep trying to reinforce the message that there's an awful lot of people out there with an awful lot of different requirements, and we need to do our best to think about all of them if we can.
So, when we look at 1 billion+ people with disability worldwide, and we all get asked this question of where is the business case for this, right? There is a latest report, I think it's by Forrester, if I'm not mistaken, which talks about the accessible design business requirements, right? And how businesses are going to now start working with organizations that are looking at inclusion from a design perspective. So when you hear something like that, what goes through your mind, and what are you hoping for the future of tech?
I'm waiting for the day when we stop asking for a business case for doing this, to be honest with you, and it just becomes part of the cost of doing business.
Yeah, I totally view. So, and if that's how often start to look at it. So, what do you?
Oh, that's an awfully big question. The future of tech generally around accessibility, I think voice is going to become much bigger. Not just from an accessibility point of view, but just generally. Although, of course, some people do find interacting through speech and conversation difficult if you can't either speak or hear the other side of the conversation. That represents problems. But for lots of people, a conversation is a much easier form of interaction than trying to remember gestures on a touch screen or keyboard commands, or even, you know, how to get around an operating system using a mouse. So I suspect we will see more and more of that. I also think we're going to see more artificial intelligence, or at least machine learning, coming into play. We're seeing it creep into assistive technologies like screen readers, for example, where you've got, you know, image recognition capability. We're seeing that in browsers too. So I think bit by bit, those two things we're going to start to see more and more of in tech generally, but also within the accessibility space.
What also leads us to think that with all of this, you know, machine learning and artificial intelligence, is accessibility becoming more ubiquitous with mainstream technology? And what's your opinion on that aspect?
For me, yes, I think it is very much becoming part of, we can call it that, in accessibility. And I'm sure you'll both have, you know, memories of this yourselves. You know, text-only websites were the answer to accessibility for a long time. We'll just take out all the pictures and we'll make the text really simple, and that'll solve the problem, right? And now, you know, I happened to go and look in my iPhone settings the other day, and there's just so much they've done, you know, in a mainstream device that you can adapt it, customize it, change it, personalize it, you know, and in ways that are really beneficial from an accessibility point of view. And I think that's, you know, one extreme to the other. We've now got devices that millions of people have got in their pockets that, you know, right in the very design of the device is a whole bunch of customization that can be done around the idea of accessibility. And, you know, the lines have been blurring for a long time. You know, as a screen reader user, I like things that speak to me. I now have, you know, a home assistant device that can do something pretty similar in a different mode. So people are getting used to, you know, that conversational interface. People who've been using speech recognition for mobility disability reasons, that's the other part of that more and more people are getting used to doing now. So yeah, I think we are starting to see it really coming together into a whole that you can't pick apart, really.
I keep, somebody asked me within Barrier Break, what do you see the future of Barrier Break? I said, I'm waiting for the day that we don't exist as a company.
Yes.
Right? I think we all keep saying that to each other, right? We're waiting for that day, but we don't exist. But I think it's interesting to see that progression, right? And you know, Neil, from your perspective, right, when you know, talk about technology getting so much accessibility support now inbuilt into it, you know, what do you see it, you know, how do you see it from a design perspective, and how do you see it from the future of tech perspective?
So I think that design follows trends a lot of the time, and that we've had a nearly decade of very flat design, which was necessitated for ease of scaling on screens, but that actually made it quite difficult in terms of those signifiers and affordances that I talked about earlier. Whereas skeuomorphism was a great way of people being able to bridge the physical and digital divide. So I think that there may be some kind of re-swinging of the pendulum towards stuff that is more easily interpretable between the physical and the digital worlds. And that I think that particularly when we think about sort of immersive technologies, when you're looking at AR, XR, mixed realities and so on, that sort of need for stuff to be obvious, to know how you're going to interact with it is going to be quite important. I've been shouting at computers for about 20 years. My first job in assistive tech was working with speech recognition, and I'm a speech recognition user because of my dyslexia. It is pretty much ubiquitous now. It's technology embedded all around us. And yet I still think that there's significant work to be done, not so much in the recognition of the language, but in natural language processing and how we create these natural user interfaces, because the actual recognition is really, really good. But for the computers to understand the intent and to have that kind of conversational engagement is still missing. Now, I think that that would be the really great leap in terms of usability of speech tech. Now, at the moment, you've got your Alexas and your HomePods and Siris and all of the and the Google devices, etc. You still really have to think about what you're asking them before sort of uttering a command. Otherwise, you probably take 2 or 3 goes for it to work for you. I think when it gets to the stage where it's close enough to a human, and let's face it, sometimes I have to, as a manager, say things 2 or 3 times too. So maybe it's better than I was just alluding to. So, for the most part, you can tell the computer to do something and it understands more than just simple commands, but maybe a whole bunch of things. Then it's going to be really super useful as an assistive tech, but it will also just then explode and be everywhere, because everybody's going to want to do it because it's better than typing or swiping. So to do that, though, you need to be able to think about how people process information as well, because at the moment, if you ask a computer for something, if you ask Alexa for something, what essentially it does is it reads out a text menu. So you end up with hundreds maybe of different choices, and most people's working memory won't process all of that, let alone someone with a working memory that's shot because they have a cognitive disability. So being able to understand which are the important things and present them to people as part of a conversational interface, I think is going to be really critical. And the other technology I'm super excited about is haptics. We've been talking about haptics for a long time, but I'm talking about sort of mid-air haptics. So actually giving people the illusion of touch and the sense of being able to manipulate things in a tactile way that has been missing for a long time with these sort of flat interfaces and mouse-driven interfaces. So I think that we will be able to use digital technologies to create much more sort of analog, real-world experiences that people can intuitively use. And I think that that's what I'm most excited about the coming tech.
I can see Leonie smiling away at some of your instances. Leonie, any comment?
No, I was just thinking back to actually the question you asked earlier about, how I talk about accessibility and explain it. And one of the ways I help people relate to what it's like being an assistive technology user is I ask them, have you ever had a conversation with your home assistant where you've ended up just yelling at it because the conversation didn't go repeatedly the way you wanted it to do? And that's a lot, what accessibility for me is often like. I can kind of get the thing done I want to, but the irritation and frustration involved in kind of getting there is, and to Neil, got further to go before this becomes intuitive and natural and easy. But yeah, I think there's some great stuff coming, very much so.
Interesting. Which actually brings me to the accessibility maturity model, right? And all of us know that organizations are at different stages of accessibility in their accessibility journey. But lately there's this entire conversation of maturity models and how should organizations use it, etc. So thoughts, Leonie?
I think the maturity model always has been a very useful way of framing accessibility at an organizational level. It's incredibly hard, I know, both of you know this already, for an organization to really turn its act around when it comes to accessibility, it's very easy to think of, an organization having to get a strategy and then, having to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different steps. But the problem is, of course, that organizations are big and complicated a lot of the time, and there is not often a direct chain of command through an organization. So it's not as simple as saying, right, we're going to train all our production teams, because those production teams will be split across 6 different cost centers in 3 different parts of the world. And well, I'm not going to pay for your people to be trained, and and you get all these just big organizational complexities. So the resources that exist around it, I think, have been extremely helpful in overcome some of those. So I think it's a good, useful resource for organizations too.
Neil, how about you? You've been playing a lot with the models lately and promoting them and talking about them.
Yes, so we've been active members of the Business Disability Forum for decades, and this was one of the originators of one of the earliest maturity models, and we've applied it within our own organization, and we've tweaked it a number of times. And like Leonie says, you can apply it at multiple different levels in an organization. You can do really high level 30,000 foot view and say, well, here are some incremental steps, but we're 110,000 people in 75 countries. We've got 35,000 employees in India in lots of different divisions. So you could apply it at quite a granular level as well. So it's useful. We are using it as part of our group program, looking at different areas, but also we have to take sort of sections of it and segments of it depending on the particular area of business that we're working on. And so what we've also done is, yes, the model's useful, but we also are applying frameworks around how we look at accessibility in our program that have already existed within our organization. So the one that we decided fitted best was around sustainability, because we already have sustainability programs running. Accessibility, disability inclusion are parts and written into the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we have a governance structure around it. And if you listen to people that are talking about sustainability now, they're not talking about just the environment. I know it's COP26 this last couple of weeks, but actually when you go and look at sustainability, we're talking about ESG, that's environment, social and governance, right? So accessibility is the social and the governance part of that. And also, if we make our environment really bad, it's going to really adversely affect people with disabilities. So what we're doing is we're following that, because it's something that the business already understands, and there are metrics and there are frameworks for doing it. So wherever possible, I try and follow a path that's already been trodden, so that we don't have to sort of go against the flow, and we adapt it, and we take mental models that people can process and synthesize, so that they can embrace us more quickly.
You know, what I've loved about today's conversation is that earlier on, we used to only talk about web accessibility and websites being accessible. And suddenly the conversation has become so diverse and interesting that, there is so much more to it than just making that one website accessible. It's kind of the base of where we start from. So I think, with that, I am seeing that we are at 4 minutes, to our time. So what I would love to hear from you, Leonie, is, nuggets of advice that you have for the people listening in. Could you tell people, let's start with you.
I would say, take a deep breath, do what you can, and try not to be overwhelmed by the thought of all that you have to do. If you're thinking about sustainable accessibility, and organizational accessibility, it's really easy to look ahead and just think, oh my goodness, there is just too much to do, we're never going to turn this around. Try very hard not to do that. As Neil mentioned, break things down, get as granular as you can, because every change you make will have an impact somewhere to somebody. And bit by bit, if you can keep doing that, you will slowly but surely find that at an organizational level you're making a difference. And the same applies if you're an individual practitioner. Just learn a little bit more every day, use a new tool every so often, change your habits so that you're just making small changes, and bit by bit you'll make enormous progress, to the extent where one day you'll look up and realize that the only way you know how to do things is the accessible way. It's become second nature to you, and that's a really good place to try and get to.
That's a dream for all of us. Neil?
Yeah, I agree with Leonie. I think that if we were to use an analogy, organizational accessibility programs are a bit like oil tankers, but we're tugboats. We might be small, but we can turn those oil tankers with a bit of persistence. and although I've been here plugging away within the organization for about 11 years, we have, when I look back, made progress. I started as a single person. We now have a program with and a team and a responsibility and roles within the organization that sit in the right place in the hierarchy for it to make a difference. It gets reported on at board level, and we now have hundreds of people that aren't accessibility specialists making what Hector Minto described on Friday, and I thought it was lovely, as a micro commitment to accessibility. So just starting to make little changes, and we changed the culture like this, and it's the cultural change that the important hearts and minds, and that's when you start to get this big organizational change that will really make a difference.
Well, listening to both of you, I hope people are inspired and want to make this change and want to, move the tempo and, move everything that they can to make things accessible. I think the future is inclusive tech for sure. And I think they have a lot to learn from both of you. So thank you, both of you, for being here, sharing your amazing thoughts. It's been an amazing conversation. We've gone, I think, all around from varied topics, and I'm looking forward to seeing what both of you do and all the progress that we can all make in the world. Thank you. Thank you to both of you.
Thank you, Shilpi, and also for your contribution to accessibility too, which has been considerable.
Thank you, Leonie. Thanks, Neil. Krishma, over to you.
Thank you so much for helping us, with the mission of not only making India accessible, but also the world. We are humbled to be part of this group.
Hello, everyone from around the world. I'm Sparsh Shah, the Youth Ambassador of the Voice of Specially Abled People, or VOSAP, and I am super excited to invite all of you, yes you, to VOSAP's 2021 Annual Gala and Virtual Exhibition. For us in the West, it's happening on December 4th, 2021 at 6 p.m. PST and 9 p.m. EST. And for those of us in the East, it's happening on December 5th, 2021 at 7:30 a.m. IST. This year, we will host the first global 3D exhibition of assistive technology, and I am so excited to see all the innovative products out there to help people with special needs like me. I think you will all enjoy seeing the advancements humanity has been making to elevate the specially abled. And of course, there will be lots of entertainment too. I'll be performing at this event and be the MC like I was last year. And we have many internationally renowned guest speakers and entertainers who will be engaging with you all. So you will not want to miss this. So what are you waiting for? Come and register now for the 2021 VOSAP Gala and Virtual Exhibition at events.voiceofsap.org. I'll see you all there.
Krishma Shah, and I'm the co-convener of National Ability Summit. Professionally, I'm an entertainment psychologist and an artist, and I live in Chicago. And I actually work to make Hollywood and Bollywood more inclusive. I have wheatish skin and very big eyes, according to me. My hair is in a bun, and I'm wearing a polka dot dress over a yellow sweater. And one of the reasons why we think digital accessibility is so important is because NASA has become this disability think tank, and we want to be able to share learning curves through concrete action points that we can take forward as a collective in different parts of the world and in India and even in Chicago. And it's difficult to deny that digitalization has come such a long way, but very quickly because of COVID-19. And that's why we feel that it's really important to talk about where this is in terms of digital accessibility. And we're so proud to have Shilpi as one of our moderators, because Shilpi comes with over 25 years of experience focusing on implementing accessibility to customers worldwide. And of course, Shilpi wears many, many hats. She's the founder of Barrier Break, 247 Accessible Documents, and Newshook. And she's on the board of many amazing initiatives. One initiative is a non-for-profit where she's on the board of directors. It's called G3 ICT, and it promotes digital accessibility around the world. Not to mention, Shilpi's won many awards and has been on many impressive lists, such as the top 15 Women Transforming India list and top 20 most powerful women in 2017, according to Business Today magazine. Hi, Shilpi.
Hi, Grishma. How are you doing today?
I'm very well, and I'm so glad to be able to pass this baton to you.
Thank you so much. So thank you for having me here. I'm just going to describe myself before I bring on my panelists. I am a 5 foot nothing, is what I say, a short woman in India. I've got long hair. I am wearing a purple color sari with a green blouse. I thought I'll wear my Indianness on my sleeve today. Looking forward to the conversation today. With me, Meryl, as well as Dave Hoff. Meryl is, a solo marketing consultant, author, and a contributor to books on business and technology. She helps B2B and accessibility companies rock their content marketing initiatives. Prior to striking out on her own, she worked for 2 Fortune 500 companies and the FAA. A highly sought after speaker who happens to be deaf, Meryl is renowned for sharing her personal experiences and passion for accessibility and high quality captioning. Meryl is somebody I admire. Every time I read her post, I learn a lot. So Meryl, it's lovely to have you on this panel on digital accessibility. Do describe yourself so that we can get the audiences to know more about you.
Dr. Meryl Evan, pronoun she, her, and I have shoulder length curly hair, pale skin, a prominent nose, and a lavender top and glasses. You may have noted I have an accent. That's because I was born with it, as I am profoundly deaf. Anyway, my accessibility career took off 2 years ago when I was invited to present an Act in Accessibility conference. I work with 2 notable accessibility companies in accessibility marketing consulting. And I've been speaking at many events around the world. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Meryl. Lovely to meet you today and looking forward to this conversation. In addition to Meryl, we also have Dave Hoffer. And Dave is the user experience and inclusive design leadership roles within PwC. He is the managing director at PwC. His goal is really to align user needs with organizational goals. And he spent his career focused on design. Happy to have you here, Dave. Would love to get a description from you, as well as to understand how you started off your career in accessibility.
Absolutely.
I am a white male. I wear glasses. I'm about 6 feet tall. My kids are in the background screaming at each other. Sorry. I am wearing a black sweater. I am seated in my home in Oakland, California. My background. I've got a background in design. I have been doing design work since 1994. I originally got my degree in industrial design, and then I moved to California and the web was just starting to happen. So I learned HTML and I've been designing for the screen ever since. And while accessibility has been a part of what I've done, it wasn't necessarily at the fore. It wasn't sort of the primary thing that I was doing. So in the last, I would say, starting in 2000, when politics became a much more important thing for us in the United States and for some folks abroad as well, I started looking around at my career and the things that I was doing, and I started thinking about how I might change things, how I might help to redesign things. So over the last year and a half, I've been working at PwC, although I'd left in June. And I had been focused in the last year on inclusive design, which is bringing everyone into the design process, as many different types of voices as possible, and people, just to hear how they would design, and accessibility. And so I've been focused on those two things, certainly. And I will not, in the rest of my career, spend any more time not thinking about those things and not bringing those things to the fore. It's very, very important. And it's really a good pleasure to be here. Thank you so much.
Wow, I'm so happy you said that, because I've met so many people for whom accessibility or inclusive design happens for a short stint in their career, and then they go on to the next job and forget about it. But we really need exactly that culture and that thought process to be able to take accessibility and inclusive design where it needs to go. So thank you, and lovely to have you here with us. So, considering today's conversation is about digital accessibility, I think, Meryl, I'm going to start with you, right? And I think it's really critical to explain to organizations the benefit from accessibility that companies can derive, whether they have, either products or services. So Meryl, over to you, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on how you would, explain this to companies so that they would buy into accessibility.
Meryl speaking. Think about the last time you went grocery shopping. That you like to make common. They have wheels, and it's not fun to go up or down the stairs when you have wheels. Thankfully, 3 corners have ramps called curb cuts. Grocery stores have ramps. Airports have ramps, escalators, and elevators. Multi-story buildings have ramps and elevators. If there are stairs and elevators next to each other, which one will you take? I bet most of you said the elevators. Personally, I like to take the stairs and get my exercise. But it's like ramps. Elevators were built for wheelchairs. So why is everyone using elevators? That's the curb cut effect. The initial purpose of the curb cut was to make it easier for wheelchairs to cross the street. The curb cut ended up helping many people, parents pushing strollers, travelers pulling luggage, skateboarders, bikers, and others. Making your website and content accessible will have the curb cut effect. Captions are the best example of that. At 80% of the people who use captions are not even deaf or hard of hearing. That we all have 2 things in common. We all get sick at some point, and we're getting older. We are designing for our future outcome temporarily, situationally, or episodically impaired anytime. when a person gets sick, they may not hear well temporarily. When you are at a noisy place with a TV, you are visually impaired and might turn on the caption. And people with migraines and arthritis experience episodic impairment that can strike anytime and change how they interact with digital products. Leaders who want to hear about the benefits of accessibility in terms of money, here's one for you. The global economic of disability has found people with disabilities control $8 trillion in spending. If I did my math right, that's almost 600,000 rupees. I must have not done my math right. Anyway, thank you.
Wow. So you've actually, explained to us so simply from a physical perspective, or a talk like this, and the power and the opportunity that there is for companies to implement this amazing audience, which is us. So while we keep talking about accessibility, right, there is a new term that all of us have started talking about, right, and that is about inclusive design. And there is often this conflict of understanding: are they the same? Are they different? Which word do I use, and how do I think about it? So I think, Dave, that's exactly where you come in to help us demystify inclusive design and accessibility. And how do you look at it?
Absolutely. Let me just build on what Meryl was saying. In terms of statistics, in terms of numbers, because oftentimes the organizations that we work in are very numbers driven, right? Impact, as we like to say. What is the impact of the work that we're doing? 50% of the world's global population is disabled in some way or another, right? And as we age, as Meryl said, things change for us. So for instance, for myself, I cannot go to a busy restaurant, although I haven't been to a busy restaurant for the last almost 2 years, but I can't go to a busy restaurant and hear very well. I've actually purchased a set of hearing aids in order to be able to hear better in a restaurant scenario. As I age, things change, and that's true of everybody. 75% of people with disabilities are using computers. Have gone up, especially with COVID times, especially being sort of in lockdown. There's we talk about the carrot and the stick. So on the stick side of thing, looking for compliance within those standards, that the percentage of ADA Title III lawsuits have gone up since 2017, 181%. So that's one way to look at it. The more basic way to look at it that I always say is it's the right thing to do. And to your question, inclusive design and accessibility, the way I think about those items are as follows. Your tool or your application or your website available to more people, okay? They're a very, very discrete set of items that you can follow, rules that you can follow, the WCAG standards. WCAG is how I pronounce it, but other people pronounce it different ways. If you follow those standards, you can make your site accessible or your application, et cetera, okay? Inclusive design, I look at as an approach. It's more on the strategic side of how we build and how we design. And the idea there is generally including people on the team who have disabilities, who can help to make the things that we're building from scratch better and more accessible and easier to use. So that's the sort of the very basic way that I describe the difference between, it's not a difference. It's very much an overlap between the two things. Inclusive design is the approach, and it's the sort of the strategic way of looking at things, bringing people in, including people, inclusive design, and accessibility is the tactical expression of that.
That's very well put, because I think you've actually explained how both these, terms overlap. as well as complement each other. And I think that assumption that there is friction, and if you're doing inclusive design that doesn't necessarily include accessibility, is taken away by your amazing explanation. Because but like you rightly said, it's about an approach versus a standard to do. So with that, Meryl, when you can tell people it's accessible, how do you conversation of where does the onus lie and who is responsible for accessibility? So very often we find take video conferencing solutions like this. And I've seen you talk about how captioning should be available by default. It shouldn't be responsible, and your thoughts in that space.
Neil speaking. Accessibility is not just the web development team's job. You can't hire one person to be the accessibility leader and the answer. Accessibility is all of our responsibility. Marketers, they can ensure in podcasts, and ensure patients are accessible. Video creators can ensure video accessibility, ensure the organization culture to performance review. Human resources can ensure job postings are accessible to make content accessible. Professors can make accessibility part of their curriculum. Healthcare providers can ensure they provide accessible communication options. Whenever I go to the doctor, I sit in the waiting room facing the door, and I'm always waiting for them to come out. And when they do, especially with the mask, they say somebody's name, and then I look around the room. If nobody gets up, then it's most likely my turn. And I'll say, Meryl Evans, and they'll say yes. So they can come up with a more creative solution. Instead of calling out names, they could hold a sign with a name. What about like when you go to the restaurant or text people? Or when you go to a restaurant, you get one of those things that light up and vibrate when it's your turn. That's another solution. Have to COVID testing at a pharmacy retailer. I had to go through the 5 years I've lived by it, so I had to go in the drive-through. And of course, they talked to me on the speaker. I couldn't see inside because the glass window was reflecting so bad. And the person had a mask. Thankfully, my spouse was with me, but that should not be the case. So you have a person experiencing. The list goes on.
Wow. The examples that you gave, Meryl, make you realize that accessibility is really in everything around us and has to be in everything around us, and is so often ignored, right? And I meet so many people who say, but I don't work with disabled people, or I make a PowerPoint deck for my product. It's not for people with disabilities. They don't use my product. And you've said it so well. I think it starts with us. We ourselves in our own roles can start to make things accessible, to be accessible. So it is quite a journey ahead. And as all of us say, accessibility, so that those are very, very insightful ways to think about respond right to etc. So Dave, when you talk to customers, right, or you talk to organizations about inclusive design and accessibility, and because you also start is responsible for inclusion in products and solutions.
From an inclusive perspective, it's a little bit broader of a topic. As we, and I say we, what I mean is, as companies, as organizations are beginning to be a lot more of our BIPOC allies, our LGBTQ plus allies, we need to start thinking even more broadly than that. and adding to that list people with disabilities. Okay. But it's a challenge because a lot of companies, and from a design perspective, a lot of companies are just getting to the point where they're including user experience design, designing for users, user-centered design as an approach. There are a lot out there who are at a level of maturity. They're really just beginning to less give the. In addition to that, it's if you're talking about inclusive design, you're talking about having a more inclusive organization generally. And this is a challenge because a lot of organizations are, simply experiencing unconscious bias in the way in which they hire. So you see this in, Silicon Valley companies and just companies in general. People hire people like themselves. Oh, you're like me, and so I think we're going to get along, and it's a fit. And that's not those biases is a big challenge. Hiring, retaining people in the list that I mentioned above is it's a big challenge. They're treated equally within the organization. And these are questions of how people interact with each other rather than necessarily design-driven decisions in a digital product or in something like a curb cut that Meryl was talking about earlier, or wearing a mask and being able to just communicate. So these are really deep-seated problems. And so as we talk to our organizations, as we look to join organizations, we want to begin to ask these questions to be more enlightened about how we approach the work that we do that work.
So Dave, nice enlightened today. And, where do you see us from when you started till now?
So from when I started till now, absolutely more enlightened. Okay. The journey that I took as a designer was how do we incorporate design into the work that we're doing? And I think that a lot of companies, a lot of organizations have arrived at the notion that we should have design as part of what we do. We can't just engineer our way past a problem. We're going to have to actually incorporate design. But again, it's a group effort. And Meryl was talking about that earlier. It's everyone's sort of issue. So design is really a broad topic. So getting to the point where getting just design to be something that was incorporated, that's one thing. Getting everyone to start thinking about diversity and inclusion and sort of broadening the windows and the apertures within which we're looking for people to come join. That's a much broader topic, and companies are beginning to wake up to this topic. ESG, so environmental, social, governance, and it's the idea that you might examine a company from the perspective of tax and understand if they're sustainably, give money to that company generally. Those are topics that are going to get more and more broad and more sort of widespread as things go on. So I think we're getting to a point where we're beginning to be a lot more enlightened about these topics. It's just going to take time. And my watchwords are patience and flexibility, right? Nothing changes sort of overnight necessarily. Sometimes change things overnight, but not mostly. Like cultural change is a lot broader and a lot longer term.
True. And I think cultural change will be required in the long term for this to be systemic and not that one-off initiative that organizations are taking on. So totally appreciate what you're saying, which then takes me back to talk to us about one particular and how what is your opinion of how captions can be made effective, as well as how we can ensure quality, because to Dave's point is we would love to hear from you firsthand about the challenges, the solutions.
It's a matter of maybe just adding automatic caption and letting it be the caption for the video. But unfortunately, there's so many inaccuracies. 80% accuracy rate is not impressive. It's very bad. I mean, write down a sentence with 10 words and take out 2 words randomly, and you'll see it loses its message. Now, we have to think about audio of the way we speak is fast. So the captioners are amazing. They type over 200 words per minute. Now, it doesn't take much to have a small, here's an example. I was watching the Super Bowl on TV. That's the big football game in America. And there was a singer singing a very popular song of one line of lyrics. It was that was wrong. Instead of an F, it was no, and yeah, it was an F instead of a P. And one was wrong. Like that. The next line of the song lyrics were popped up, and then the next one might have a mistake. Just one letter or one word is enough to confuse somebody who's reading all the captions. So that's why it's critical to be accurate. Caption in WCAG, as I pronounced it, I'm like Dave who says WCAG. Anyway, it does say to have caption, accurate caption. W3C has a page on captioning that specifically states automatic captions are not good enough. They're not equitable. So it's important to, the little things you do to improve your caption make a big difference. It's a matter of how long the lines are, will you divide the line. There's a lot of things you can do. I love to watch foreign film. And I was watching a famous Academy Award-winning one from Korea. And the characters were scrambling around. I have my hearing, so I couldn't hear anything, nothing. Take it off, I'm there. What happened? I don't see anything, what's going on? And as time passed, it turned out somebody was at the door. The doorbell rang. Foreign films are notorious for not captioning sound, music, lyrics, and if they should start speaking English, they won't caption that either. If you're Russian, yeah. So, yeah, quality captions matter.
You know, now that you've put that into perspective, I'm going to ensure I go and see all my captions very carefully of all the solutions within my organization first, because so often we just use automatic captioning and we assume that it will work, right? And, you know, like you rightly said, from a standard perspective, very often we just check for, is there captions? We don't necessarily check for accuracy. So I think it's time for us to bring user experience and people with disabilities as a part of the process rather than separate them out, right? So Dave, you know, now that we've heard Meryl and, you know, she's given us a perfect, you know, solution, suggestions on captioning. And if I was to look at it from the lens of inclusive design and accessibility, she's also kind of articulated that to some extent. So what is the advice that you would give organizations who want to take on inclusive design as an approach, as well as meet accessibility standards?
Meeting standards is challenging because often, and there's the which is, I've got to go back and fix all of the things that haven't been made accessible. Oftentimes teams look at this as I'll describe it as overhead. Organizations that are very engineering driven might describe it as technical debt, but it's technical debt that fights with bugs, right? Making sure that the software works at all, and new features and functions that need to be added over time. So in terms of fixing, I describe accessibility as a sort of a monotonic problem. Right? It's just this continuous problem that that must be addressed. So where I live in Oakland, California, I'm very close to the Golden Gate Bridge. And one of the things they say about the Golden Gate Bridge is, when they start to paint it, they get to the point where they finish painting it, and then they've got to start immediately to start repainting it. So, for things like the website at PricewaterhouseCoopers, where I most recently worked, the website was, I don't know, 50,000, 60,000 pages. New pages were added on a weekly basis, something like 1,000 new pages, because there were tools in a CMS that allowed people just to create new work. And there were, approximately 100 pages that were modified over the course of that same week. So as they fix old problems, new problems might crop up. So it's a very broad and sort of, you've got to take an educational look to get everyone, as earlier, involved in the process of making things accessible, help to solve the problem and help to mediate the problem over time. From an inclusive design perspective, it's about hiring people who you might not have hired previously. And
the people working in the field
it's done a horrible set of things, right? But it's also done some positive things, which is to say, working virtually is become, I would say, mainstream, right? So not having to have necessarily an office to go into. And I think what that means for a lot of companies is they're going to be willing to hire people from remote locations who can get on their computer and do their work and meet on a Zoom call, just like this one that we're in right now, and get work done. And it doesn't matter where they are. So I think companies are going to be very aware of that moving forward, and will likely engage in that. And what that's going to mean is people who necessarily didn't have the same access, like I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, it's not for everyone. It's just a very expensive place to live in. So therefore, there's a very narrow set of people that you can draw from. And if you are not working virtually and you want people to come to the office, you've got to area to come in. That's one thing. But I can hire people from Ukraine. If I can hire people, in Bangalore or really anywhere else in the world to do the work that needs to be done, and it doesn't matter, then I have sort of a broader and more inclusive mindset to start. And I think that that's a really positive thing. But I think it's just going to take some time, and it's not an easily solvable problem. I mean, accessibility, even though we're very much aware of the WCAG standards, it's still a challenge to get those very specific things changed and fixed, because it's changing mindsets, it's changing minds, and that's a challenge in and of itself. So getting an inclusive design perspective is equally, or maybe more so, challenging.
That is interestingly put. So I'll give you my perspective. So at Barrier Break, we're 240 of us. And, initially we were just a Mumbai-based company. In COVID, we started to expand our view and allowing people from all across India. 65% of Barrier Break comprises of people with disabilities and across all different user types. And it was amazing that the kind of talent pool that we started to acquire by just opening our doors and just, becoming inclusive in our location and just using online as a method shifted for us, right? And we started to find people who otherwise we wouldn't have found, to your point, So thank you for that. I opened, the minds for a lot of people who now might not think like us about on recruiting. So Meryl, over to you.
This is Meryl. So I want to add on to what Dave was talking about recruitment. I know somebody who was interviewing someone, and he seemed a little standoffish, and something was off, And she realized she had to take a step back and look deeper. And it turned out the person was on the autism spectrum. So that's why we end up hiring so many people like ourselves. We click with them. When I met a deaf person that's a good friend of mine now, we clicked. We just hit it off. And that happens a lot. When I meet other deaf people who speak and relapse and don't sign, because we have that connection. So we have to learn to really dig deep beyond the person. After all, a lot of developers tend to be introverts. They may not give a good interview because that's just not them. Brilliant. And you your team. Anyway, so companies need people with disabilities. And that's just saying, if I had never said a word in this panel, you wouldn't know I was deaf. You know it as soon as I talking. Anyway, so when you have people with disabilities in your company, we can come up with creative solutions. For example, I have an Apple Watch. When I bought it for fitness, not accessibility. And it turned out to be an amazing accessibility tool. And my favorite feature being, I would have never thought of this. We got the doorbell camera. So when somebody comes to the door, they don't even have to ring the bell. My phone vibrates. And then my watch also vibrates. So I know somebody's at the door. And one time it turned out to be my sister. I did not know she was coming over, and I didn't have my hearing aid on because my hair was wet. So thank goodness for that. So we can find clever, creative ways to use products, because so many products were not initially designed for people with disabilities, and they turned out to be a great accessibility tool.
Fabulous. Knowingly, both Meryl and Dave have given us lots to go back and work with as organizations. So with that, I think we are really confident. So one last, advice to companies, startups, people that you would give to make, the world more accessible, and what would be your takeaways for our audience? So Meryl, over to you first, and then we'll go to Dave next.
Okay, so for a startup company, you're in the best position possible because you're building your company from the ground up. If you add accessibility and inclusion and universal design, you're going to be in a better place because you don't have to retrofit anything. You don't have legacy systems you're dealing with like the big companies do. So take the time to make accessibility part of your culture. Ingrain it and make an effort to try to hire broadly and look for accessibility, disability jobs boards and advertise there. Find out where people with disabilities are looking for jobs and post there. So you're in the best place possible because you have any history always done it this way.
Fabulous. Thank you for that. Dave, to give our listeners.
I mean, I agree with everything that Meryl said about startups. They have the opportunity to build from scratch and to build both inclusively and with accessibility in mind. And therefore they don't build up that sort of technical debt that I was talking about earlier. for larger companies, for companies who have these legacy systems, it really just behooves you based on sort of the impact that we were talking about earlier in the conversation, but also just because it's the right thing to do, to think about refocusing accessibility as part of your efforts. And again, it means remediation. But the thing about accessibility from a remediation perspective is it doesn't have to happen all at once. I think that it's really important that if we just start to build up the muscle of building accessibly and educating more broadly across all the different teams to think accessibly and to work towards hiring inclusively and bringing people in inclusively to the teams. If you think about it as building muscle or exercise, it's not something that you do once. You don't run around the block and you're suddenly in shape. You've got to run around the block, 2-3 times a day for the rest of your life. If companies take the approach to accessibility, that's 1,000 times better than not doing anything at all, right? And if it takes a little bit of time, it takes a little bit of time. Companies have to, organizations have to balance the amount of work they do to build new product and features and address issues with bugs with accessibility issues as well. And in that way, they can move towards accessibility. It's a repetitive problem, but by building up that muscle, eventually things are going to, anything built from scratch will start to be built accessibly because everyone will be aware of and educated on the problem.
Well, amazing thoughts from both of you. Would like to thank both of you for sharing your views. It has been an amazing conversation. I look forward to staying in touch with both of you, and I'm sure our viewers and listeners will also feel the same thing. So thank you for the amazing advice, Dave, as well as Meryl. Grishma, back to you.
Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful discussion. And one of the things that I was thinking about what Meryl was saying is if you take a word and you change the first letter, so from tuck, if you take the T and make it an S, or if you make it an F, oh dear Lord, the consequences of that. So thank you so much for sharing that with me. That was a huge insight for me as well. And with that, we are going to conclude this session.
afternoon. I am Nimesh Desai. I'm a psychiatrist and a public health professional. I am a athletic to heavy set 6 foot tall person with a white shirt and a sleeveless deep blue jacket with a white, completely white French beard and a black and white hair. We have two of our very eminent persons from India for this session, Dr. Aloka Gua and Dr. Poonam Natarajan. Let me briefly introduce each one as I request them to. Aloka Gua has the founder person of the welfare of persons with autism, cerebral palsy, mental retardation, and multiple disabilities. She has, of course, been actively involved with the Rehabilitation Council of India, including as controller of examinations. She has worked with the Southeast Asian Regional Office of the World Health Organization. And most importantly, she represented India at the drafting committee and various stages of the UNCRPD at the UN headquarters. Dr. Aloka Guha, as I understand, having lived through major metro cities of this country, Chennai, Mumbai, and Delhi, is now, as she says, comfortably settled as what she says as post-retirement phase in Kolkata. But I don't think people like Aloka Gua can ever retire. And so, Aloka ji, welcome here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Desai.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being here. Dr. Poonam Natarajan is the person who actually succeeded Dr. Aloka Gua as the chairperson of the National Trust that we spoke about. She brings a wealth of experience from the ground level implementation to national policies to international consultation for policy implementation. She set up in 1985, way back, the Spastic Society of India, Chennai, now known as Vidyasagar, the Ocean of Knowledge. And Vidyasagar, of course, runs a lot of ground level programs on inclusive society and independent living. As the chairperson of the National Trust in her period there, she was actually part of a lot of programs that became person-centered and rights-based, especially about residential and non-residential programs for independent living. My own learning from her, besides many other things, has been this passionate conviction about independent living and how all of us must strive towards that for everyone who we work with. Needless to say, she has got a number of awards and recognitions. Poonam ji, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thanks a lot.
So this session that we have planned on inclusive society and independent living, models and strategies to discuss, to complement one other session where we are going to talk about inclusive society and independent living for the hidden or the invisible disabilities. I could not have had a better panel than Aloka ji and Poonam ji for this very important session on the models and strategies for independent living in inclusive society. I guess specifically for hidden or invisible disabilities. If I could request both of you friends for just a few ground rules. We are just three of us and not a very large panel, mainly the two of you. But I will request that, as was said at the outset, every time we make a verbal intervention, it will be nice so that some of our colleagues can actually understand who is saying what. And as we will have, there might be cross-cutting themes and points that one wants.
Sorry, I just missed my.
Okay. I'll repeat that. Not to worry. I was saying that it'd be nice if we say out loud our name every time we make a verbal intervention, every new interaction that we do, so that some of our friends will be able to make out who is saying what. And my request is that although it's just three of us, there might be occasions when we are keen to make a point. I'll request each one of you to kind of just raise your hand so that I'll know when we come to you next. If you both agree, and as we discussed yesterday, I have a set of posers or stimulus points, not really even questions, to elicit your thoughts and experience and expertise. I will put each one of those posers or similar points to each one of you, please. And so, Alokaji, if one might begin with you, are models of independent living really applicable to all types of disabilities, would you say?
Hello, my name is Aloka. The models that were Western to start with, starting from 1978 by Gerben de Jong, later modified by Maggie Shreen and Steve Brown, these were models which were completely in smaller communities for living not too far away. So, and largest group there were the persons with intellectual disability and those with autism spectrum. This is the beginning. Perhaps because they needed more training in awareness of their own rights and understanding and appreciation of what it means to live independently in the community. So those were the first models in the West. In the Asian sector, Yukiko Nakanishi in Japan, she and her husband both were wheelchair users. They completely modified a whole community, a whole township. I was privileged to visit them. From the time you get off the metro station, which is completely aligned to the level of the platform, and somebody to help you right up to the street, where the elevators are modified, where the ticket counter is modified, and the entire township with pavements which were disabled, wheelchair friendly, to living independently, even for very severely disabled people. I saw this with two people who were extremely severely disabled. They were both in like hospital beds with wheels under them. And they asked the government for reasonable accommodation, and the government gave it to them. They wanted to get married. So they lived with two full-time assistants each. So that's four of them in a community, in an apartment, which the kitchen was modified, the living arrangement, the toileting, where they were lifted up in hoists. So everybody, and they even went to the movie hall, and the cinema halls were modified so that these guys could watch movies. So that is complete independence in the Asian region, started by Yukiko and her late husband. But it wasn't until 1981 I formalized the Disabled Persons International modified this. And I think in Kerala, where parents bought contiguous plots of land and made the inner circle independent living for girls and boys separately, and the outer circle where parents were living. So this was a very interesting model, and National Trust supported them. And the other one that I saw was in Hyderabad, somewhere in early 2001-2. Manjula Kalyan, a famous psychologist, she had training for disabled girls to live independently. So she would have about 8 to 10 people living together. They would do their own shopping. Some of them were going to work, so they traveled to the workplaces, and they did their own shopping. There was a lot of resistance in the community that we don't want these intellectually disabled people with bad names. But over a period of time, after 2 or 3 years, they were perfectly integrated in the community. There was no community function without including these girls. If there was a wedding or a picnic, it would be postponed if the girl didn't join them. So these were some of the models that I've seen, and I think on to those.
How this is Nimesh, right? Alokaji, how would you see the applicability to this? Brief remark on that before we go to Poonamji, please.
Quick one. The one that I most want to talk about are women with psychosocial difficulties and disabilities. They're totally excluded. They're excluded from the gender movement. They're excluded from the disability movement. So they're really at intersections. And if they come from very low economic areas, they're most excluded. So having independent living facilities for them not only is very necessary, but it's also very difficult. And those with severe difficulties, we've seen the National Trust, we started programs for respite care so that parents could leave their children if they wanted to go somewhere on their own, which they definitely needed to do. So I think the group with severe and multiple disabilities and the group with psychosocial difficulties, especially women, very difficult.
Thank you, Alokaji. That's a point that I'm sure we'll come back to in the later part. Poonamji, your observations, comments on that, please.
Yeah, I think you see, I really think we have to redefine the word independent and look at it in what we call interdependent, because the moment you say independent living, I find most parents say, "Oh, not my child," and they think of independence as something that has to be a person has to be totally, it's actually a very patriarchal else, and that's not what independence is about. Actually, the way of life, disabled, non-disabled, we all live interdependent lives. So I really want to call it the interdependent living movement, so to say, so that we understand that we need each other all the time, and we need supports both from the government and from the civil society to be able to set up anything that is possible for all, I think, all disabilities, all people everywhere. So how do we do this? That's the main thing. A lot of Aloka has just talked about so many different examples that are happening, across the world. In India, there have been some examples, some attempts have been made. When you say invisible disabilities, psychosocial is what comes to one's mind, and hearing impairment. And of course, psychosocial, I really like the shared housing that Banyan is looking at. But I also want to say that all disabilities, how do we find ways in which they don't get institutionalized once again? And that is what the UNCRPD is so important for. So I don't think it's ended. Developing models is still something that we need to do. The National Trust Act is very much an act of independent living because it tries to answer this question: what happens to my child when I'm no more? So the parents, as Aloka still spoke about, the Kerala Parents Association set up something, and there are associations in this country, all of them trying to set up some model of what happens and how will our children live, and they try their best. I just saw 3 models. Hyderabad, as Aloka said, the Swam Krushi people just took apartments in a block of apartments and set them up as group homes for girls with intellectual disabilities. And I think they started by having a tea party for all the residents and, getting them sensitized to the disability. And they, slowly the young girls were integrated within the communities, and it was some very good results. The other model that we just setting, there's one parents association in Chennai which decided that they will all buy flats in a residential gated community. There are 2,000 apartments, like a little township, where they have bought 100 flats. And they've also bought 20 group homes. Like after they're no more, that children can live together, but parents can support each other. And this is something that is being tried out right now in a community of 2,000 apartments, and it's called the Akshaya Homes, and everybody is very gung-ho about it. I want to really talk about the project I'm trying to do. I call it BLISS, Begin to Live Interdependently with Support Systems, and it has 9 pillars. And the most important pillar, I feel, is workforce. Actually, in our country, we have not developed workforce for adults with disabilities. We need caregivers. We cannot have caregivers, each one for one disability. We need caregivers who can support people with disabilities, we need people outside, from an organization or from the government, from that there are people who support the systems. And of course, there has to be things like accessibility. At the Bliss program, one of the pillars, we call it reasonable accommodation. And we are looking at how to make homes accessible. I've met a lot of people who are on wheelchairs who cannot actually reach all parts of their own home. They want to cook, they can't reach the kitchen, can't reach another bedroom. It's just one little bit of place which is made accessible for them. But if we can make homes accessible, if we can get the government to start doing something about housing, and disabled people can get accessible housing, I think many support systems can be put in place for people to live interdependently with caregivers, with support systems. And I'm not going to take too much time to describe each one of the 9 pillars to you, but it starts with employment. And we're doing a lot in employment in our country, and person has to have a job to live independently and have an earning. And it also starts with, we're trying to set up trusts with support circles. You see, our special educators, we as all, both Aloka and I are special educators, but we don't spend enough time. A special educator's job is to get the environment to the child as he's growing up, getting ready for adult life. But we don't teach our students is how to make friends. Develop that most important support circle, which is going to make you independent. And you know that all of us are independent because we have a support circle. I have people around me, maybe not in Chennai, maybe in Delhi or anywhere, but I have people who will support me for different aspects of my life. But that doesn't happen with people with disabilities. They kind of get isolated. Everybody's only teaching them numbers or colors or concepts. But how do I make a friend? And how do I sustain a friendship? And how do I sustain this relationship? Because disabled people grow up with such a low self-esteem. When I've talked to people with disabilities, they feel they can't have friends because they have nothing to give back. Friendship is a give and take. But why is that? Of course, they have much to give back. And if we kind of, build that into our education system, I think independent living is available for all disabilities. And we're really here to develop more models and see how the older ones have worked.
Thank you. Thank you, Poonamji, so much. This is Nimesh again. I just want to summarize one more time and reflect on what I've understood from what both of you said, and especially Poonamji. What you talk about is a very interesting idea of degrees of interdependence that we all have, including persons with disability. And so the degrees of interdependence or the degrees of dependence that one might have, even over a life course, over a few years, might differ. One thing that I remember having learned from you very deep down is that we are all temporarily able. And it always remains. So one is we are talking about degrees of interdependence, as you put out so beautifully. Second, we are also talking about degrees of need that different persons with disability have. And so how do you match these two spectra? But it would be correct also to say that when the UNCRPD talks about independent living in Article 19, essentially one is talking about a utopia that we all want to strive for, recognizing what you said about degrees of interdependence. I have learned over time that, and Banyan experience that you refer to, we are going to talk about in one of the other sessions. I have learned that spectrum is also the loci of assisted living or supported living or towards independent living in two major streams, individually or in groups or in shared living. How would you respond, Poonamji, to what Alokaji said so briefly but cogently and passionately about how women, and especially women with invisible or psychosocial disabilities, actually do not get enough emphasis in programs towards independent living?
Yeah, that's very true, because somehow people with psychosocial disabilities have got totally left out. not only from the gender movement, even from government programs and schemes. It has to be a collaboration between the civil society and the government. There are not enough programs, supports for people with psychosocial disabilities, especially women. And there are so many groups working now, but everybody is kind of struggling to find what they can, find answers of how to live, what is their way of life, what to live, what they can do, where they need support, when they need support. So I totally agree that I totally agree with Aloka. Out of all the movements, the disability movement also, there has been an attempt to bring the together. And but I think there are organizations in India who have done a marvelous job and who are trying to see how they can get included into the community. You're going to talk more about Banyan later, so I won't go there. But even at let's take the Pune Bapu Trust has done it in the community in Pune, and with using art forms, using music, using so many things, for people to get that confidence, understand their strengths, understand what to do when they're going to, have moments and times when they're not able to cope. So where to go, who to go to, the go-to people have to be enough, I feel. They're not enough go-to people. Psychiatrists and counselors, Dr. Desai, I find very difficult actually to deal with people with disabilities. And we have actually tried to run on Saturday afternoons a program for leading psychiatrists and counselors to understand disability, because they said, oh, somebody comes on a wheelchair, we don't know, 35 years old, we don't know how to deal with them, or somebody with psychosocial disability. So it's okay about medication, but medication is just a tip and more support. And so we have to create more understanding, and of course we have to lower many social disability to
I couldn't agree more. In the 40 years that I spent in psychiatry, it's been only over last 30 or in fact last 20 years that one begins to learn more and more about what both of you are saying with such depth of experience. Alokaji, any brief comments or even a bit elaborate on what Poonamji brought out as a concept similar to and yet questioning slightly different from the utopian idea of independent living? To say, for like all of us, for persons with disability also, we need to look at degrees of interdependence when we plan programs.
Yes, I agree with you. And I just wanted to deviate a little bit to mention, because you mentioned Article 19 of the UNCRPD,
yes,
and our own rights of persons with disabilities in many ways is a cut-paste affair, but the part about independent living is not mentioned. Their approach is that everything about the RPD Act is towards building independence or interdependence, as Poonam mentioned. But in specifically for women, since we were talking about women earlier, Section 5, 1 and 2 talks about the focus on women have a choice of where they want to live. For years together, we have had women being forced into family situations, and this act gives them the choice of a range of living options. They don't have to live with their families. They should be given living independently, living with others, etc. Now, I want to add that, I want to marry that Section 5 of the RPD Act with Section 2 and 3 and 12, etc., which talks about reasonable accommodation. And this is the Japan story that I was mentioning, that anything that promotes greater independence or interdependence of persons with disability without undue burden to the state or the employer or the school principal, etc., is a right. accessibility is a group right, but reasonable accommodation is an individual right. And why is it an individual right? Because it is based on specific needs of specific people. And the right is anything that helps them to become more independent so that they can function at par with others, equally with others. So if we marry these two together, the reasonable accommodation and the living options in the RPD with Objective 1 of National Trust Act, which is, and I wrote that myself, I was part of the drafting committee of the National Trust, 94-95 mein likha tha isko, and it said to persons to live as independently and to enable and empower persons to as independently as possible within the communities in which almost 30 years old. But the concept was National Act, but the RPD Act as a whole tends to build the capacity of the disabled person. In terms of having more models and more strategies, I want to agree with everything Poonam said. And there are little bits of models across the country. For persons with psychosocial disabilities, also in Kolkata, outskirts of Kolkata, there are little models where people with intellectual disability and people with psychosocial disability have opportunities to live. The interesting part is that there are also attached to that, if there's a single mother or a single parent, that person can live with the child for as long as he or she is alive. And in the meantime, the others get used to integrating and being more interdependent with the child. So when the father or the mother passes away, the child is not totally lost. And Poonam mentioned the center in Pune. There are others, Poonam, in Pune also, where parents, Damodar Tilak, who was one of our board members, he moved into this residential complex because he was elderly. And he and his wife had just one child, and that was a girl with intellectual disability, with traces of psychosocial disability also. And they lived for about 3 years before, or 5 years before each of them passed away. And that girl became completely integrated into that community. So the models are there everywhere. The difficulty in India is that, unlike the West, where children automatically move out of the house when they're 18 or 19 years old, in India, they don't. Even after they're married, even after they have children, sometimes the concept of nuclear families, but with 3 generations living together, is still there. So for a disabled person to move out and live independently seems very foreign. I'm sure you know that, a girl, that's even more difficult. So let me just mention the one that comes first to one's mind is still across, particularly in rural and remote areas. There's this huge stigma against mental psychosocial difficulties, intellectual disability, most disabilities, in fact. So it's that, staying away, and that needs a lot of awareness programs at every level. No matter how much awareness you do, we are still far away from reaching the remotest corner of the country. The second barrier is attached to the first one is, of course, attitudinal, which you mentioned. And attitudinal is combined with institutional barriers. Why institutional barriers? Because supposing it's a school, right? Even at a school level, the child has to have a certain level of marks, a certain level of competencies to be able to enter into that. Whether it's a college, 98% cutoff. Hey, come on, how many people in the country can do 98? So we have institutional barriers regarding the kind of people that we want to admit. And of course, communication barriers. And with hearing impairment, people with autism, most of us so-called non-disabled people also have communication barriers. And these are mentioned in about 11 different barriers in the area.
Okay. Yeah, I think Aloka said it, but I think besides the stigma, it's this total feeling that the person with disability has the incapacity. You see, it is the intellectual disability is understood by the IQ score. And the IQ score is the most misleading score in the world. Because if we look at the different kinds of, if you look at multiple intelligences, you can have a person with very low IQ growing wonderful plants or making beautiful paintings, you know. So they actually, the incapacity, not understanding that all of us have strengths in different ways. And people with, we all understand, it takes even non-disabled children in school to even, by the time they leave school, sometimes they don't know what their strengths are. It takes a long time to people to even understand themselves. But with disabled people, we don't give them a chance to understand what, to find their strengths, unless, you know, there's some great person who, I mean, a great person with disability who can paint fabulously or, you know, may sing very well or something. But on the whole, we don't give a chance for them to really look at where their capacities lie and what is it they can do. And I want to just say that, you see, I totally agree, a range of options has to be available for women and men, people with disabilities, where they want to live. And the world is constantly changing. Even in the last 5 years, we've seen how much it's changed. So I don't like to say the NCRPD is a utopia, because live towards it. I want to say that UNCRPD is a path-breaking document, and I think the range of options have to be, we have to keep setting them up. It's a calibrated effort. It's an effort that we need to keep doing. It doesn't end anywhere. We can keep trying to work out more and more support systems and more different ways in how people can change the way they think and see how, if they have a child with intellectual disability, how that person can be supported. Like she's given a very good example, Aloka just gave of Damodar Tilak and, you know, buying an apartment. So you have to look out of this. The one thing we don't want to do is create more institutions, number one, you know, just set up these hostels and put people with disabilities in there. So we have to, I think it's all of us who are the civil society and the government has to together think of different ways. Now, government of Tamil Nadu has mandated that 4% of all housing is going to be for people with disabilities. We're just hoping it happens so that we can have housing for people with disabilities. The RPWD Act asks for government to pay for caregivers. Now, caregivers are not parents. Caregivers are people who can support you when your parents are no longer there. Caregiver is a trained person, and the government should support the caregiver salary. We don't know if it'll ever happen, but these are the support systems that you need. Yeah?
Sure, thank you.
I just wanted to add one thing, if I may, Dr. Desai.
Please,
okay,
Aloka.
This is Aloka. So I did mention about the RPWD Act, and there's a section 47, which says that the authority, appropriate authority, shall build the capacity and competencies of persons with disabilities towards living independently on mutual basis of respect and dignity.
No, I totally agree with what Aloka is saying, except that our children will start with a baggage, being a person with disability, and self-esteem, I think, is the most precious you get disability, you know, so that they can do what Aloka is just talking about. And that self-esteem has to be given from the people around that person. And so it's a kind of, you know, breaking down the stigma, lowering the attitudinal barriers, going forward. And of course, governments also understanding that people with disabilities have a range of capacities and need a range of options. And so they shouldn't just be building residential centers, you know, for them to be put away in.
Right, sure. As you hinted, I guess across all disabilities, and especially with psychosocial disability, trans institutionalization is one danger, whatever reform one might do well intentioned. But what it really brings me to is a very interesting idea of what both of you said. All our participants and listeners in the National Ability Summit, I guess, are convinced about what both of you have said, that rather than letting the persons with this situation of this special ability feel incapacitated or lacking in ability or feel disabled, we would like them to feel enabled. Can I then come to ask you both as to how available in India actually still focus on this positive aspect of enabling persons involved here who we are trying to work with, and what's the range of options available across the country, really, in terms of any family that wants to avail of it. You're both together being actually responsible for the National Trust for nearly 2 decades, for the first 2 decades. And so there can't be a better panel than the two of you to share with us, really, besides models and besides isolated case study examples across the country, how much do we have available and where do you see it going? As our friend Varija keeps insisting, action points for next 10 or 20 years, at least 5 or 10 years, please.
Well, for me, the first point would be to build the capacities of people with disabilities themselves. And for that, I would strongly recommend both preschool education and school education as a minimum for persons with disabilities. Let's face it, education does bring empowerment. Education does bring better competencies for employment skills. And once you have that employment skill, you have a job, you have a better, you get married, you have a family, you support your own family, and that's how you start of the large preschool education, early intervention, to the entire cycle of higher education to the greatest extent possible. Number two, and you know, the other thing is that people will keep telling you that, oh, but remote area, how do we have a school? Of course you do. We do have schools in remote areas. They need to be better equipped. They need to be better resourced. So the second point that I would bring about is, apart from education, is the specific capacity building of persons with disabilities themselves, not only through education, but in the social, emotional area. That's, as Poonam has mentioned several times, self-esteem, confidence building, relationship building, understanding the social cognition. When we talk about autism, we mention social cognition. What is social cognition? Is understanding, how do I talk differently to a junior school, to a peer group, to a teacher, to a principal. So with everybody, you have different ways of communicating. So understanding social cognition for the persons with disability, and this is not just for those with autism. Most institutions, most communities have unwritten rules. It's people with disabilities don't always understand automatically. So education, social, emotional learning, and the building of self-esteem, self-confidence. And in terms of the entire work that we see now, as Poonam said, in 20 years, we've seen a huge overhaul, 20 years of learning. And in the next 5 to 10 years, after national education policies actually utilized RTEC's more fruition, RPD Act is already, the rules have been notified in 31 states and union territories. So once the legislation is not only fully in place, but understood and appreciated, and then the implementation will start. But I have to take my hats off that the government has a separate department for persons, for the empowerment of persons with disabilities. That's a big and bold step. Something that I used to do when I was chairman was empower district commissioner districts in understanding and duties of persons with disabilities. Once disabilities are rights holders, and governments and civil society are duty bearers. This understanding of this कि मेरा अधिकार है, आपका काम है मेरा अधिकार मुझ तक पहुंचाना. So that part is important for all government sector. And I also have to appreciate RCI has just launched in the department awareness programs for senior officials, awareness programs for district teachers, awareness programs for health professionals, for all, according to section 47 of the RPD, that everybody has, even universities have to have in every course a component of disability. So this cross-cuttingness of disability has to be understood, appreciated, and supported at all levels.
Poonamji, as I understood, what Alokaji has put forth before us is awareness, reducing the stigma, increasing the self-esteem, disability, of the masses and people through awareness. What would you add to that? I have a sense livelihood is going to be your first point.
Well, of course, livelihood, employment and livelihood. Yeah, we do work on that too, but it's been very poor results because unemployment is so rampant in the country. So it's been a tough walk really at employment. I would put it, I want to give Varija the action point. My first is workforce for adults with disabilities and the development of personal attendants, caregivers, or whatever support workers, whatever you like to call them. But we need that category of person for people with disabilities to really feel supported, because adults with disabilities kind of get left out. It's all very well in school till you're 18 years. Of course, I have much to say about school education. Aloka has said a lot, so I could add to that. But I want to talk about adults. And adults, the workforce, I need job coaches. I need independent travel trainers. I need group home facilitators. And I want caregivers. And I cannot afford to have caregivers who are trained in one disability. They have to, you see, what we are trying to do in Bliss is get a caregiver cell, like we did this program called Yogi. You make a support plan in a care plan or plan, train a caregiver all areas of disability. The work we do for disability, even awareness of a disability, is not what they need. They just need to understand that disabled people these are the supports they need, and they have a range of abilities. But what are the supports they would need if they have a motor disability or a sensory disability, etc.? So I would put my first action point is RCI. Aloka is here, so I want to say is workforce development for adults with disabilities. Adults, there's no workforce for adults. And I want to put that in your plate, Aloka. Please get it done so that we have more people there. So that's my first. The other is technology. There is a lot of technology happening. You see, we are now at Bliss. I told you we set up TARA, which is a team for accessibility and reasonable accommodation for accessible homes. But we're also setting up a museum in Tamil Nadu in the commissioner's office called the Museum of Possibilities, which is actually a museum of assistive technology. There is a range of technology available. It has to reach the last person. We actually have home-based education in this country for disabled people with no technology with reaching them. Give them a computer if you want them to study at home. Come along. Give them a tablet and then give them their programs there. So use technology, spend your money on technology. I would say ICT and communication. So we know technology is the revolution of the future, but why isn't it reaching disabled people out there in rural areas? I believe home-based education must stop unless you're going to really give them something solid in terms of support systems, right? And so also rehabilitation. You see, CBR, I would say, must become community-based rehabilitation. I was trying to get the government to do CBR on mission mode. I failed, of course, but I think CBR, home-based work for people, community workers learning how to do rehab, counselors, support workers, peer counselors, disabled people can be trained as counselors. This is something I feel is action points. CBR across this country, more money put into developing community workers so that you reach every person with disability. Give that technology, give them the workforce. Counselors need not be highly, you need those senior counselors to go consult, to talk to, but you can also have peer counselors. I've seen the spinal cord injury centers, peer counselors do such a fabulous job with a 3-month training. Why not more peer counselors to support in certain ways? And the trained counselor can be the go-to person to check out, to find out. So CBR is about that. The other thing that we want to do, we're trying to do at the Bliss Project is help each person with disability to draw the path or draw their plan, draw paths for themselves of what they would like to do. Most people with disabilities are lost. They don't know what's available to them and what they can do. So some kind of person-centered planning, which needs to help adults to find their way. I think rehab professionals need to be trained in helping disabled people to dream for the future and make it a reasonable dream and make a path to reach it, Rehab professionals are not taught in that, by the way. They don't have the imagination to do it, but they should get the training to do it.
Thank you.
So that's what I want to add.
Can I crystallize this part about CBR, just to be sure about what we have said all through, that the idea of independent living or living in the community in our setting particularly, and I guess many Afro-Asian settings, will mean a range of options, as you have said differently. CBR in family setting, CBR in terms of shared living with livelihoods, but certainly not institutions.
Yes.
That's what I understand from you.
In terms of independent living, I would like panchayats to have some money, to have some house where if there's a person with no family or doesn't want to live with the family, that these women or men or women can, and they need care. They may need some support. People with disabilities do need support with a caregiver. If you can have these little group homes at the village level, I think it's possible. And the panchayat in any way should spend 4% of its money on people with disabilities. So why not set up a support system for adults also who don't have families? We had in Anantapur a very nice example of an 80-year-old mom who couldn't take care of a 50-year-old daughter with cerebral palsy. And the panchayat stepped in and actually paid for a person to come and support them in the mornings for their ADLs, cook their food, etc. And I thought it was a great example. Narega, there was a talk of Narega actually accepting caregiving as one of the professions and paying rural people, and we can train them a bit. So we have to look for these options within the government schemes and really build a supportive community.
Thanks, Poonamji. I'm glad if you're saying Manrega recognizes that, because from what I remember, when you and I were part of that planning commission group about 9 years ago in 2012, that idea of seeing family-based carer as eligible for Manrega wasn't really accepted. But that's another small story.
I think it was a suggestion.
Right.
I think it has got accepted in some states. Okay. I think some places.
Okay.
Andhra, I think it is got. I'm not very.
Right. Sorry.
Dr. Desai, this is a lot about CBR are. RCI has launched community-based inclusive development with Melbourne University. And it's like, it took about a year or so to prepare it because it's a competency-based training program, which is very much in detail with written material. And they are actually financially supporting some 20, I think 15 or 20 training centers to, and the program has been launched, has started. And over a period of time, we will have some degree of caregivers, not caregivers, but some degree of support at the community level, people who are trained, people who are organized. And this is again a cross-disability form of training for community inclusive development. And I think RCI has selected training centers which cuts across the northeast, southern part, and every region of India. And in some, you have to mention this, I think some parts of the community of the country are very community inclusive. I remember when I was chairman National Trust, there was this huge flood in Manipur. And I reached out and said, what can we do? So can we provide for families where foster homes? So they said, no, you don't provide for homes. We look after, it's not the brother or the sister. There will be somebody in the community from the same tribe who will take over the child. The children are not lost. So it's such an empowering vision. And so this program will take off, has taken off CBID, community-based inclusive development.
Yeah, that's very good. Yeah.
Thank you, Alokaji. Thank you so much. I just want to mention toward the end, before I request you for final comments, two recent developments that both of you, I'm sure, are very familiar with, possibly more than I am. But for our listeners and friends, one is the University of Rehabilitation Sciences that's coming up in Guwahati has already come up. And so the whole idea of workforce, a multi-pronged workforce for assisting or supporting towards independent living, hopefully we have at least begun one process of creating that workforce. And the second, what I'm very excited about is the recently passed Allied Health Professionals Bill. And so that includes a whole lot of allied health professional categories, including support workers. And so hopefully in the next few years, we'll have, Poonamji, the workforce that you are referring to being developed through both the executive and the legislative decisions. As we draw towards close, any final comments, any points for consideration?
I want to flag the issue of the Supreme Court judgment on special education and special educated. Every state, every union territory now has to plan that every school and at every level, every stage must have special educating. The course we are about calls from various state commissioners, etc., what kind of ratio we should have. 1-on-1 for deafblind children, 1-on-7 for blind children, and so on. So I think some movement on that will bring about the beginning of greater awareness for a support system for persons with disabilities.
Poonamji?
Yeah, I would actually like to just mention a few examples from our work here in Chennai. How it has somehow changed the way, like we had one young woman who has a disability, and she wanted to move to a very small town, about has a population of about 5,000. It was from Bangalore, but her father lived there, and she wanted to move there and look after her father because she has grown old and mom's no more. But the house is very old. It was totally accessible, the toilet and the kitchen, even the sink. She couldn't even reach the tap of the sink. And she was wondering what to do about it. And it doesn't have too much money, but she had some money. And, just working with her, we found a local person, a very good structural engineer from the Tiruvannamalai, which is a little bigger town nearby. And he helped. And we have redesigned this, made her house more accessible. And she is now going to be able to live there and take care of her dad and work on the job that she does, which is online at the moment, and she hopes it stays online. So she works with one of these software companies. I just want to say is that there are little small examples of positive way of how people are able to start living the way they want to, with a range of options. She wants to move into a small village almost and live with her dad, and not able to do that because of a disability. But if we can make her house accessible, if we can help her to, have a Wi-Fi there, she will be able to work there. So I just want to say we must have more and more examples of this nature, and not make sure that people don't get stuck after they leave school and just sit at home and not know what to do with themselves. And then 20 years later get so depressed and then go to the psychiatrist, Dr. Desai, and get some medication. And that's terrible, because the entire work of a special educator goes to the dogs, I feel. So we want to have more support systems. So I think we must collate examples and suggestions and of what has happened and see how they can be replicated. What about replication? What about, creating sustain that way? And I'll give you this example, young one called Kanchana. And yeah, I think there's lots happening as far as the bills are concerned, and many things happen, but on the ground, things need to change. And hopefully in the years to come, by the way, I think attitudes are also changing to some extent with the people with disabilities. It's not all negative anymore. So let's stay there and get at it.
I wish I
just
could.
just one
Sure,
more thing, Dr. Desai. SDG 10, there's so much buzz around SDGs. SDG 10 actually has a target for persons with disabilities to live independently. And so on a national, international forum, the concept not only of disability, but of independent living is actually come to the front burner.
Thank you. So as we have said, and if I might try and summarize, from UNCRPD to the RPWD to SDG to all the recent legislative and judicial actions that we spoke about, there is enough movement, it seems, from the top for a push towards independent and inclusive society for all persons with disabilities, certainly those hidden or invisible disability. Is that an easy task? It seems not. People working with psychosocial disabilities, and yet it would seem that across the country there are some good to very good to excellent examples, isolated though, and in the larger country's context it would seem small. There are of course cross-cultural issues and barrier issues, governmental and socio-cultural. But the thing that I want to say towards the end, if I might, and I am sure Alokaji and Poonamji will agree, they have actually been part of that movement of how it's been said that a journey of 1,000 miles will begin with a small step. And so we as a country, as a society, have taken a few small steps towards that goal of inclusive living and independent living for all persons, certainly people with psychosocial disabilities, with the paradigm and the underlying idea of enabling them rather than seeing them as disabled. I will end there with profound, sincere thanks to Dr. Poonam Natarajan, Dr. Alaka Gua. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much on my individual part and on behalf of National Ability Summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Desai.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Poonam.
Thank you.
Thank you, Varija.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Desai, for brilliantly moderating it. I think you covered more or less everything that we wanted to speak about. And some of my personal takeaways was the point that Dr. Aloka spoke about, which is about the caregivers. I don't think we have enough of them. And my one personal question would be, where do we find these caregivers? There are a lot of people. I have been flooded with these questions personally. Where do we find trained caregivers? And as rightly said, that that is the bigger challenge today. And the second thing is the inclusive living. I love the point Dr. Poonam pointed, where the family sort of moved in together. I think that ecosystem is sort of missing, and I think all these things are happening in small pockets. I'm so glad that we could bring this together for the larger know-how of the audience. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
think
Varija.
Varija, the caregivers is something that has been my thing for a long time, and I totally agree. We want caregivers who are trained on disability and not on single disabilities, and that I think that could be an action point for me. Is what I wanted to say.
Yes, I think that could be another point of discussion, Dr. Desai, maybe the next National Ability Summit.
Yes, and do include, Varija, do include target 10.2 of goal 10 of SDG.
Yeah, sure. And the upscaling part, we kind of didn't really perhaps focus on that too much.
Yeah, the sustainability, the
Yeah.
financing.
Yes, you mentioned that. Thank you so much, both of you. disability and the related fields. We are here for a session in the National Ability Summit on inclusive living for hidden or invisible disabilities. And I have three wonderful, very experienced lady colleagues with me on the panel. Let me introduce each one of them. Dr. Shanti Aulak is a professional psychologist with a doctorate in psychology who has been in teaching position for a long time in Delhi, in reputed institutions. In addition, she has initiated an NGO for persons with intellectual impairment or disability, especially the adult persons with intellectual impairment, and policy making committees and bodies. Her major areas of expertise, if I might enumerate briefly, are training and employment of adults with intellectual disability, creating scalable models, family support services, assisted living in group homes, and awareness campaigns for ID and advocacy about their rights. Shanti ji, welcome. Thank you for being here. We have with us Mary Barua. Mary Barua is the Director for Action for Autism as well as the National Center for Autism India. And she has truly been, and I'm going to witness to this over the last 30 years, she has been instrumental in getting the policy as well as programmatic emphasis crystallized in the country on autism. And she sees herself as an activist, writer, educator, trainer who has actually pioneered autism movement, and that's true. She again, like Shanti ji, has worked on a number of national and international groups and committees for autism, spectrum-related disorders, and a whole lot of other similar disabilities. We then have from all the way down under Australia, Dr. Lisa Stafford, who I must say I'm very impressed to see. Lisa identifies herself as a chronically ill disabled academic, and of course being a social scientist, social community planner, and human geographer with more than 20 years experience. Her major areas of work include inclusive communities and social spatial justice, mobility and participation, transition of young people with disabilities. Lisa has quite a few credible and impact-making grants from. Welcome, Lisa. Thank you for being here. Can I start with you, Lisa? How do you see in Australia, and from your experience, wide experience across the countries, how do you see the acceptance and awareness of the depth of invisible or hidden disability, past and present both?
Thank you, Dr. Nimish. So it's Lisa here, and yeah, it's a difficult one. I think the idea of disability is still very much a certain type of idea or a different way of looking. I think we still have a long way to go in terms of recognizing and valuing the diversity of what constitutes disability, in terms of our diversity, in terms of the way we our sensory needs, our physical needs, our emotional needs, our communication needs. There is so much our diversity, and I think that's changing. I think there's a lot more awareness that's coming out in terms of recognizing that most disabilities are actually invisible. Very few are actually visible. I actually have a visible disability. I use a power wheelchair myself. But most of my needs are actually invisible until my progression of needs. So having lived quite a years having my own invisible disability, and then suddenly being into a wheelchair, and then how people perceive you in that regard too. So I've had those both elements, and but yeah, I think we do have a long way of going till in terms of acceptance and seeing the true nature and value that every person has in terms of their contribution. But I do believe we have come a long way, particularly in Australia, from where we've come from deinstitutionalization, where people were institutionalized for many years, or many decades, hidden away. And we have moved to a community living model. Yeah, but we have so much more, I think, opportunities, particularly for our children and young people in terms of their growth and worth and values, which is a lot of my work has been in. So yeah,
Yes.
thank you.
If I may have a supplementary there, and I know this is possibly a given, but can we just clarify with you the lack of acceptance, as you said, or the slowly emerging acceptance? How far would you say is that related to the awareness issues?
I think it's hand in hand. I think they're together. You know, yes, there needs to be more awareness, and through I suppose contributions and through celebrating people's worth and values, that acceptance can come along as well. I think they're both. My experience has been both is really important. That's why we need to have education and awareness. But we also have to have protections around discrimination and stuff like that too. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Shantiji, your observation, experience, expertise on that, both as a professional trainer in psychology and an NGO worker working on community-based models, especially about awareness and acceptance of disability, especially the invisible disability.
Shantiji, you're on mute.
So what I have seen is that a lot of people carry prejudiced opinions because they do not know. They do not understand people with disabilities, and particularly the hidden disabilities. And so they carry all kinds of notions. So what I have found is that when we, our children or our young people, when they go out in the community, participate like everyone else in various kind of community programs or events or places, there is a sensitization within to know more about them and accept them slowly as a part of the human diversity. One more thing I would like to say here is, you see, we are so hooked on to our own notions of what it means to be a human being, an average human being, that whenever we see a person who is different in certain ways, it evokes all kind of, notions which are based on misinformation. So when you see, they get to understand that there are different ways of being in this world, and hidden disabilities also the same, then there is a different kind of thought process which starts happening in people's mind. And if personally, if I speak of it, for me, it has been really transforming, because I don't see disability. I see people with diverse kind of conditions, life conditions, including a so-called, so-called normal people. So this diversity thing really helps in slowly changing the mindsets.
Thanks, Shantiji. Mary, your take on that, please.
Thank you, Nimeshji. So, well, I think I of course, go along with everything the earlier speakers have said. And I think that, there is a lot more awareness, definitely in India and in South Asia. Across South Asia, there's been a great deal more awareness, but that awareness also comes with a lot of stereotypes. So within those stereotypes, what you have is either there is pedestaling or the charity mode. So we don't have the thought of disabled people as being people just like you and me, right? They are people who either we feel sorry for or we put on a pedestal and say, what amazing human being. The person is deaf, but is still a lawyer. So we are at that stage of being at one of the two extremes, either a pedestal or charity. And the thing is that, something that Lisa said about invisible disabilities, and that's for all kind, because, for instance, I have a colleague who has autoimmune disorder, and that is disabling for her, right? And I know that a lot of people who did not know that she has the condition judged her for the leaves she was forced to take. Or we have colleagues who are autistic, and we did not tell everybody. And we've had autistic parents who judged an autistic teacher as being rude and outspoken when that person was just being autistic, right? And forthright. So, invisible disabilities are something that so we have awareness, but we don't really have that much of acceptance. That's the area where we need to work on. And because acceptance is not there, this kind of thing happens. And a lot of it comes from not being able to accept somebody who's different. Because like Shantiji said, when we begin to accept diversity, then we can be more inclusive. And I think a very important part of that acceptance is being empathetic. And I truly believe that if a society is broadly empathetic, whether you are aware or not, you'll be inclusive. But if a society lacks empathy, you could have awareness, but acceptance will come a long time in coming. And it is particularly relevant for, say, people working with autistic individuals, because autistic people are accused of lacking empathy. That's this thing, that they lack empathy, which is not true at all. The ironic thing is the neurotypical world lacks empathy towards the neurodivergent. They never understand their perspective. So we accuse them of being, lacking empathy, but we ourselves exhibit lack of empathy. And I think empathy is really the one aspect that helps shift us from awareness to acceptance.
That's a very interesting point you're making, Mary. That awareness might be a helpful step towards acceptance, but not a prerequisite or a necessary one. A society or groups of individuals might have acceptance and empathic acceptance of the diversity. If one can train oneself to see diversity as a norm. All three of you saying that. Can I then move on to request all three of you to share your views on to what extent has UNCRPD actually helped at policy and program level or at the society level, would you say? Because that does accept the whole idea of personhood and diversity, as all three of you said, right?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
How would you see the role and the contribution of UNCRPD?
Okay.
Mary, you could begin with that, please.
See, the UNCRPD has the capacity to bring about huge change, because this is what the UNCRPD is about. It's about accepting diversity. And I think the most important thing is the UNCRPD actually talks about providing positive discrimination. Because one of the things we keep hearing is that, I treat everybody equally. But treating everybody equally is not good enough. Because if I have difficulty seeing and you say, I treat everybody equally in this company, nobody can wear spectacles, then I'll be discriminated against. But you would be practicing equality. And that is really what happens. I think, and this is one aspect of the UNCRPD, which I feel is not really well understood. The fact that you have to make accommodations for people who have different requirements. And we all have different requirements, each one of us. Like I required you to repeat your question because the others got it, but I didn't get it. And if you said no, equal treatment, I'm not going to repeat it, then I would be discriminated against. And that is really, I mean, I'm giving it a very simplistic spin, but this thing of the unwillingness to provide the extra accommodation. And that is true for people, anybody who's been marginalized at any time, whether it is people of different abilities or different caste or different religion or different creed or different color. This is really what non-discrimination is all about, or positive discrimination is all about. And for me, that is one of the most critical things in the UNCRPD. And I say this particularly because I'm speak largely for a community. Of course, I do work with other disabilities, but primarily my focus is people with autism. And like a lot of invisible disabilities, the expectation for autistic children, whether it is in school, whether it is in the community, whether it is in the workplace, or even in the home, stop acting like that, act normal, which is telling them, stop acting autistic because I will not provide you the accommodations you need, the visual strategies that you need, the communication tools that you need, because you can say a few words, you cannot need a communication tool. So this is something that, and I'm sure that's not the only community. I'm sure there are other communities of the disabled that face the same discrimination that I may not be aware of. But this is the one I'm aware of, where their needs for accommodations and positive discrimination are constantly, I mean, when we talk about inclusive education, in schools, they are not permitted to have their visual schedules or to use their communicator. Nobody else is using it. Why should I give it to him? So positive discrimination for me is one of the most important aspects of the UNCRPD, as well as the creating awareness. Creating awareness is something most governments do not spend much on. And this is something that on every committee I sit on, I keep repeating, and I did it again this very month on a particular committee, that we have to focus on awareness. It is all very well saying that we'll do this in higher education and we'll do that for employment when they're not getting basic education. What's the point in doing that when most of them are missing out on basic education? So awareness is very important. And for me, the UNCRPD is, of course, an amazing tool. And I think it has done a lot of good. I have to say that our government is trying. The ministry is trying to implement a lot of those things. But what happens is that sometimes if individuals have not been personally impacted or experienced somebody with disability, it's hard for them to understand. It's not that they're bad people. It's just that it's hard to understand what it could mean in real terms for people who live with any kind of a condition.
That's interesting, Lisa. Besides many other good points, one of the points that Mary made towards the end is that for those persons in policy or key program positions who have not had direct brush or experience with one of the disabilities, have a little more or a lot more difficulty. As you said, you have been through it both. You have the tremendous academic and the ground level expertise. You also have the lived in expertise. So how would you respond to that point of view from Mary, especially about how does UNCRPD help?
Yeah, I think I totally agree with what Mary said in terms of just the power and capacity that the convention can have. And it has opened up a whole range of different conversations. And I think, Nimish, as you said, it brought into personhood that we are people. And that's really important conversation because of stigma that Shanti talked about, the prejudice that's, really attached. And so through awareness, this is a way we can sort of start, we call it disrupting those myths or trying to change those, the stereotypical ideas about what we should look like and what we should talk like and how we should behave, all those ideas. And so I think it's definitely, it's been a really important conversation point, a starter. And I think it actually has helped particularly governments, and in Australia, holding governments to account in some ways about what our responsibilities are. If we've signed up to this convention, well, what is it that, we need to actually do stuff. It's not just about a talking, it's how do we actually deliver? And we have some great strategies. But, at the moment, we've got some, a lot of issues around politics and policy. But one of the things that's really critically important, and I think, again, this is what the Convention of the Rights of People with Disabilities has as its core, is that you have to actually engage with people with disabilities. You have to walk with them and actually be led by them. And I think that's another really core foundations of the convention, because as policymakers, that's really important. If you don't have that perspective or experience, that's how we can actually make sure that our policies and our service delivery all is actually responsive to what actually people need, because we've had this big gap, that exists. Sometimes we go, well, who wrote that policy? Why it doesn't work? And part of that is because we haven't had those important conversations, and it's actually people with disabilities haven't been at the core and the center of those conversations. So I think that's a big game changer. And it's also for any of us, like, just because I have an experience, I have my own personal experience. It's like one person with autism has one person with autism, one person with multiple chronic diseases like myself is just one person. We have empathy and can relate, but it's all our own personal journeys, because we also have all differences in class, our differences in opportunities. There's all these other intersecting, we call them axes of differences. So I think that's always important to remember. So that's what I talk about with policymakers. You can take perspective. We need to, how do we get people to take perspective and to step outside and see what that's like? And that's where we can actually do some really good examples of that by storytelling, through having good evidence-based policies, different information, as well as bringing people together to work together to write those policies. I think they're really important tools and mechanisms that can help us. And I think Dr. Shanti talked about this earlier, that fear of the unknown. It can actually help to remove some of that, because that's sometimes some of the biggest barriers, is that fear gets in the way. And instead of going, look, it's not about getting right or wrong, it's coming from a playing field of respect and listening and willingness. I think that's really important. And that's sort of those principles of the convention, so to speak. I hope that helped.
Thank you. If I get you correctly, what you're saying is that while direct or indirect personal experience might help, that's not always necessary. And in fact, what we should all be doing is get the policy makers or the key opinion makers in any society, get exposed, get sensitized, get involved with persons who are different, as Dr. Shanti said. Do I get you correctly?
Yeah, absolutely. And having people with disabilities leading those conversations is really important. Not speaking to us or about us, but with us. Yeah. Absolutely.
I've learned over the last 2 or 3 decades that so deeply, and I'm still trying to learn. Nothing about us without us. And there can't be amongst all of you included, but there can't be a better person than Shanti ji to educate us a little more about that. That whole issue of sensitizing people, policymakers, Shanti ji, and how do you actually get the society to understand divergence better?
See, it is what I realize is that this shift from the disability perspective to divergence perspective is a very deep one. And the policy makers, they a lot of not consideration, I would say they realize, yes, that needs to be done, or they do really understand the spirit of what we are trying to say to them. So what I realized is a lot of storytelling, lot of short videos and films, and the places where they are working or places where they are living and sharing experiences on their behalf is something very important. And also another thing, I realize that many of the hidden disabilities, the people themselves are not able to articulate their positions, their feelings, their thoughts as much as to make the other people understand. So I feel that the families and also the teachers both should become an important part of what I should say, the direction, giving a direction to the policy making. And by and large, this remains, this area remains at quite a low for the policymakers.
Thank you. Picking up from what Shanti ji said just now. The difficulties in advocacy, as you see, besides, of course, UNCRPD driven movement for holding governments accountable, as Lisa said, but at multiple levels, from government structure and system to society to individuals to socio-cultural practices, what do you see as the difficulties in advocacy? And of course, if you can please also possible solutions from your own experience. Any one of you, please, Lisa.
Thank you. It's Lisa again. Oh, that's a difficult one. We could be here all day, couldn't we? Well, night for me. Difficulties advocacy. Well, I think one of the things I think I highlighted earlier is that we have to move from talking to actually action. That seems to be where we get stuck sometimes. The implementation is always the most difficult, and particularly around strategies that, and so the area I've been working a lot in at the moment is urban planning and built environment. And so a lot of the ideas are really difficult to put into practice because of the existing legislation or the different mindsets as well as practices and education. Like there's multiple systems. So, and I suppose it's really important to recognize those, where those different tension points are. And that's what we're trying to been doing work on at the moment. One of the ways, and some of the research I've been doing at the moment is having conversations about what does it actually mean when we talk about creating inclusive communities? What does that actually, what is that to each one of us? And we've been having broader community conversations about this. So bringing people together to have chats, using pictures and different ways of telling stories. That's not just specific to people with disabilities, but the broader community, because part of the change is about, as we talked about, acceptance and awareness. And but one of the things is there's a lot of some commonalities about, well, what makes us feel included? What are the things? So kindness, respect, opportunities, connection, family. And so it's starting to build that. That's one of the strategies I've been working through at the moment, is that up from the grassroots up processes to build the stories to help not just the course of action for government, because one of the problems is governments go, okay, well, these are the difficulties, but how do I make the change? What do you want me to do? And that's what we're having these more deeper conversations about, is trying to help guide that. Because that's sort of where some of the tensions have been, where I've come from, is trying to fill that gap between top-down policies that can't be implemented and don't necessarily meet our needs. So let's start creating it from the grassroots and having those really important conversations. So that's one of the strategies I'm working on at the moment, to try and bridge those issues.
If I may continue with that for a brief moment. In those conversations, I'm sure you have all people involved, the so-called different or diverse divergent to those of us so common. What would you characterize as the reaction pattern of the so-called normals to this issue of inclusive acceptance?
Oh, I don't know about normals. I don't like the word normal.
I know, so-called.
What is
Yes.
normal? What is
normal?
normal?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. I think people are coming, the people who are coming to have the conversations are generally interested in justice and equity. Always a warrior who's not there, but so people have a like-minded interest for whatever reason, whether it's a personal connection to disability, whether it's through a different experience, through culture, through age, aging needs, those sort of things. So I think that's what's been, it's not really if you've got a disability or not, it's actually we're coming together to have this conversation because it means something to us and it's something we value. Yeah, and it's interesting because the themes that are coming through are very similar in a sense, different because of obviously personal experiences will have a different depth of story, but there's those common themes that I just mentioned earlier. Yeah.
Mary, what would you say about that? I can't but help make a comparison to the recent pandemic. As Lisa was saying, different stories have different connotations and contexts. And I've been kind of fond of saying, especially about the second wave and of the epidemic and after that, it's often said that we are all in the same boat. To me, it seems that in the pandemic, we were not. And in the conversation that we are having now, not all of us are in the same boat. We might be in the same storm, but everybody is on a different boat. Your reactions, Mary, please.
Yeah, well, I quite agree. I mean, it's not that everybody's on the same boat, not just during the pandemic, even in general terms. We are not on the same boat. Some are on a log raft and some are on a liner. So, and then there is everything in between. So, and Lisa earlier talking about, the entrenched systems and the mindsets that prevent, advocacy from happening. And I thought I wanted to just quickly add one more point to that in our context, which makes advocacy really hard. There are two actually. One of them perhaps is more universal, which is about families being kind of overprotective about their disabled people. So this overprotection sometimes prevents advocacy from taking place because a lot of effective advocacy can be done by people themselves. And when there is overprotection, then that does not happen, right? And so oftentimes families swing between overprotection and discrimination. Right. And that's a pretty common one. So that is one. And the other one I quickly wanted to make is, as far as South Asia and particularly India is concerned, one major challenge to advocacy is the numbers. The numbers really make it very difficult. So, even if you say, I remember we decided that we will target all the pediatricians in India. This was 25 years back to create awareness about autism. We did. We targeted all the registered pediatricians, which was 10,000 at that time and 15,000 a few years later. But it was not enough because not everybody goes to a pediatrician. Numbers itself is a big challenge to advocacy. So I just had to make that point.
Sure. To please focus on also what you touched upon so well, briefly but cogently. This entire belief about joint family system or Indian family system always being adequately, correctly empathic and protective. Like you said, it tends to get either discriminatory out of helplessness or ignorance or overprotective, not really enabling and empowering. And so how would societies in India or South Asia or Afro-Asian context actually help the society get this correct mix between retaining the traditional family and social values and yet incorporating the rights-based approach? Either of you, please, Shanti or Mary.
Okay, so I'll start off since I'm quick. Okay, Shanti, you want to say?
No. Mary, please go on.
Okay. I just want to say I'll just quickly say that there are a lot of very good traditions, right? As in every community, there are wonderful traditions. And then there are traditions that are not that great, right? In fact, today we were talking about somebody who's doing jhadu, whatever that, the witchcraft thing, what's it called?
Jharfu.
Something, right?
Yes.
So, and strong belief in that. But unfortunately, something that has happened a lot in recent years is that there is this absolute eulogizing of traditions. So if you say that this traditional thing is not good, and it has happened in disability also. So you cannot criticize any tradition that has been there as far as disability is concerned, because tradition is all good, joint families are all good, everything that is happening is great. And that is not correct. There are great things in tradition that we want to retain, but there are bad things that we want to change. And that is true of every society. That's only the limited point I wanted to make. Ashanti ji, please, I'm sure you'll have a lot to add.
Yeah. You see, I agree with Mary that families often tend to be very, very protective and in a way stifling the growth of the person with certain forms of disabling conditions. So the right mix, you see, the family provides a lot of security to everyone's life, but at the same time, enabling environment, and which can come only from human rights perspective. So now, I often, that is what I have seen in the last few years, a lot about human rights. And I say that everyone, for that matter, has the same kind of needs, the same range of emotions. We have one life to live, and it is precious to each one of us. In that sense, everybody must get the optimum opportunities, some minimum opportunities and services to be able to grow. And when we bring that kind of a shift in our mind that it is a matter of human rights, then possibly very, very slowly there would be a change in the mindset. But before that, we have to show, we means the people working in the field with the conditions and particularly hidden disability, we have to show the people their growth potential through concrete examples. So when people see, I know in the last 5-6 years, myself and Mary, we have worked on spaces in the open environment for our young people, and come to our center, see what they are doing. And once they are able to see spaces, opportunities to people. So we have to show that kind of example. But there is a big problem. The whole sector, at least in our country, is being managed by parents, and particularly hidden disabilities. And the reach remains limited. The scalability is something that we all have been trying, that the government must finance these kind of things so that more and more people can create these kind of services. And services mean more growth opportunities, and growth opportunities mean more example people can see how people become successful in accomplishing so many tasks.
Thank you, Shanti, so much. As we draw toward the end, I have a twin request from all three of you, if I may. One, would you briefly recount for us what are the pitfalls or the dangers of self-disclosure for the person, for the family? Because what we have said till now is a lot of aspects of what should be done and what should happen and what's beginning to happen. But is that also rosy, or are there difficulties, are there pitfalls, dangers to disclosure? Is disclosure always safe? And two, if I might request you to also, as we talk toward the end, summarizing what we have all said till now, action points as you would see, 2 or 3 or 4. Any one of you, please, Mary.
It would be interesting to hear Liza share what she experiences about, this whole thing of, disclosure there is pretty, what should I say, visible. So how has it been when it became evident that you had, your disability became more visible? Was there a difference?
Sure, Lisa, please.
Yeah, absolutely. I suppose, I mean, I had a walking stick for a while, but people just assumed that was, I had a colleague that never really asked and just assumed I had a car accident or something. Just, there was never a conversation. But as soon as going into being more visible through my wheelchair, absolutely. So the pitying charity that you mentioned, Mary, you get that. People are much more awkward. Conversations about, oh, can we employ you now? Same person, those sort of things. There's so many. It's been quite interesting being a social scientist and 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 my background was psych as well. That was my undergrad. So looking through this whole body space relationship and people's perceptions with you, the conversations you have to have now about just access to bathrooms, these sort of things that not one of my colleagues have to have. It's really a whole different level of experience that when you know the depth of unconscious and conscious bias that it does exist, it's difficult. And I've been in the space for a long time, and I've, but with the progressive disability, you're constantly having to rethink about who you are in your relationships and stuff like that. So it is interesting. So I think of the community for a long time and advocacy and connected. What happens when you're connected? And so I always feel like every opportunity I have to speak, whether it's from my academic or lived experience, it's about speaking up for people who can't, and at this moment in time that don't have the same platform or opportunity, because it is difficult disclosure. It can be quite unsafe for a lot of my friends, neurodiversity. It has been very unsafe for them in terms of that experience of being discriminated against and being pushed out. So it is a difficult one. So I don't know if I've answered that at all, Mary, but it's both. It's interesting because, as you mentioned earlier, when you're invisible, people don't believe you or don't understand it. When you have energy limitations or chronic pain, bowel disease, all this stuff that's not spoken about, communication, to then being out, then it's another navigating of relationships and identity. So yeah.
Thank you, Lisa.
I hope that's helped.
Yes, it did. Thank you, Lisa. Shanti ji?
You see, as by Mary, a lot depends upon the situations and the people. Because you see, people will tend to figure out that there is something different about this person. So what I feel is that rather than allowing them to continue with their own filling up the gap kind of a thing, which means often the notions, apprehensions, and so on, it's better that when people are trying to understand that we explain the situation to them. But a lot would depend upon what kind of individual we are talking about. So a person with, say, learning disability, there's no need to self-disclosure in most of the situations. But say people that also, you see, people on high spectrum, or similarly people with intellectual disability, or maybe some psychosocial disability, there would be people would sense that they are different about this person. In order to understand that, explaining will help in creating a kind of sensitive environment, and it will work that way. Because you see, primarily my experience is mostly with intellectual disability, particularly in terms of work. And I have seen when we are explaining to them that what does it entail and how the person thinks and responds to various kind of situation, what his likes and dislikes are, giving more kind of human descriptions of the person rather than disability description. I have seen that people do respond to that. And in any way, biases we cannot, because this is the human tendency to always start with what we know, and from there comes the all kind of biases, rather than looking at the situations of people objectively and then making certain kind of observations. So I feel disclosure perhaps at some stage would be required for creating a space.
Thank you, Shantiji. Can I of the point that we have made, as well as possibly those who become action points, and if you'll have very quick, crisp, brief reactions to that. We are talking about awareness to whatever means, different means that we can all do. Talking about increasing empathic acceptance, including we are talking about reviewing the normalcy model that human race seems to follow, celebrate divergence, advocacy through UNCRPD or other avenues, retaining family and social values for whatever culture or subculture, alongside rights advocacy, alongside legal protection, policy oversight, and social audit if required. But the biggest challenge, it seems, I have understood from all three of you, is upscaling and sustainability, besides small projects and demonstration ideas. Any quick reactions, please, any one of you?
I would say that particularly for certain kind of conditions, it is important that people who are working at the ground level should be not only consulted, but should be listened to very carefully in formulation of the programs and policies. Otherwise, things will change very, very slowly.
Sure. To repeat myself, what I have learned in the last 2 or 3 decades from all of you, nothing about us without us.
Without us, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Any quick reactions, and can I summarize one more time to say what we are talking about in this session particularly is make the invisible more visible and accepted. It remains for me to thank all three of you very profusely, sincerely. Mary Barua, Dr. Shanti Aulog, Dr. Lisa Stafford. Thank you so much on behalf of National Ability Summit as well as on my own part. Thank you. Hello, I'm Nimesh Desai. I'm a psychiatrist and a public health professional by training. On for the National Abilities Summit version 2, 2021, we are doing this session on the need for aftercare homes and community-based rehabilitation to achieve inclusive and independent living for persons with mental illness. I am athletic to medium heavy set build 6-foot person who right now sports a entirely white silver French beard and black and white hair on the top of my head. I'm wearing a white shirt and a deep beige sleeveless jacket. I hope you're all able to hear and see us well. Allow me to introduce two of my panelists. One, Pallavi Rohtagi is a lawyer by training and has had actually the good fortune of practicing in both geographies as an attorney, US and India. She's on sabbatical from the legal profession, works with the organization in Chennai called the Banyan, following her lifelong passion for mental well-being. And she's now the chief for the Banyan's scale-up of its model project Home Again across 10 states. Home Again is a project that I'm sure she will mention and talk about. That's been a model for one of the aftercare community-based services. She also leads a young talent group to create cutting-edge content for mental health awareness. Pallavi, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me, Dr.
Dr. Achal Bhagat is a long-time friend who is a senior consultant psychiatrist and psychotherapist who trained at PGIMER Chandigarh and Oxford, UK. He is the chairman of the Psychiatry Mental Health Services at Indraprastha Apollo Hospital for 25 years and more in Delhi. He's also been the chairperson of an NGO that he founded, which works with multiple stakeholder groups on mental health issues in South Asia. Is the chairperson of ADI, an organization working for rights of persons across all types of disability. And as I've known for many years, he sees himself equally as a mental health activist, as a psychiatrist and a mental health professional. Of course, training a lot of barefoot counselors and ground level mental health workers. Achal, thank you very much for being here. Really, it's such a pleasure.
Thank you, Nimesh. Thank you. Lovely being here.
We are going to, the three of us, I might say, are going to carry this conversation forward. My being the moderator alongside whatever I can contribute from whatever we have learned together jointly. Let's begin with one mic, Achal. Where is the position in India, South Asia, and in the global context for this endeavor, would you say, of achieving or helping persons with mental illness achieve inclusive and independent living for persons with mental illness after care, so to say, following treatment?
Right. Thank you, Nimesh. This is Achal. Just to follow Nimesh on my description first, I am more heavily built than Nimesh, fairly heavily built. I owe this to my genetics. I wear spectacles and I have silver gray hair and a silver gray mustache, chubby cheeks and a double neck. And I wear a dark blue shirt right now. And behind me is a painting by an artist. It's a watercolor. It uses wash technique. I love paintings as well. So coming back to your question, Nimesh, where are we? I think at the level of philosophy, things have moved significantly. At the level of value framework, things have moved significantly, especially after 2007, 2008, the UNCRPD, the United Nations Convention for Rights of Persons with Disability, with a specific emphasis on mental health and other mental disabilities. Things have moved significantly because of the concept of legal capacity, because of the concept of liberty, because of the concept of choice, lack of torture, lack of discrimination, family life, the focus on family life, the focus on independent living and community living. focus on education and livelihood, and especially legal capacity, point number 5, finance being under your own control, and your right to own property, and right to manage your own money. All these things are significant value framework changes. So from being abandoned and incarcerated, or being dependent on welfare approaches of homes or post-institutionalization community efforts, which in themselves became micro-institutions. Beyond that, I think new experiments are in place. But the most important thing is that people now know that they have the right to take their own decisions. Now, when you try and convert that into services, in India and in South Asia, the services are limited. We are still struggling with halfway homes, quarterway homes, NGO centers, and trying to get people back to their homes. And there is a problem of a revolving door phenomena there, people becoming homeless because of that revolving door phenomena. So I don't think the experiments are very successful in trying to find the ideal solution of converting the value framework to an everyday reality for persons living with mental illness. When will that happen? How will that happen? I think it's a journey. I think it's a long journey. It is likely to happen over a period of time. And I'm sure there will be more and more opportunities that arise.
Thanks, Achal. Thank you so much. This is Nimesh. If I might just add to that, I guess, Achal, you and I were also part of some of the judicial activism and the committees that came through judicial activism in Delhi and this part of India, that also synchronized, fortunately, with the CRPD implementation. And so there are some stories that you might share. But yes, broadly, it would seem that while at the philosophical, conceptual plane and in terms of sensitivity, while a lot of ground has been covered, at the ground level for majority of the persons with mental illness, anything towards independent or inclusive living for persons with mental illness is still a far out dream. And Pallavi, would you please share the Home Again project that the organization Banyan has had, which is essentially talking about what Achal and I were mentioning. I must also say that we are going to have your colleague Kishore talk about the larger aspects of Banyan, the organization, and the engagement of persons with mental illness in treatment and rehabilitation services. I request you to really focus on aftercare services, especially towards autonomizing persons with mental illness and giving them choice, as Achal was saying. Please.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Vasai. This is Pallavi, and following suit. I am medium built in terms of weight, but I am tall. I'm 5'9" for a woman that's considered reasonably tall. I wear glasses, and currently I'm sporting a large red bindi, which gives me strength when I have to appear before such individuals like Dr. Desai. With that, just to give you some background, we, the Banyan, we run critical care, critical time intervention and hospital-based setup called the Emergency Care and Recovery Centers. These are basically first point of contact for individuals with mental health issues and mental illness who are homeless. Now, over time, we found that a lot of these persons who are receiving treatment in our ECRC for short had nowhere to go, and even though they had recovered and their symptoms were managed with medication and other interventions, they were still stuck in the institution. So in about 2014, we piloted Home Again with a grant from Grand Challenges Canada in the state of Tamil Nadu, where we transitioned groups of 4 to 5 women into these rented homes, which are set up in the midst of a vibrant community with access to banking services, access to shops, to religious affiliations as per the preference of the individual. And that was the first time we did it in 2014 and 15. And the structure is really quite simple. It's 4 or 5 people who live as an affinity group, as a formed family in the community, in rented homes. And they have support from non-technical individuals whom we call personal assistants, who are trained by the Banyan on the basics of mental health, on identifying crisis situations, when things are escalating, so that they can access medical care, psychological treatment, psychiatric treatment as soon as possible. But more than all of that, the PA, the personal assistant's role is really to help these individuals integrate with the people around them, integrate with the neighbors, integrate with, just a simple exercise as going and buying biscuits from the corner shop. So, inculcating a sense of agency, financial independence, and, the focus has throughout, including when the decision is made whether they should move to a home again setup or not, is what is it that they want from their life? What is their life goals? And understanding that and giving them the option to actually move back into the community, rediscover their, who they are and their own independence. And over a period of time, we actually found, and we did research on this, we administered some standard tools like quality of life, community integration, questionnaire, social distancing, and who'd asked for, reduction in disability. And we found that compared to individuals who stayed behind in these institutions, there was a marked reduction in disability at the 6-month mark, at the 12-month mark. There was a marked increase in community integration at the 6-month mark and 12-month mark. And on the basis of that, we did a transition to scale 2, where, again, under grand challenges, where we looked at setting these homes up in Kerala and in partnership with Asha Deep in Assam, where we set up home agains in Assam as well. And the findings seem to resonate. It's a one-off thing. It seemed to have worked. And at this point, we are actually trying to see how this model can be scaled. We are looking at setting it up in 10 states in India, and even in the northern province of Sri Lanka, which will be the first time we'll be doing this in another lower middle income country outside of India. So overall, the basic structure, as I said, is really simple, but the consequences and the results that we found were significant, and including where we found that the reduction in stigma. One case study, like one example I can give you is, first when these people with mental illness moved into these homes, the neighbors would have nothing to do with them and be like, the kids should not go there, children are not safe. And over time, actually now some of these women are caregivers, give daycare to the children of the neighbors when the parents go to work. So that huge shift in how, people with mental illness is perceived was seen. And, along the lines of what Dr. Bhagat was saying, this is something that we can look to replicate in other states. And of course, understanding that each state has its own cultural context. In India specifically, we are so varied in terms of language, in terms of culture, in terms of how we perceive women, living on their own range. But it is something that to show that this model can work across different cultural contexts.
Right. Can I, Pallavi, please supplement that with one or two other queries that I have? One
Sure.
is, to what extent can we believe that the Home Again project, poignant as its title, has taken care of what Achal was referring to so well as the revolving door, people going in institutions or in and out of one or many institutions, excuse me, And so to what extent do we believe that has been taken care of, at least in that population? And two, do those persons have a choice at the time of entry or exiting or during the stay?
So Dr. Desai, one of this revolving door issue is a big one, and what this home again model is, it's a long-term plan. It is not a halfway home. It is not a transitory home. It is their home. Of course, you may change homes, just as you and I, if we live in a rental accommodation, we move from one house to another. That is always, that can always happen. But it is their home. It is their family. In terms of choice, I mean, the focus on the Banyan's ethos and focus has always been choice-based. We have a rights-based approach to decision whether they wish to leave and move into a home again. And we also found that some service users felt that it was too intense for them. They could not manage to be in a community setup. They had been in an institution for too long, and they just wish to go back to the institution, which is always respected. So that does happen. But the idea is that we don't fall back into homelessness. And for that, there are like support packages. So we work with these personal assistants who are trained. These personal assistants, just to give you a background, are not mental health professionals in that sense. They are not trained. We are looking at individuals who are 8th, 9th pass, who are peer advocates, who have had lived experiences of homelessness, in certain cases who have been service users who have now become personal assistants. So there's a lot of individual experience-based care that is brought in to these homes, with the idea that relapses are reduced, with the idea that in the event there's an escalation, there's an understanding that, I can go back to a hospital if that is what is required for that period, but this is my home and I can't come back to it. So it is not a temporary stay, it is a home again, from us, from funders. Understand that sustainability has to be built in, right? That is a huge challenge. So for that, we work with these individuals. See, one has to actually go back to the core root cause of why they are homeless, why the mental health issue has been triggered, the bi-directionality of poverty and homelessness and mental health. So, keeping that in mind, we look at encouraging them to be independent. When I say be independent, we also look at livelihoods, skill development. Some of these service users who become personal assistants are paid. They are paid as the personal assistant would be. So they gain a whole lot of financial independence. So it's a very multi-pronged approach where we are looking at different aspects of care, which is not just medical care, which is not just biomedical approach.
Sure.
Thank you, Varija.
Nimesh, can I come in here? This is Achal, and this is just a query to you, Nimesh, about the possibility of home again being seen by the state mental health authorities as a mental health establishment, because they are interlocutors. You see, the NGO still is running the place, and the state mental health authority might think of it as a mental health establishment as opposed to it being a home or a family, because legally it is not a home or a family.
Sure, absolutely. Indeed, I'm happy to say that what Pallavi described, so 5 or 7 years ago, I have visited and seen those services that Banyan runs. And for last couple of years, we have now been discussing, actually, setting up what Pallavi said, Home Again replication project in Delhi. And so with the state government and SMHA, I think individually, it will be a wonderful idea and add to the sustainability of this whole idea of Home Again project. I'm sure all of us together can do that. In a sense, if I might say, the state will have to take responsibility for this kind of services. And in the legal framework being seen as MHE, I'm inclined to agree. But I wanted to ask you, Achal, from our joint and yet slightly different experiences, what I think Pallavi hit the head on the nail when she said that projects like Home Again, or any community-based rehabilitation, autonomizing rehabilitation CBR for PMIs would essentially be for preventing homelessness and destitution on account of mental illness. And so how would you, for our friends who are listening in, describe this whole relationship between homelessness and destitution on the one hand and severe mental illness with disability?
Right. So I think that the two assumptions of incapacity and dangerousness are the key assumptions that lead to homelessness or neglect or exploitation or invisibilization or exclusion. So unless those assumptions are challenged, right, and those assumptions would be challenged by success stories of people being able to take decisions, people having the opportunities and being able to use those opportunities with support sometimes and without support many a time to be able to take decisions, and the assumptions of dangerousness being diluted and challenged by assumptions or narratives of success or narratives of participation in community. So I think the conversations have to move from towards participation in community, towards ownership of the community. Reclaiming that space in the community is essential for the movement of people living with mental illness. And eventually interlocutors like us need to gradually fade away, because till the time the interlocutors remain, there remains a hierarchy. The us and them is created or concretized by us, the middle ground, you see. Because we are the protective layer, so to say. That narrative, unfortunately, feeds into the assumption of incapacity. And that narrative needs to be challenged repetitively. And that's why, the rental arrangements, for example, the rental agreement in a home again should be to the group of people who are inhabiting the space. The rental the grant, the micro grants that happen, for example, is the processes that matter. You see, how does the funding agency and the operating agency provide a microfinance grant to this group? It becomes a self-help group then. And how does this self-help group then look after themselves? And self-help groups are a phenomena that are known to Bangladesh to then function to look after itself with support systems. So that identity that Varija was talking about when she introduced the whole Ability Summit, the identity of a person has to be moving away from only the mental illness identity to the identity of the person as a person. So reclaiming the personhood is the most important thing, Nimesh, for me.
Oh, absolutely, Achal. And I've learned so much from you and the other colleagues about that over the last 2 or 3 decades, especially around UNCRPD and after that. The personhood idea, Pallavi, if you'll please elaborate a little more from the Home Again project and other such projects that you know across the world, across different countries. Are there other different models being tried out? I mean, this is one. And if you'll also please crystallize for us what would be elements of a good project, model project for anyone to follow.
So yes, of course, there are other models around the world. I mean, this is Home Again is one of many with supported living as a basis for, as Dr. Bhagat said, enabling individuals to find their personhood. I mean, that is the key, and that is the focus even for Home Again for us. And just to reel back a little and respond to Dr. Bhagat's comment on the rental agreement and being in the name of the individuals. Yes, that is a movement that we are working on, and there are some homes which are completely independent living, where clients first, have moved out, are living on their own with support from us, in ensuring symptom management or any other support that may be required. but they are completely independent. So that is the route we want to follow, and that is the route that we are going towards. But it is a challenge with finding homes that allow that. So it is a process, I think. Coming to Dr. Desai's point on other models, I mean, there are WHO recently launched a community-based mental health tech pack community guidance booklet, and they had identified several models from around the world that focuses on community-based mental health, which is rights-based, persons-based. So some of them that I thought I'd raise here was one that is very actually similar, I would say, in some sense to the Home Again, which is called Hand in Hand. This is in Georgia, which is an upper middle income country, where basically they have 4 to 5 people staying in these homes, supported by assistants who are trained with mental health issues. One of them is Hand in Hand. We have the Keyring in the UK, which is where people live in a radius and build a network. So what happens is that about 10 homes in a walkable distance radius, where they are each other's support systems and networks, and they also have supporters in terms of people who provide other support like medical, other interventions, etc. We have the Housing First in the US, and its premise is that before we can resolve any issue and enter into helping people with reclaiming themselves, the first thing an individual needs is a stable home. I mean, without a home, at that point you are focused on just managing, just getting by. I mean, to use an Indian phrase, in roti kapda or makan, this is your focus at that point. So once we which brings in the basic income concept and such other concepts. So there are various models, and based on our cultural context, different countries, these have variations. Home Again is, I can't say is the ultimate solution, right? That there will be learnings from say, for example, Delhi. The challenges in Delhi will be different from the challenges in Tamil Nadu, and challenges in Tamil Nadu will be different from the challenges in Maharashtra. So, one has to be, it's a dynamic program in that sense. One has to be open to the idea that, overall structure is there as long as we are following the base criteria of choice, personhood, independence, and enabling individuals to find their way. We are just supporters. We are not in the sense that the facilitation is done by the person themselves. We are giving them the tools to be able to go out and do what you and I do. I mean, at the end of the day, whether you're homeless or with mental health issues, your aspirations, your goals in life, they are the same. I want to do this and that, and I want to have a job, or I want to take care of children. It is irrelevant what your mental health situation is to have such aspects, aspirations. So I don't know if I answered all of your questions.
Yes, you did. Can I ask both of you if I am getting this correctly from what I've known till now and from our conversation? What we can crystallize as its elements for all such efforts be, firstly, that it's recognizing the personhood of the individual involved. It be enabling, it be deprofessionalizing, it'll be about our role, whoever catalyzes, be minimal, and helping persons towards independent living for ADL as well as livelihood, including hard economics. And as Achal said, and I really like that idea, removing ourselves or making ourselves less and less relevant, the interlocutors. Would that summarize the elements of any such effort, or would there be more?
This is Achal. One more thing I would add, Nimesh. It has to be resource rich. Because doing all this could be seen as abandonment as well, right? So if we walk away without creating the resources, a network of resources, and without managing the network of resources, without managing a network of safety nets, then you have created a horrendous experience for people.
Yeah, yeah. That brings me to my concern, if I might say. Both of you at different points of time in this conversation referred to this whole process of independent and inclusive living for persons with mental illness as a journey and a process that we as a country or as South Asian countries have kind of started on, embarked on. That being the case, is it appropriate to recognize that to prevent homelessness and destitution on behalf of, on account of mental illness or severe mental illness related disability, what we might need to do in next few years is actually offer a spectrum of choices or options available. Home again kind of projects or group assisted living or group supported living projects will be one. Although we did say halfway homes and long stay homes can actually become institutions, would we agree to, and this is a bit of a ticklish issue, would we agree to a spectrum of choices for the next few decades, or would what solutions be, would you say? Either of you, please, if you'll take it first.
Right. I have a crack at it. This is Achal. So I think a continuum of resources is important, right? The difficulty that I face, or we have faced as an organization in the last 25 years, is that you create a model. For example, we've created two models, not as well documented as Banyan, but we created two models. One, a helpline for students who were dying through suicide in late 90s, early 2000s. That model itself was one element of a service, and that became a national policy. And unfortunately, the only thing that is pursued now is a phone line. That is not enough. Similarly, we created a model called a daycare home run from a basement in a South Delhi residential flat. Now, that daycare home was a limited service. One service. It does not fulfill the objective of what the need of a mental health system is. So when we are creating mental health systems at a policy level, and that's where the state needs to come in. The policy needs to create examples, create models, create processes which are not rigid, which are flexible, which can evolve, which are modular, which can add and change and grow. Unfortunately, the policymaker looks at one thing, passes a high court order, and policy is led by judicial activism at times. That order is so restrictive at times that you want to generalize that or change that. It becomes a problem. So I am all for a continuum of services and resources for a continuum of services, rather than one or two or five activities which have been seen as successful. Because if you don't evolve, then you don't get a Zomato, then you don't get Uber, then you don't get Google, then you need to evolve. Where there's a Zomato, there has to be Swiggy.
So if I understand you correctly, Achal, and this is Dinesh, what you're saying is that a continuum or a spectrum of services being planned and implemented is essential as long as we all collectively ensure that there is a full range of residential and non-residential CBR for PMI available, which is dynamic, which is flexible, which is evolving.
Yes.
Pallavi, what would you say with all your background experience?
So, this concept that, this is Pallavi, by the way. So the concept that Dr. Bhagat brought about continuum of care, that is such a critical thing that that when policy is being made, we seem to forget, because mental illness, like any other illness, is not a straight line, right? I mean, it is a curving wave, and access to just that I've moved somebody to home again cannot be the final solution for that individual. We have to look at the person, understand what their specific needs are, and work on building customized care plans for such individuals. And they should be able to one is they should be able to access this care, but two is also that they should be aware that they can access this care, right? And so this awareness, this, one of the things that is really, really important, I feel, is this grassroots level awareness on mental health issues, training individuals, as Dr. Bhagat was talking about, to identify. Early identification is such an important aspect, which if we incorporate as part of our one of our spectrum of care, then it possibly and has shown. I mean, I think empirically shown to reduce future homelessness, as a consequence of this. So, it cannot be a straight, as is, illness is not a straight line. The solutions cannot be a straight line. We have to know that and find various modifications, models that is contextual to the individual.
Sure. I'm glad we all agree about that. If I might briefly share, with help from NGO friends like Achal and you and many others, and our private sector friends and policymakers, and of course the judicial activism, what's been possible in Delhi, as one example, is that continuum that we spoke about. The hospital-based, not necessarily residential admission-based, but hospital-based or treatment center-based services, the post-treatment services that we are talking about in this section, and the engagement in treatment of retreatment services, including early identification, and through legally, ethically correct means getting people who require treatment with severe mentally related disability to treatment. Do we know of many other situations where that effort has been made, Achal or Pallavi, to really try and build a spectrum, a full continuum of care in a state or in a city as a planned manner? Because one hears of and one knows of efforts. I mean, Banyan is of course one example that again seems to do all three as an NGO. Do we know of many other examples, and what are the experiences or challenges there, as you know?
Right. This is Achal. There are some examples. For example, if you look at Ashadeep, they run a range of services in Assam. Similarly, if you look at Anjali in Kolkata, they have a lot of community-based kiosks also go into the hospital. So they have early identification, peer counseling, and hospital-based rehabilitation programs as well. And a livelihood program, a laundry that they run, which is run by people living with mental illness within a hospital. And so there are a range of programs available, but has the state taken an initiative to have, let's say, a state mental health plan, which has a continuum of resources, money for it, standards for it, human resource for it? I think under your leadership at this Delhi State Mental Health Authority, Nimesh, it has been tried, but of course we both know that how many barriers there are into executing that. But conceptually, I think Delhi has done well.
Let's even identify, actually, if I might say, let's even identify that for our discourse. Both we and I happen to know from Delhi some of those barriers and challenges, if you would.
Right. Okay. That's the difficult question. I think the mindset barriers are the best ones I can talk about.
I take that up, and if you supplement, please.
Yes, please.
One, there are of course mindset and attitudinal issues at almost every level, especially when it comes to persons with mental illness or persons with severe mental illness with disability. Sure. Here, as you had said, the presumption of incapacity or dangerousness in the mindset. Two, there are still structural and systemic issues, especially when it comes to resource continuity and sustainability of programs. The third, of course, is the upscaling of it. There are. I mean, what project and a few other projects do very well is the upscaling, and there I'm happy to say the pre-engagement, and we'll talk about this in the other session, but since we're at it, the post-care programs, hopefully in Delhi, will become a little better. Tamil Nadu is doing well, Kerala is doing well, Karnataka is doing well, Assam, like you said. Delhi also will have that. Besides, of course, the whole issue of, if I might say, frankly, at least lack of active interest, if not apathy, by the core mental health professionals concerned. In key positions. Would you Achal, want to comment further or add to that?
So this is Achal. So I don't want to make it Delhi centric, but that's where we come from. So one of my saddest and the biggest failures of my professional life, I would narrate that, right? I was chairperson of a large institution called Kiran, which was to care for people with intellectual disabilities. And before I became the chairperson, I had already written a white paper on it, which had asked for its closure. And I, in my resignation letter, I ended up saying the same thing. Unfortunately, years have passed. Every winter there are deaths. Every time there is a High Court or a Supreme Court order, there have been investigations from women's organizations, from child rights protection organizations, from mental health organizations, from disability organizations. The number has grown from 700 when we started out to about 1,300 now of people living in what could only be called inhuman circumstances. If you go back to that report where Justice Venkatachalaya commented about, the walls of Murshidabad being covered with human lice, Murshidabad Mental Hospital covered with human lice. It's not much better than that. Although, blaming it on the staff there is not the solution, because they try their best, because they are only a few people and they can't determine what is happening there. So that's one of the saddest and the biggest failure of my life, that I was there for 3 years, couldn't do anything, just anything, except hold 6 meetings or 10 meetings or whatever, and talk about it. Unfortunately, those are the barriers. You see, why couldn't anything be done after all the lens, the lens is on it, yet nothing changes, because the narrative is set that this is how people will survive. The simplest solution is to have a cluster around that place and hire small homes and start gradually deinstitutionalizing, with that place becoming the hub for people to come in during the day and for support to go out into the community. And there is so much land that can be used to do that. But who will take the risk? Who will be accountable when the next person? So many people die in the institution, and there is a degree of a system of accountability, but who will be responsible when the next death happens in the community? And that fear that the professional is put into, that you would be responsible and not the system, not a lack of resources, that puts the professionals away. Who will build the human resource? I've been, Nimesh knows this, I've been crying out loud saying you cannot depend upon MPhil clinical psychology or MPhil psychiatric social work or MD psychiatry to change mental health in this country. Like Dr. Vig, you have to take mental health away from mental health professionals for it to be implemented at the level that needs to be implemented in India. So how would, Pallavi is not a mental health professional, yet she's managing a program of 20 homes, and she doesn't even have the requisite, qualifications of a psychologist or a social worker. Yet she is managing. So people should manage with basic skills. There should be skills so that there are no irwadis. You need to prevent irwadis, but you cannot be so restrictive in the way you provide support. And if you become so restrictive, of course, you lock people up because of their safety. That will be the argument that you will get.
This is Nimesh. Achal, not only their safety, like you said, your own safety as the manager.
Yes.
And as you know, I've lived there 22 years here at Adivas. Yeah, that's a difficult one. But would that also not mean that there is essentially lack of genuine will, professional and otherwise? Pallavi, would you comment on what crystallizes in my mind from what Achal has been saying? And he and I have been talking about this for long. That deinstitutionalization that was and is still so celebrated is not the final answer. That's just one step. That beyond deinstitutionalization, you'll have to have really robust multiple models of community-based care, prevention of institutionalization, prevention of homelessness on account of disability or mental illness.
So, this is Pallavi. As Dr. Bhagat was talking about the hub and spoke model, this is something that I think we need to look into with greater depth. The fact that you need institutions, they serve a purpose and they are there, then they should be there. So, but just as you go, if you have a heart attack, you go to the hospital, you get treated for it, and then you're discharged. You don't sit in the hospital for the next 10 years, with a heart condition, because you might get a heart attack anytime. So I will just stay here. It doesn't work like that. So, why is it that we don't look at this hub and spoke model where we say that, yes, that there may be relapses, there may be escalation of symptoms, maybe I need to be readmitted, but does that mean that is what my life should be, that I should be in an institution? So one is that. The second is we don't really tap into the lived experiences, pool of people. I mean, there are huge number of people who have had lived experiences, who have recovered and may have an interest in supporting others who are going through that. I think that it is important for different organizations to identify this resource pool. See, actually, on the, as Dr. Bhagat was mentioning, human resource and finding people who want to do this and take the risk, is very difficult. I mean, the biggest challenge I feel most of us have is human resource. Second thing that, for example, now we are trying to do home again in a few states and we are going house hunting, right? And the minute we mention that, the person will be happy, in the interest of full disclosure, we do mention to the landlords that these individuals may have mental health issues. And they have no, it's a huge, long process. We have multiple meetings with the landlord, and then the landlord agrees and the neighbor says, "Arey, we can't do this." So what we need really is identifying that, bringing on a general informational campaign. I mean, the government does the anti-smoking campaign with this horrific video that they show before a movie. Why don't we do a mental health campaign, right? Why don't we say that, mental health is just like any other illness, is just like any other illness, and that institutions is, this invisibilization is not the solution. Just because I don't see somebody who is mentally ill doesn't mean they cease to exist. So, this transition in the mindset and this journey is what I think we need support from policymakers, from the government, and simple things like just informational access, education, all of that will help in getting a larger number of people coming forward. I mean, as I said, that I actually, as you're right, I have no psychiatry background. This is a space I'm interested in. I know what my skill set is. I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not going to clinically treat a person. For that, I will find you. I'll go to Dr. Bhagat. I'll go to Dr. Desai. But for me to run the program, I just need to have a sense of empathy, a sense of understanding that this is a need and I can do this. So, yeah, I mean, that is a challenge as a community as a whole. I mean, it's a cultural drawback, honestly.
Thanks, Pallavi. Thanks so much for that. Are there any other concluding thoughts from either of you, please, before we draw to a close? I'm going to try and summarize, or let me do that and then respond to that if you like. It would seem that post-treatment or even independent of treatment, for persons with mental illness, especially severe mental disorder, related disability, community-based programs for independent and inclusive living is something that we have begun to understand, begun to recognize the need for, but there are only a few pockets of good model demonstration projects that we really need to upscale and sustain much larger. Two, that we need to see that as a journey which is dynamic. Three, that we need to see post-care programs as part of a continuum of mental health services, as Achal said. And four, that homelessness on account of or destitution on account of mental illness or any psychosocial disability is actually the major frontier for the 21st century. And if we want to avoid or reduce that, we really need to strengthen our aftercare programs for independent and inclusive living for persons with mental illness. Please feel free to modify or add to that.
That's a lovely summary, Dr. Desai.
Thank you.
I think it is. The only thing that I will underline is that Article 12 of UNCRPD, legal capacity, legal capacity, legal capacity. If we stay with that, not the political version of legal capacity, the everyday version of legal capacity, the lived version of legal capacity is what we need to be able to change the premises that people run on. And second, a suggestion to all of us. Instead of grants and projects, let's create India Mental Health Fund. And one of the things that India Mental Health Fund should do is assign 50 crores for startups in mental health and give it to young professionals from any branch who want to start a continuum of resources. Let it function as anything else functions.
And at the same time, Achal, you will agree that like we have been discussing today and otherwise, like Delhi, we are trying, and few other states are trying. The state must take its responsibility, fair share of responsibility for resource provided continuum.
Sure. But I'm saying that creating innovation is, you need to plant seeds for that.
Sure, absolutely. Pallavi, any other thought?
And there's no other thought, but just as a concluding remark, I just wanted to add that I would urge the youngsters of today, and I would urge people from different backgrounds to come forward and participate in this process and this transition that's happening in the country, which has started. And mental health after this COVID-19 pandemic has become the buzzword, and everybody is on it. And it's you say mental health, and there are 20 people who come forward. So we are at a point. Unfortunately or fortunately, due to the pandemic, that everybody is aware of this phrase, mental health, and the government needs to step up at this point. Look at sustainability of these programs, and of course, funding has a deadline, end date. Even from funders, and unless and until various stakeholders step up and support the journey, it is not going to be sustainable. And we need the government to come forward. They are the, we need various other industries and policymakers to come forward.
Thanks, Pallavi. You're prompting me to place on the table the other thing that has bothered me. And this is Dinesh. I completely agree that mental health seems to have come to the forefront. But I do see a huge class bias there. What the mental health people are talking about is the depression and anxiety and the PTSD that people like you and I of the middle class or the upper strata go through. The homeless or the destitute or the really underprivileged, marginalized people with severe mental disorder is not still on the agenda, I dare say. Indeed, I have no hesitation in saying being part of the system that at many levels, in the COVID policy in last 1.5 years, the people with severe mental disorders were a blind spot.
That's true.
And I've been part of the system, and I really say that with a sense of responsibility. And so I'm with you, Pallavi, that let us capitalize on this, but also not overlook this group of persons who really have a huge need.
Absolutely. I mean,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Dr.
Achal?
Right. I think that we will miss the wood for the trees if we just follow the current emphasis on mental health the way it is. It will become a passing fad. And people's real lives are not a passing fad. People go through recovering from mental illness is a journey. It's a difficult journey. It does not happen through just uh, sharing what you're going through. It requires a lot more resource and a lot more strength from people around you, from the community around you, a lot more understanding, and therapeutic processes which are not available. Not everybody can go and sit in front of a therapist for an hour every week. That model of face-to-face therapy, which is a Western model, which I follow because I'm a trained therapist, is my bread and butter. But that model, as a public health activist, is not the model that we are looking for.
No, I agree with that, absolutely.
So we are saying that let's all collectively take responsibility for the seriousness of the underprivileged and the marginalized, severe mental ill persons with disability, especially for the independent inclusive living. Thank you so much, Pallavi, Achal. It's been a
Thank
great
you.
pleasure. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Morning and good evening to our panelists. As I mentioned, my name is Dr. Grishma Shah, and I'm the co-convener of National Ability Summit. My training is in community psychology, where I look deeply at how units like family or community work together. And the community that I focus heavily on is entertainment. So as an entertainment psychologist and artist in Chicago, my work is to make Hollywood and Bollywood more inclusive. I have Swedish skin and very big eyes, at least that's what I tell people. And my hair is in a bun and I'm wearing a green shirt. In 2020, so many of us were impacted by a very small thing called COVID-19, which is not a very small thing at all. And in many parts of the world, it's also known as the coronavirus. Most of us fell into this spectrum. On one side, we were either working from home and having little kids at home, and we're doing the best that we can. And on the other side, we were either first responders like police officers or working in the hospital or a grocery store clerk. We had to physically be at work because we were deemed essential by the government, and we were not able to carry on with our lives remotely, professionally. To make that even more burdensome or more responsibility-ish, people around the world wouldn't be able to carry on with their lives if we didn't do our jobs. And now studies are coming in which are suggesting that the long-term effects of COVID-19 are affecting us mentally. So COVID-19 has surely put a spotlight on mental health, even though it's existed for an extremely long time, which is why at National Ability Summit, we really wanted to dedicate a panel to talk about strategies to enhance access in mental health services. And my co-moderator for this session is Dr. Nimesh Desai, also known as Professor Nimesh, who has 40 years of experience in academia and the public sector as head of Department of Psychiatry and medical superintendent, and has been director for the past decade. Having received national recognition multiple times for original research papers, and if it wasn't enough to have a doctorate, he also went to Johns Hopkins University in 2001 to get his master's in public health, which I also have too, a master's in public health. So next up is Dr. K.V. Kishore Kumar, who's trained as a psychiatrist in Bangalore and has worked in community psychiatry for 30 years. He's currently the director of Banyan in India. His areas of interest include community models for mental health care, health promotion using a life skills approach, initiation of community-based detox programs, and my favorite, stress management for lawmakers, among other things. One of his most significant contributions has been to develop life skills manuals for teachers for health promotion of adolescents, which are used extensively around the country. He was also a member of India's first national mental health policy. Next up is Mr. Narendra Kinger, the founder of mental health NGO Talk to Me. He's a practicing clinical psychologist and psychotherapist working in Mumbai, India for the past 34 years. His interest in mental health, coupled with awareness about lack of adequate focus on mental health issues in India and inadequate available resources or facilities of the deprived sections, has propelled him to set up Talk to Me. He's worked in several schools and has done many amazing things. He's also been featured in the Times of India for conducting the largest study on mental health in police on 1,800 police personnel, sponsored by Harvard University. And last but not least, we have Jeff Tate, who is the chief of a city of 43,000 people, which is about 20 minutes from Minneapolis in Minnesota. He's been in the police department for 23 years, being chief of police for 13 years. He has a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and a master's degree in public administration. He graduated from the FBI National Academy in 2007 and serves as a board member of the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Station Association. Jeff is now one of the longest serving chiefs in the Twin Cities area, and as far as I know, has completed at least one program at Harvard University. These are quite some amazing, amazing bios. And with that, I pass the baton to Dr. Nimesh to start our first question.
Thank you, Grishma. Thank you so much. As you said, and I completely agree, this is such an amazing panel across these two major countries. And it's so wonderful to have all of us here together.
As you said, we are here to talk about access to mental health care and mental health care services, especially in the context of the epidemic and the post-pandemic era. Uh, and as you said, mental health problems have always existed. That's now come to the forefront. And yet, the old problem of what's technically called the treatment gap, people with significant mental health problems not reaching any mental health service, still remains across the globe, and in India and South Asia and Afro-Asian contexts, much more than the rest of the world. And so let's begin with, shall we, Dr. Kishore, with you?
Yes, sir.
Please, if you have your initial comments on this entire situation of treatment gap and enhancing access to mental health services, especially in the pandemic and post-pandemic context.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Karishma and Dr. Nimesh, for making me part of this panel. Incidentally, Dr. Nimesh is my teacher. When I joined psychiatry, he was the senior resident, and he fondly remembers me for that. Coming to the topic of enhancing access to treatment for the marginalized community. In India, I think it is one of the biggest gaps that exists for nearly 2 million homeless population, of whom a quarter of them suffer from severe mental disorders, which is close to about 500,000 people distributed in this country. In the normal situation, non-COVID situation, there existed no services for these people, except that the police would round them up and take them to the treatment center, which is usually the mental hospital. But a large number of NGOs also did this work for the last 3 decades. The NGO work continues in the most efficient manner, whether it is COVID or non-COVID, but the government facilities became almost redundant because most of the hospital beds were converted into COVID beds, and therefore these people had nowhere to go, and they were the last people to be counted, and therefore the treatment gap was really huge. When the treatment gap for the general population is close to 83%, you can imagine that the treatment gap for the homeless population will almost be 100%. A large number of people continue to live lives of neglect, impoverishment, and marginalization. As a result, these people's mental disability increased, their functionality decreased, and therefore the quality of life is perhaps the poorest. So in such a situation, what are the strategies that is existing which we can think of in a prospective manner? It includes multiple level of things. At the level of cities and towns where the homeless population are found, at least for every 60,000 population, my speculation is there should be an access point where they can seek help for mental health problems or physical health problems. And waiting for them to come and seek help is almost impossible, and therefore there has to be an outreach program for such population. In the Banyan, we have been running what is called the outreach program for the homeless population, providing them food, clothing, medicines if they needed it, or other kinds of access like the voter card, the Aadhaar card, which is necessary for them to access benefits, even provide them housing. During the COVID time, we were able to extend support for large number of people who were affected by the COVID themselves. For those people who were accessing care after being homeless, nearly 400 of them received direct bank transfers, dry ration, which is dispensed at their home, without which they would not have survived. So outreach is an important access point. making hospitals friendly for the homeless people, and opening up special wards for them so that they can access care for physical problems, mental health problems is a clear way forward. In the recent past, we have launched what is called as the Emergency Care Recovery Center. These people are rescued from the streets, brought to Emergency Care Recovery Center. A value-based, rights-based, person-friendly approach is used to facilitate recovery, and thereafter these people are reintegrated with their families if that is possible to find. We also have in parallel developed a very, very innovative program for the first time in the country, what is called as Home Again. For those people who cannot return back home, they will be lodged in a house, they live in the community, and this entire construct of care is compliant with the Mental Health Care Act, which is again rights-based approach. Every person has the right to live life like you and me, and therefore close to 200 people in the states of Tamil Nadu and Kerala are living in this context. We are likely to upscale it to about 800 people over the next 3 years. This will be the largest sample ever in Southeast Asia region who will be provided long-term care options in the form of Home Again. And the next one, of course, is to make the district mental health program far more efficient by reaching out to people in the urban locations, because largely urban locations are the places where people with homelessness, people with mental health problems live. And today we have close to about 630 homeless shelters. By no means this is adequate. This number has to increase to large numbers. It has to increase many, many fold. Moreover, all these shelters should also have the mental health component integrated into their care so that these people receive good care. And the last but not the least is linking all homeless people to housing, social welfare benefits, disability benefits, and other citizenry rights, so that they are able to live life like you and me. These are some of the initial remarks that I had to say for increasing access to mental health care with respect to the homeless population for both men and women.
Thanks, Kishore. Thanks so much. And my apologies for something that Kishore and I missed out, and I request the other panelists to do that as Grishma had advised. The physical description for some of our friends. I'm an athletic to heavy set 6 foot tall person who is right now in front of the camera with a pure silver white French beard and silver and black hair on the top of my head with a deep blue shirt. I am facing the camera with a headphone on. And Dr. Kishore, would you please in a few seconds give your physical description for our friend?
I'm a very, very diminutive man working in adult psychiatry. I am possibly the shortest person in the ward, and continue to work with this population for 4 decades. I am wearing a gray kurta. I have silver gray hair and also a beard, wearing black rim glasses.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Problems of being in a hotel room. Okay, Grishma, I must clarify that Kishore and I, besides having traveled together, although in different cities across the large country, have had this common interest in the homeless populations. And Kishore described so well the issue of enhancing access to mental health services for homeless and underprivileged populations that I'm sure we will describe. Narendra Kingar, our psychology colleague, who besides his clinical practice has also gone on to launch helplines for enhancing access. And so thereby, it seems to me that we'll actually be enlarging the scope of this discussion to not only homeless persons with severe mental disorders, which of course does interest Kishore and me very much, but to enlarge the scope to all across the population, people with severe mental disorders, more importantly, persons with anxiety or depressive disorders or stress-related syndromes or trauma-related issues. And so, Narendraji, if you'll please share with us not only your experience, but also the larger issues of helplines and how do they work and how we could make them better.
Okay. So thank you very much for having me here, Dr. Grishma, Dr. Nimesh. And it was wonderful hearing Kishore. So by describing about myself, well, my hair is genuinely black. It's not colored. It's black. I'm 60 years old, though I may not look 60 to you, or maybe I look older. I wear reading glasses. I'm wearing a check blue shirt. I've been a practicing clinical psychologist and a psychotherapist for the last 35 years. I started in 1986. So it's been a long journey. And Kishorji said he's worked for 40 years. Well, I'm 5 years short of that. About 3 years back, we set up this NGO called Talk to Me, a mental health NGO. The exclusive focus of the NGO is mental health because while working for the last 30 years, I realized that there's a lot of poor people, a lot of students, or a lot of people who come from lower income groups or middle class society who are unable to access counseling services, psychological testing services, or like you, Dr. Desai just said, in terms of anxiety and depression. And they need some kind of a program where actually it's the lack of financial resources that prevents them from actually taking this help. So surely I agree that psychiatry and psychology work as a team, and we kind of complement each other. But that a lot of people are reluctant now to go to psychiatrists for fear of being on medication, which they feel zombies them out. They kind of feel knocked out, and they feel that it interferes with their day-to-day functioning or their ability to earn a living. Now, when we're talking about people who are already deprived or don't have really resources, they cannot afford to, spend one day waiting in a public hospital, a couple of months, years for people to kind of stabilize, feel good, and over a period of time, only when they continue with treatment do they really get the full benefit of whatever services we are able to offer. And I think we offer phenomenal services, whether it's in India, reluctant to go to with them and support services. Those because they really don't know the whole DSM report on. That's when just talktome.ngo, where we started having live sessions with psychiatrists, with counselors, and we also started calling people from various walks of society. And we started having conversations around mental health, around challenges, around people kind of band together and do this. Psychologists put out some reels on common issues. So we are trying to take the whole stigma out of it. Of course, we have some music in the background, which makes the reel very lively because we're dealing with young people. So we want to make it a pretty good platform whereby young people reach out to us. So this is the journey of Talk to Me.
That's so fascinating, Narendraji. Thank you. And Grishma, as you and our other friends who are listening in must have realized, you already have a spectrum of experiences and opinions from some of us who are qualified, trained mental health professionals. I'll only briefly say and summarize that what Dr. Kishore and Narendra Kinger described, in addition to my own experience in the north part of India, would actually suggest that there is doubtless a huge treatment gap across the spectrum of mental health problems and across different strata of the society. And the pandemic, while it has brought attention to the mental health issues, we still have a long way to go in ensuring access to mental health services for at least a large number of people for a variety of mental health problems. We all also realize from experience and learning that all sectors, public sector, mental health institutions to NGOs to helpline services, all have tremendous role. And I'm reminded of what the British say in the context context of cricket, that of course is very popular in India, and I suppose that could also apply to American baseball. Different strokes for different folks. But that's as far as it comes on the panel. What I'm thrilled about, so comfortably and beautifully ride those two horses of academia and the film world, academia in psychology and the film world. And we have Jeff Ted from the entirely different perspective from police enforcement officials getting into mental health services. Can I now request, please, Grishma, for you and Jeff to see complement what we have said till now?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Nimesh. So Jeff, this point of access and helpline is a very important one. And I'd love to get your perspective about how it's being assessed through the lens of first responders.
Well, hello, everyone. And for starters, Jeff Tate, I am a male 5'7". I'm wearing a black sweater today, black hair, what hair I have left. And I'm sitting in my office here in Shakopee, Minnesota. We're a 20-minute drive straight south from Minneapolis, Minnesota, where so much of the world watched the last year and a half after the George Floyd murder. And I'm honored to be a part of and humbled to be part of such a distinguished panel. It's interesting when I listen to what you're bringing up in India, everything you're talking about in terms of access, resources, stigma, plays right into what we see every single day in law enforcement here, just in Little Shakopee, Minnesota, in the United States. And the access to resources is such a critical gap that we have here. Number one, mental health calls are our number one call for service. It's not a slip or a fall. It's not a heart attack. It's not a car accident, somebody stealing something. Our number one call for service is a mental health call. A lot of times that can mean homelessness, that can mean addiction in some form. And we don't have the resources to properly slide these folks to where they need the best treatment option for them. And for far too long in this country anyway, and in this area, the largest housing for people with mental health needs has been the jail. And that is simply not working. It's not appropriate, and it's not where we need to go. And we've recognized that as a profession, thankfully, over the last few years, and have tried to take some substantial corrective action on that. And then, the other part of that too, is the mental health of the officers and the first responders themselves. We talk about stigmas, and for how many generations, my father was a police officer. You didn't dare show weakness, right? You didn't want to show that you needed help. Yet you're seeing bad things happen to good people every single day. You're seeing some pretty bad things happen that you don't maybe take home and talk about or process in the way that you should. And that for so many years and decades has been seen as weakness. And we've really tried to turn the page on that and start protecting first responders more. And one of the things that we've done and regionally in the state have done is a program called Checkup from the Neck Up. We require our sworn staff to go see a licensed psychologist every single year. You get the day off, you're going to go, you're going to sit down, and you are going to empty your bucket with whatever you need to. And it may be a list of calls, it may take an hour, it may take 3 hours, but you are going to go get that help. And you're going to do that a minimum of annually. We pay for 3 follow-up visits if that is something that is required. And we recognize that there's not one treatment, I should say, that necessarily is appropriate for every single individual. So there's a lot of different toolkits that we're working on and we're developing. And why is this a big issue for first responders? Just real briefly here, the Minneapolis Police Department that has been in the national and international news, they've lost 1/3 of their police force to PTSD in the last year. In the last year in the state of Minnesota, 79% of the police officers that have retired have done so with a PTSD designation. 79%. We're missing something here, and we need to fill that gap, and we need to properly address with treatment and recognize that our first responders need help too, if we expect them to help others.
Thank you so much, Jeff. That's so enlightening, and I'm so glad, Grishma. I'm sure you agree. Jeff has, in addition to what Kishore and Narendra had said, has expanded the scope of this discussion to include the mental health of the first responders, be it enforcement officers or mental health professionals or health professionals. But as I said, you seem to have one twin track learning opportunity across films and mass media and psychology. And the other thing is that it seems to me you understand both cultures, India and US, and the local context. And so can we expect you to really see how we can do better about reducing the stigma, increasing access, making people, including first responders, a little less hesitant to seek help from all the various perspectives that you already know?
That's a really great question. With the example of George Floyd, I often tell my clients and other people that I work with to focus more on the police officer. What did this police officer learn as a young child, which made him feel some should be treated one way and other people should be treated the other way? And I truly feel that there's this book that's called What Happened to You, and in that book they talk about how kids have their brains developed from 0 to 6, and what happens after 6 is that these experiences get filtered into different pockets of the experiences that they already had from 0 to 6. So imagine like a bunch of folders. So when I'm 20, this experience goes to this folder that I had when I was 5, and vice versa. So we really need to be able to talk about stigma with our little kids, with our big kids, with our parents, with every single person, so they recognize that this stigma that we're talking about isn't real. We are all human. We are all different strokes for different folks. And once we start talking about how normal it is to be feeling different things through media, through films, through storytellings, then other people would feel more comfortable addressing it at work. And as Jeff beautifully stated, you can't help someone if you yourself need help, and everybody needs help from time to time. It's like when you're in an airplane, put the oxygen mask on first so that you can help others.
That's so interesting, Rishma, because some decades ago, when I started doing international travel, as a young person, I found those advisories very, very problematic. And only over time, I understood what point you're making. Those advisory for airline oxygen mask. That's fascinating. But I do want to say this, if I may, and get your response or other colleagues. Is it not? It's absolutely correct that one needs to be looking at one's own well-being and health, and care for the carers, as many of us say, is a critical aspect. But there's also the danger of, with all respect, following the Freudian model of having to be perfect internally, psychologically, before you help others. You don't want to do that also, right? I mean, I guess normalizing mental health experience of all news would be to say all of us, even those who provide help, might be going through problems as long as we seek sensible help. What would you say to that? And I have one more supplementary to that, but please, Grishma.
I'll pass the baton in just a moment, but I will have to say this. Lawyers need lawyers, doctors need doctors,
right,
dentists need dentists,
Sure.
police officers need police officers.
And psychiatrists need psychiatrists and psychologists.
Exactly. So I'll leave it there. But I'd love to ask Dr. Kinger about this question as well. What are your thoughts?
My experience is that in India, we are taught to be empathetic. You're taught to kind of focus on the other person before you focus on yourself. So every time in a therapeutic session, when you say that, put the oxygen mask, we give the same analogy, people get very offended. They get, isn't that being selfish? So somewhere, I think, as Dr. Desai was saying, that this whole it makes sense to some people, and it actually disturbs a lot of people. So I agree that one size fits all doesn't really work in this context. At the same time, when you clarify to people that only when you are in a good place you can help other people, that creates the other dilemma as we were talking. They think that we are in a great place and that's why we are able to help them. You don't want them to hero worship you and put you on a pedestal that this is a great guy who's going to solve all my problems. So it's a very tricky place to be in, that you're trying to make them see you as a human being. At the same time, you want them to see you as a service provider or a solution provider or a person who helps you on your journey towards better mental health or better life. So I think this is a very, very tricky.
If I might say, it seems to me at this minute that what we are talking about is optimal and appropriate attention to care for everyone.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Yes.
So the answer might be in optimal or appropriate care. Grishma, can we now switch, if you agree, to a slightly different platform about what's been said till now? The stigma, the hesitancy in seeking help in everybody, including those who help. Would it be exaggerated to say, and I might again, Grishma, want your response first here, but from everyone, that the barriers or the obstacles to increasing access to mental health care largely come from stereotypes constructed in early development and in the society, and that gets sustained by, again, with all respect, the portrayal in the media?
It's definitely, in my opinion, a very huge way of doing things. You'll notice in the background, it's I think a police car. So it's very fitting with our panel. But yes, I do very much feel that the stories and the stereotypes are definitely increased with media and the other types of representation. But one other thing, and I think Dr. Nimesh left, okay. And one other thing that I did really think about is what are the ways that we as family members are also taking care of mental health needs. So, for example, Dr. Nimesh, I'm a daughter, and I'm also a psychologist, but I'm also a friend. So, if me personally, I'm going through a mental health crisis or an emergency of some kind, it's also going to affect my entire family. So how are we looking at the family unit as an asset-based unit, and how is that being shown in films and in media and in stories? We usually think that the people that know the answer are the doctors, but sometimes the parents know the family much more than the doctors ever can. So they need to be allies and advocates.
And so if I might request all three of our friends, Kishore, Narendra, and Jeff, to reflect on that in addition to the action-based programs that we have discussed till now, and there are many more in the US and India for sure, and across the globe. In addition to those action-based programs, is there really also a need to address the social stereotypes or the attitudes through mass media, through films, through awareness, and what have you? But how would each one of you respond to that, please?
Sir, can I go, sir?
Please, Kishore.
Yes. I think we have raised very, very important, at the same time, very difficult questions to answer. To start with, none of us are immune to develop a mental health problem. All of us can be affected. But at the same time, our professional training gives us the ability to deal with some of these problems by doing several things. For example, self-care, physical activity, sharing your difficulties with your family members, then sharing your difficulties with your mentors, debriefing session that happens at very regular intervals. So debriefing is not just a disaster related phenomena that is to be considered. It happens in all places, particularly so with groups of people who work with vulnerable population. For example, the police department, the prison department, people who work with the homeless population. Difficult area to work for the simple reason that it often pushes us to a state of helplessness because we are not able to find solution to many intractable problems that these people suffer from. So we have to understand that we are not omnipotent individual, that we have solutions to all the problems of the global community, that we also have limitations. And once we accept that and try to keep exploring problem solving as a method of increasing competence in professional life, because problems never stop by solving, let us say, 5 problems. After you have solved the fifth, you get on to the sixth, and it continues. So problem solving is part of our professional journey, and we should enjoy that rather than cursing ourselves, saying that, oh my God, this is terrible. I have to deal with these problems every day. So there is a small proverb in my local language: having built a house in a shandy, don't cry that it is noisy. So we have to accept that there are problems. We learn to also take care of ourselves. Sharing is one of them, physical activity is one of them, diet is one of them, religious alienation is one of them, seeking help from God is one of them. So I find that all of these things helps me. And please remember that homeless population is one of the toughest areas in mental health to work with, because you have lot of cultural differences, you have lot of needs that you have to address, you have to put people into a particular kind of situation where they follow certain norms, and often they find it very difficult to follow those norms, and so on. So every day working with them is a challenge, coupled by the fact that you don't find people who are willing to accept them. You don't have organizations where you can refer them. So there is a constant battle between two people, which is very well established, the neurologist and the psychiatrist. Similarly, it is the psychiatry and the social welfare, because they hardly have any resource to support you, to accommodate hundreds and thousands of people who require care, but they don't have care, and your facilities are filled up, then you feel very, very helpless. But we have found a solution in the form of Home Again, where this can be addressed, but at the same time, it requires a lot of support, both from within the system, the general public. So in conclusion, professional training should help every one of us to deal with stresses of professional life. At the same time, accept that you have limitations, then that sense of omnipotence will go away and you will become realistic to solve problems.
Thank you, sure. It also prompts me to paraphrase the old saying about charity beginning at home, to say that destigmatization should begin within the mental health professional community first. And sadly, that's not how it happens. As many of us are saying, for reasons of their own intrapsychic factors and social stereotypes, those who are duty bound to help others and professionally trained to help others have a huge issue about stigma within their own community. Like I've been saying for years, how many psychiatrists or psychologists would accept within their team of having a bad day or a mental health issue? But in that sense, Narendra, Jeff, you had already referred to how policemen have this issue of what Kishore called as feeling omnipotent and the difficulty in accepting being, inverted commas, weak. We are also told that you did a large study on that. So would you please share very briefly the findings of that study, and do stereotypes operate? I'm kind of still there about stereotypes.
About the stereotypes, well, and just thinking, what's been said so far about, the stigma and the stereotypes. In the last few years, we've really done a lot to acknowledge those and bring those down. Where I see, given the volume of calls that we have for service, the amount of time and the major issue that this really is in the, obviously in the world, but in our country and yours as well. Where I see the gap is in the funding. Everybody wants to do more. Everybody acknowledges that in the mental health field, we have to do more. We have to do more from a stereotype, from a services, and provide more. Where we hit an absolute brick wall is when it comes to resources and available, and that takes money. And we've walked away from our social responsibilities for several decades in this country, particularly in the urban poor, touching on the homelessness a little bit. But we still have a long way to go before people acknowledge that the answer is going to cost us some money here in terms of resources, and kind of putting your money where your mouth is, and getting those resources up and running and back to where they should be, with the volume of calls that we're dealing with. And kind of going back again to what Grishma was talking about with your family. We don't have enough time to get into every single little program that's being done, but it's interesting that, we really are looking at, when these calls come in, is a police officer the best person to respond to this? Should a police officer be the one in uniform with a gun and a badge, be the one going to help this person in crisis? Or should that be triaged a different way and go to a licensed clinician or a family member? There are some resources out there that specifically will trigger that sister being able to be called when there is a crisis, and avoid having an officer show up in the first place. So again, there's a lot of programs going on that, including code responder models with psychologists riding side by side with police officers. That's taking place in a lot of communities right now. So I think the stigma and the stereotypes, we're doing much better than we did 3 years ago. We have a long way to go, and we still have a ways to go for people to be committed to what it's really going to take to make things better.
Sure, and especially if you talk about Afro-Asian or the larger global context, Jeff, isn't that true? But what I like what you brought to the table about co-responder. Allow me to very briefly share what Kishore knows, and Kishore also mentioned what's happening in Tamil Nadu about the Emergency and Rescue Center. What the National Capital State of Delhi has for last few years as a pilot, and we hope to really upscale that by the end of this calendar year, is what you refer to as the co-responder model. If you have a mobile mental health team that works with the local police to rescue that person together, and so that both the teams can work together well. And my sense till now is that that works better than either the police team alone or the mental health team alone trying to rescue that person. We are here talking about, of course, the people with severe mental disorders. For people with common mental disorders and the first responders' own mental health, let me come back to you, Narinder. I also remember that you did that major study. In fact, Jeff came from ground level experience. You did that major study as was introduced. You want to briefly share those issues that police officers have?
Back, I've recently, in fact, our NGO has conducted a study with 200 police officers. And what came across was that a lot of these police officers, instead of being worried about themselves, they were actually worried about the impact of their work on the family member. They found that the impact of the work that they do really impacted their own family. Because when they were first responders, the family was, and they were continuously on duty 24/7. And when the whole world was kind of being told to sit at home, these were the people to go there and be out there and be more physically present than they were ever before. So not only were they under tremendous stress, but they found that actually this has impacted their own family members. So during the first wave, we found that the policemen reported that their families were continuously making calls to them, checking out if they are okay, and whether they're going to be infected and things like that. The second thing that came that during the second were given the COVID injections first so that the immunity improves. So actually that kind of relieved the family, and they found that officers lost their life during this particular era or these 18 months. And recently, I think what has happened is that the government has taken certain steps which has kind of alleviated the anxiety for the families. So when I was talking to all of these officers, they were really concerned about the impact the work that they do will have on their children, on their parents, on their spouses. So largely the anxiety was not about preservation of the self. It was about the family unit and the family structure.
Thank you. Thanks so much. It seems that we have covered actually a huge ground across this panel with such diverse experience. But what would be our response to what Jeff has been saying more than once about resources being the issue? And let me be the devil's advocate here for a minute, largely out of conviction, partly or minimally to stimulate discussion. Jeff, my sense has been that the resource crunch is surely one issue, but even in pockets in India or across the globe where there isn't really resource crunch, the issue of stigma, the attitudinal barriers, and the access to mental health services does remain. And so it might be a little simplistic to say resource crunch is the major issue. Any response to that from any one of our friends?
Sir, can I come in, sir? Yes, sir. So the issue that Jeff has raised, a very, very important one, is making the police personnel vulnerable because they are the first responders. Is it necessary? Can somebody else be there? The answer is very, very difficult to say either in one sentence, yes, this is what it should be, because many a times mental health problems in such situations are mere challenging behaviors, either due to drug-induced behavior disturbances or severe emotional problems or other kinds of disturbances. And many of the crisis intervention teams, at least in the context of developing countries, at least I can say surely with India, that the crisis intervention teams are not trained to deal with such problems, and therefore police people are involved. While I would train in England, I have seen many situations where people are brought in a cage, handcuffed with chains because they think that we're very difficult to manage. Either it is stereotypes or it is to see that the person in custody is safely transitioned into the prison so that the legal liability is decreased. So there are many, many murky areas that should be addressed, and some of them can be addressed only by increasing the resources. That means more of mental health interventions becomes too complex. For example, an ischemic heart disease is dealt by an intervention cardiologist alone, whereas acute behavior disturbances had to be dealt with mental health professionals, law enforcing agencies, community leaders to protect their rights. So it becomes too very complex. Till we grapple with the situation, the nature of the problem is so that we will have to accept this situation, unfortunately. Many a times, mental health professionals are not supported by people. Like any serving people, like police officers or mental health professionals or other agencies, are not supported adequately. Once I finish my job, I go home. I don't bother about what is happening to my colleague who is in the emergency room. So we will have to clearly develop a mechanism, at least with respect to mental health crisis, where mental health professionals, law enforcing agencies are involved. Periodic debriefing is going to be very important. The biggest unheard experience is that my distress is not legitimized by my boss. You are supposed to do this and you carry on doing it. Not all of us can do that. Therefore, creating a platform, creating a forum to legitimize a colleague's distress is a very important way of de-stressing that individual and pick up signs of stress in him so that the same thing can be addressed in a workplace. For example, if your colleague is snipping very often and is not completing his work task very easily, he is losing his temper, he is having difficulties, identify that and address him rather than leaving him alone. In some countries, this can be a very major problem. So these are the three areas where I think interventions can protect the first responder, be a mental health professional, or be a law enforcing agency, or be community policing professionals. And we also know that there are a lot of volunteers who also work with the police personnel in some countries. But all said and done, we all have a professional hazard. During the COVID, I got infected with COVID, not because I wanted to. This is part of my job. I developed serious illness. I was hospitalized for 2 weeks. By God's grace, I came out. So, if anyone thinks that you could have avoided that, there is no way I could have avoided that. As a doctor, I had to respond in a mental health, in a psychiatric institution. Having a COVID patient is a distant guess, but we still had it. At one time, a large number of people were infected. We had to deal with that because a collective response from the medical teams, mental health professionals, is the order of the day, and we should do it to the best of our ability. This is how I try to deal with the pandemic and the response to the pandemic with respect to mental health.
It's a lovely point that you just made about how, people are not going to get COVID, but it will or it can affect anybody. And the part about homelessness that you mentioned, it reminded me of a story that someone told me. While I was in my graduate program, I found out that there was another person that was doing their doctoral degree, and they were living out of their car because the program was so expensive. And being a teacher's assistant or a research assistant, you don't make that much. So they were basically living out of their car. They were very displaced at the moment. And that is one part of homelessness, being displaced. And the stereotype is that you have to be a certain way to be homeless. But here you have college students that are also homeless. And how does that affect people when something like COVID is happening, right? They are homeless, they are displaced. I think I heard about how there were hotels which were very empty, and they decided to open up certain hotel rooms to the homeless so that they have some places to go. And again, it goes back to family too, because if you are a person with a compromised system, maybe you've had cancer in the past, or maybe you're elderly or what have you, and you're not allowed to actually bring people from your family to your home, then of course you also have that, segregation and that displacement as well. And Jeff, to your point, I'd love to come back to families just a little bit, because I think the theme here is that whether you're a police officer, you're still part of a family in law enforcement. Whether you're a child that's going through a mental health emergency of some kind, you're still part of a family that is also being impacted by that. So what are some things that you can share with us that families, whether professional or personal, can do to support those that are affected by mental health?
Well, let me tackle the first responder part of that first, because that's something that we've tried to do with different speakers that we've brought in over time, is invite the family too. This is what happened, this is what your husband, your wife, your significant other is going through, and maybe why they're acting, not sharing certain things, and don't want to talk about other things with you at the dinner table, or can't. So there's that part of it. The family thing, Grishma, I wish I had, again, a list of a playbook that we could just have, resources that you have. We do have of county and local resources. Our victim services coordinator will meet with a number of these families and come up with a plan. Maybe the plan is not to call the police next time if we've been repeatedly going to it. Maybe the next time it's this number. And so those are kind of the ways that we're tackling, trying to think outside the box maybe a little bit, and instead of just putting notes on a call. Actually, how do we make sure that we're not coming back to this house for this reason, because somebody's refusing to take their medications? That probably doesn't need to involve a police officer. There is no single change greater in my 23 years in law enforcement than that of mental health, and how that's impacted the profession and the calls for service, both in volume and intensity, in terms of the patients and folks that we're dealing with. And we have to acknowledge the fact that this is a major issue, and get as many people to the table as we can, and understand how big of an impact this is having on services, on folks' day-to-day lives, and how much this is really touching everybody, from a frequency and intensity standpoint. It's not going away, and it's only every year getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Indeed, it is getting bigger. Oh, we've got another hand up. Dr. Kumar?
Yeah. The point that I wanted to make is families, we know, are an important source of support for people with mental health problems, either giving them the medication or providing the support that is necessary. But in the present day context, families are themselves competing with each other to generate resource for the family, and therefore they're all busy. And the person who is neglected is the person with the mental health problem or any other disability. And you don't have an alternative system that is there. So we encounter a lot of families where neglecting the disabled is the predominant theme. People say, I can't take care of you, or it is not possible for me to do anything. So that element of sacrifice that all of us have experienced. I am what I am because my father and my mother sacrificed their life for me. And I have to do it for my daughter or my sisters or whatever that may be. So therefore, that element is changing. So what we see here is the change in the value system at the level of the family, at the level of the society, at the level of the larger system. There are economic value changes, political value changes, personal value changes. This is bringing out a very major crisis. What we thought families as a potential source to support disabled people in the past, it is gradually disappearing. So we have to come across, we have to bring in new ways of supporting these families. What are those ways? For example, because alternative systems are lacking, we provide the transport allowance to see that they use the services very well. Wherever it is possible that the elders are there in their family, we provide home care as a rule to see that they are managed. At any given point in time, you may have to increase the resource allocation for vulnerable families are there. The family expenditure may be about 2000 rupees in Indian context. For vulnerable families, it may become 5000 rupees, and we should be willing to shed that, or else they will become homeless. And this will reflect badly on the larger society. So, therefore, a preventive strategy is to impart this kind of value education at the level of the school itself. Prepare the child to face the reality 20 years later or 30 years later, and it is bound to happen. We have seen the Western countries have gone round the clock and learned a new way of dealing with, but we are going through it. So, school education, imparting education for the young people in the country to make them understand family responsibility, to empathize with disabled people, to empathize with the elderly, empathize with other people who are in need is one way forward to prepare the community, and so that you teach them the empathy, the value of caring, which will definitely come in the way of the crisis that we are going to face. Or else, if that kind of preparation does not happen, we are likely to face that we have. It will be a very, very difficult situation to deal.
Thank you for sharing that. In one of my classes, I think Jeff, you were in this class with me. We were taught about the empathetic bridge, how you can react, which is more of what you're used to doing, or you can respond. And when you respond, then there's a form of empathy which will help you find solutions that work for everybody. So that was from our teacher from Harvard, Dr. Marshall Gaines. Dr. Ginger, I'd like to come back to you. What are some of the solutions that families that are experiencing mental health emergencies, what are some things that they can do, in your opinion?
I think the starting point is acceptance that there's a mental health issue happening. Many times families live in denial. And as I said, in India, primarily it's about stigma. So trying to cover up. So I think as we become more and more open, we use media, we kind of, you spoke of films. My practical personal experience has been that there was a film which released over here where a young girl goes for therapy. And suddenly we found that a lot of people started accessing therapy. So I think media does really have a very, very important role to play over here. The other part, I think, is that young people are finding that they are more open to seeking these kind of solutions and help. So I think young people, we are finding that people who are between 18 to 25 are more open to seeking mental health solutions and help. But sometimes they are kind of held back by their own families in terms of social disrepute it may bring, or their chances of getting a suitable partner in terms of marriage or the job situation and circumstances. I think as Kishorji was saying, I think the unit of the family has to be supportive even for people who are having mental health issues. If somebody has cancer or somebody has tuberculosis or somebody has a heart attack, you find that 50 people land up at the hospital with bouquets or, and kind of mark their presence. But if somebody is having a mental health issue, people kind of don't even talk about it and they want to talk about it in whispers. So I think the whole notion that this is something to be ashamed of has to be addressed first. It is like any other disorder. It's like any other better. I think Dr. Nimesh and Dr. Kishore would be much more an expert over here. We have some phenomenal medications. We have some phenomenal strategies whereby people who go for medication, therapy, counseling, etc., can kind of rehabilitate back. So I think the idea is to work as a unit, support the client who's going through this, or a patient, as we call them, going through this, and get them to a better place. I think family support is very, very critical over here.
I think the movie you're talking about is Love You Zindagi.
Yes, my learning, Grishma and other friends, has been this, in line with what all of you have been saying. My learning has been that, as was said, I think we need to recognize that all across the globe, including traditionally family-based societies like India or South Asia, family systems or families are a double-edged sword. And it'll be a terrible mistake to believe that families are always supportive and always helpful. Denial, as Narendraji brought out, is one issue. There are many others. That double-edged sword and the edge of the one edge of the double-edged sword getting sharper is only bringing the role of the state a lot more into the play. And so, unless we can really get state agencies to play their responsibility, we would be making the mistake of placing the burden on the families. And as friends have said, families cannot and do not now want to keep taking on that responsibility. But that, Grishma, also would bring me to how would films or other media, including social media, but at least films and the regular popular media, mass media, build alternate or counter narratives for the stigma, for the denial, for all the blocks that we have been talking about till now. You are in that unique position of being able to crystallize and share with us how much of that is happening and how do we do that better, building alternative narratives or counter narratives.
That's a really great point that you made. So there's used to be a saying, it used to be the victor gets to tell their story. So usually the victor is the person in power. And then you've got the people that are not in power that are called more often than not the oppressed. And so what happens is, even if you have stories that can be alternate narratives, the people that are in power don't want to hear these stories. And they don't want to listen to you because they have been told that if you look a certain way, if you talk a certain way, if you believe in certain things, if you love a certain way, then you are not worthy to have your story told. There is a movement going on, definitely. I feel it in Hollywood for sure with the projects that we're working on. I see it a little bit in Bollywood, but I think that the momentum still needs to be happening, where we are giving not because we want to give, but we recognize that when you tell the same story over and over and over again, it gets boring. And there are so many different stories out there in this world. And that's the only way that we're going to learn. So once we start to recognize that at the top rather than at the bottom, then we're starting to start seeing different alternatives, because they still need to be funded. They still need to be green lit. And who are those people that are going to be green lighting millions and millions of dollars worth of projects? They're usually the ones that have the privilege, and they may not look like us. So it's all about getting to the seat, getting to that table, opening those doors. Like me, I'm an amputee. I'm an entertainment psychologist. I'm 5 feet nothing. Would people listen to me? Probably not. But now maybe some people will listen to me because I've got the credentials, and I've got a really good mentor team that says, yeah, you have some really great points. So I know we're very wrapped for time, but I'd love to just summarize this. And I'll start with you, Dr. Nimesh. What are some amazing points that you got out of this panel? And then I'll share my own.
Sure, Grishma. Thanks so much. Let's do that. If all of you would agree, I'll try and summarize it this way. It would seem that one of the major challenges in the post-COVID era that existed earlier, but it's only going to get bigger, is increasing access to mental health that seems to suffer from a huge gap. The contributing factors are far too many. and it would seem at almost every level of human existence. And so the efforts to increase or enhance access will also have to be that broad-based a spectrum of strategies or programs. We recapitulated some very good action programs. We spoke about how families and societies contribute. We spoke about how films and mass media can help. But it does seem to me that we do have a huge mountain to cross as humanity to really get neutral, non-stigmatized, increased access to mental health. And that should require a huge bucket list, so to say. That wish list will include many things that people have said. More action programs for different categories of persons in need of help, more awareness campaigns, more family and other media. Can I also say that what we all have at heart in this session, and it may be helpful to crystallize, that in the context of the National Ability Summit 2.0 that we are doing in 2021 with Varija and Grishma at the lead, is the fact, it would seem to me, axiomatic, that persons with mental health problems, the full range of mental health problems, but certainly the people with moderate to severe mental health problems, really do not have an opportunity to get to their abilities, mainly because of the lack of access or utilization of mental health services. And so it would seem that at least in terms of mental illness or mental health problem related disability, the idea of empowerment or enabling would have the first requisite step of increasing access to and utilization of mental health services. Grishma, all yours. If you and the other colleagues would like to see how you can put that better or improve upon that, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nimish. What I always tell people is, how many of us wear contacts or glasses? I'm going to raise my hand. Anyone here? I've got Dr. Kumar that wears glasses, Dr. Kinga that wears glasses. What about you, Jeff? Perfect vision? Wow. Okay. So now think about that. Jeff is the only person that has perfect vision. So when you wake up in the morning and you don't have your glasses on and you don't have your contacts on, you're not going to be able to drive. You're not going to be able to operate. You're not going to be able to cook. But technology did this beautiful thing, creating glasses for us and contacts for us, which allows us to be able to navigate our world. So it's about the infrastructure. And the other thing I want to say is, in India, a lot of people have diabetes. In India, a lot of people have diabetes. And even if you're not in India, you're living abroad, a lot of people that I know that are South Asian have diabetes. So if diabetes isn't considered a bad thing, it's considered a thing. Why is mental health considered a bad thing and not just a thing? So it's all about how we're shaping these narratives and shaping these stories. I don't have too many people that I know that say, yeah, I have a really bad disability. I have diabetes. They usually say, yeah, I have diabetes and I take care of it. And that's how it should be for everything, even a mental health need. And then finally, about families, I think you're absolutely right. We really need to find a balance between how much burden we're putting onto families and how they can be our assets. But without the services that are provided for us, because of the governments and because of other centers nearby, it really needs to be a shared effort.
Can I also say, Grishma, if I may please add, that what Narendra referred to is, in addition to what you just now said, is the fact that the science in mental health, not just in biomedical or neurosciences, but the science in behavioral sector and the social sector, all sciences put together, has huge set of solutions to offer. And yet that benefit is not accruing to persons with mental health problems or larger society. And so, as many of us have felt, is the opportunity for us to seize to keep mental health as center stage and get the science to benefit large sections of humanity in mental well-being context.
Karishma, can I make a point?
Sure, please.
Yes.
the only film that was able to capture the reality of mental illness is Beautiful Mind. I think there is a lot of barriers that exist in transforming an experience which is closer to the reality of mental illness on the silver screen. And once we are able to do this, a large number of people can be educated. For example, in the early 50s, tuberculosis was very well captured, leprosy was very well captured. But for the last 75 years, we are not being able to capture mental illness so that people can understand, because many people who have conducted what is called as health valuation research have demonstrated that experience of mental health problem is closer to death. But unfortunately, that is not reflected in the policies and programs of the government. Secondly, depending on the government is not the end of it. Families have to play a very important role. But families have to be trained in the today's context of changing modern values, economic values, familial values, social values. Teaching families the ability to care is an important way forward, because that is the only permanent resource. No government is a permanent resource, no agency is a permanent resource once we build that. So how we can transform people into better human beings, one, and also caring human beings, two, so that tomorrow we have a big social capital for caring for the disabled in our society.
Okay, so Grishma, with a big thank you to Jeff and Narinder and Kishore, that we need to perhaps actualize and implement the maxim that mental health is everybody's business.
warm welcome to all the attendees who are joining us live from different time zones across the world. I'm Varija Life, convener, National Ability Summit, an initiative by Varija Life. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, Swedish in Delhi. I'm sitting against a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and the right top corner of my screen. Now, there's a lot that is being done in the space of disability across the world. The UN agencies, the world governments, the advocates, the NGOs, the forums have been constantly trying to crack the best formula and implementing policies on the ground. For example, India has a 3% reservation in the employment for people with disabilities. But how much are we meeting that? And if we are not meeting, what are the legal implications? Are there any? Or are we expecting our governments to act like dictators? In this session, we are going to talk just about that. Policy, government, and their challenges. I am proud to welcome Mr. Hardeep Rai, founder, Kaleidoscope Investments, Kaleidoscope Group of Companies, to moderate this session. Hardeep has been an integral part of the National Ability Summit from its very start. Hardeep, over to you.
Thank you very much, Varija, and thank you once again for the opportunity to moderate today's session. I'm delighted to be here today. My name is Hardeep Rai. I sit before you wearing a pink shirt with a blue and pink tie. In my background, I have a white wall and I have a photo of my adorable little son called Ishan Rai at 2 years old. Ishan is the inspiration behind Kaleidoscope, who help people with disabilities to find purpose in their lives through their careers. Ishan was born with a severe disability and he literally changed my life overnight. And that's what has inspired me to dedicate my life to disability and trying to make a difference in this incredible world that we live in today. I'm delighted to be here in the mental health arena. You know, having policies and having governments behind these policies is incredibly important and it's critical, but there are a number of challenges that exist in implementing some of these policies and making them happen. And this session is really about better understanding what some of those challenges are and how can we work collectively as a group of governments, of organizations, of institutions around the world to actually make the implementation easier and some of these challenges more overcomable. So I'm delighted to be in the presence of two distinguished representatives of very small organizations. We have Charlotte representing the World Bank Group, just in case any of you have heard of the World Bank Group. And she is a global disability advisor to the World Bank. And we have Richard representing accessibility from the UK government. So we're really delighted, Charlotte and Richard, that you could both be with us here today. If I hand over to you first, Charlotte, just to do a brief introduction on yourself and your biography, that would be wonderful.
Thank you very much, Hardeep, and it's really wonderful to be here today. So my name is Charlotte McLean-Chapo. I'm the Global Disability Advisor at the World Bank Group. And I am a brown woman. I wear black framed glasses for reading. I'm wearing big gold hoops. I have long brown hair. I have green eyes. And I'm wearing a oatmeal colored sweater and a more patterned shirt underneath. I've worked in disability and disability inclusion and disability rights for the last 20 years or so. I was crafting of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, attendance, and actually leading the working group on national human rights institutions. I worked previously in South Africa, where I was appointed by President Mandela to the National Human Rights Commission, where I focused on social economic rights as well as disability rights. And then I moved to the US, which is my second home, and joined the World Bank. In 2010, I was appointed by President Obama to USAID, where I focused my work on disability inclusive development, and then returned back to the bank 4 years later, where I hold my current position as Global Disability Advisor. And so my work is really to look at how do we ensure that disability inclusion is being mainstreamed into development projects. And there are various ways to do that, and I will be happy to talk about those in a bit, but just really excited to be part of this discussion today. Thanks, Hardeep.
That's amazing. This is Hardeep. That's amazing, Charlotte. Thank you very much for that. That's an incredible background, incredible. Very excited to hear more from you. Richard, over to you, sir.
Oh yeah, thanks Hardeep and thanks Charlotte. That was a great introduction. Yeah, I'm Richard Morton. I'm Head of Accessibility for Government in the UK. I work within the Central Digital and Data Office, which is part of the Cabinet Office in the UK. I'm a white, middle-aged man with short brown hair. I was going to say grey, but brown hair. I'm afraid I have no idea what colour my eyes are. I'm wearing black glasses and a purple jumper and a grey polo neck. I'm in a room with a yellow background. I'm always quite unsure of whether things are yellow or orange because I do have a slight colour vision deficiency, which means I don't get dressed and go out without checking first what I'm wearing. Yes, I've worked for the Central Digital and Data Office since it was formed back in April, but actually I was part of the Government Digital Service prior to that. So the functions have just moved from the Government Digital Service. I've been in IT for the last 34 years, all my career really, and the last 15 I've been involved in digital accessibility, running things like accessibility audits, focusing on things like the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, just basically trying to make sure that websites, apps, and documents are all accessible as far as possible, not just to the standards, but for people with disabilities, that they work with assistive technologies, that they work for older people, and that they're easy and simple to use, which is why, I'm proud to work for the government, because gov.uk is a sort of shining example organisation, whether that's for local government or for central government. So making those services meet the needs of as many people as possible is absolutely essential. So yeah, for the last 5 years, I've been doing this work, and we've managed the public sector bodies accessibility regulations, which are part of the UK law, and mandate accessibility for public sector websites. And obviously we'll talk a bit more about that later. But yeah, I'm also really happy to be part of this conversation, and hope I can bring my perspective to things as well. Thanks, Hardeep.
This is Hardeep. Thank you very much, Richard. That's excellent. I've got some of my own questions around website accessibility, actually, because again, in the world of disability, one of the things that we have observed and many people in my team have observed is the incredible number of websites of really large organizations and companies that are not accessible. And especially when it comes to employing people with disabilities that can't even, fulfill an application because of accessibility. So I think it's incredibly important. I'm going to kick off the session with a statement that I'll make first, and then I'll come over to you, Charlotte. So the statement is that statistics reveal that poverty places individuals at a greater risk that are from disabled backgrounds. Statistics also reveal that 80 to 90% of the disabled working population in developing countries and 60 to 70% in industrialized countries remain unemployed, hence leading to poverty. And I think we all know that this is part of the biggest challenge for people with disabilities, is getting into employment and getting the opportunities to be able to excel. So Charlotte, from your point of view, what sort of strategies does the World Bank have to try and break through?
Thank you very much for setting the stage and posing, that question comment. So look, I think it's really important to just indicate that the World Bank has two twin goals, and the goals are to boost shared prosperity and eliminate poverty. And we know that 15% of the world's population are persons with disabilities. if we're not including that 15% of persons with disabilities in our that countries have all signed up to. And again, if we're not reaching 15% of the world's population, there's no way we're going to meet those goals. So big agenda. And I think the one place to start, and this speaks to the issue around strategy, is to ensure that we have good disaggregated data on disability. The data is beginning to improve. We're beginning to see better disaggregated data from countries, but there's still, like my own, the World Bank, is data-driven and driven on drives, and it's driven based on evidence. And if we don't have the data, it's really difficult then to actually design projects in a way that are, that makes them effective. Now, one of the things that we've started to do is to collect better disability disaggregated data. And so as part of our strategy, the bank is using the Washington Group set questions. There's 6 questions that address aspects of functionality and supporting countries to include these questions in their censuses, in their household surveys, and in various other surveys that are undertaken. And the idea there is to begin to move towards a more comprehensive and a set of data that is comparable, right? Because what we see in many in many countries is that the data on persons with disabilities remains very, very patchy. And that's often in part because the definitions that they're using for disability are extremely old-fashioned, quite frankly, and very medicalized. So they haven't moved to the social model. The other strategy that I think is really important for us to think about, and again, this is something that 182 countries have signed up to, and that's the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The convention provides 35 or so substantive articles on disability inclusion, and governments have ratified that convention and need to be thinking about how do they operationalize those articles in their policies and in their legislation. So having a strong legislative and policy framework is an important strategy in implementing the convention. And then I would say, for me, the other strategy, and it's part of some of the work that we're doing at the bank, is to ensure that we have the voice of organizations of persons with disabilities and the voice of persons with disabilities themselves in the design of our projects. And to do that, we have in the bank a set of safeguards, the environmental social framework, and we have a standard on stakeholder engagement. And what's important about that standard is that it requires engagement with stakeholders, including persons with disabilities, at the design stage of a project. And that's important for a number of reasons. A, it's participatory. B, it ensures that there's voice and participation. C, the project is more likely to be if you've had the input from the get-go, right? So you're not retrofitting, you're thinking about it from the onset. What's also important about this particular standard within the environmental social framework is that it requires the bank to ensure that stakeholder engagement processes are accessible and or are available to people in an accessible format. Because there's no sense in having, a big consultation when people can't get in. I use a wheelchair myself. If I need to go to a consultation, I need to be sure that there are no stairs, that there's a bathroom that I can use if I need to. So, we have to actually think through these issues. So look, I think there are a number of different strategies that need to be in place. The one last thing I'll say is the importance of having the data, but in addition to the data, the analytics, right? And being able to have a breadth and a body of analytics that really begins to say, how do we do this in practice? Because data in and of itself is not going to help us, right? We need to know how do we design a social protection project that's inclusive of persons with disabilities? How do we design an education system that's inclusive of all children with disabilities across the spectrum? And that requires an immense amount of analytical work that will help us begin to unlock some of these issues that we've seen as challenges so far. But I could go on. Let me stop because, yeah.
Gina, this is Hardeep. Charlotte, I can understand why you've achieved so much in your 20 years career, because that is incredibly powerful in the way that you've said what you've said, in the way that you've delivered what you've said. And I think the World Bank are very lucky to have you leading on this initiative. I have a question, actually, which is me, and it troubles me about your point about data. And I hope this message is something we could get out to the wider community. There is a big confusion about data in the world today, right? There are some organizations, I believe it's the World Health Organization, that says there's just over 1 billion people with disabilities. Then there's statistics that say there's 1.3 billion people with disabilities. And then the most recent statistic that I read is that there's 1.85 billion people with disabilities across the world. So some of us are saying 1 in 4, some of us are saying 1 in 4.5, some of us are saying 1 in 5. I wonder what can be done to actually try and standardize this data in a really meaningful way. I don't know if that's more of a question for you, Charlotte, or more of a comment, really, but I really get your point about data. I think it's very important for it to be standardized so people can understand the magnitude of the problem and then obviously be able to analyze that data underneath it. I don't know, do you have a comment on that at all?
Yeah, Charlotte here. And just to say, I mean, that's a very good observation, Hardeep. And there are varying numbers and population figures around disability, how many people with disabilities there are on the planet. To be honest, we don't know. And we don't know because group questions really helps us do that, because it doesn't help if, you know, country X has got their own set of questions, and then country Z has got a completely different set of questions. So using these questions will help us, have some kind of uniformity around the data. And then I do think something that I should have said earlier on was that one of the other strategies that's super important is for us to invest in this area, right? Yeah. It's really important for us to do that. Disability inclusion is not going to happen because the three of us think it's a good thing to do. It's only going to happen when governments, when civil society, when the private sector, _private sector, are engaged in this space. And the investments need to be present. And the approach that the bank has taken is to use a twin track approach. So we will look to fund disability-specific projects, but our main goal is to fund disability mainstreamed projects. And the idea of funding the first track, the disability specific, is to glean from that experience some good practice. What can we scale up? What is, what can we replicate? But ideally, we want to ensure that all of us, the point that it's best to have this embedded from the onset. Because quite frankly, if you're going back to a project to retro.
Absolutely. I think hard listening about the twin track disability mainstream project. So I think for our audience, that's a very good reason to approach the World Bank. So thank you for that, Charlotte. Richard, if I may come to you, just to take the thread of data and in the UK government, how would you comment on that?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Charlotte's. Yeah, this is Richard, sorry. Just wanted to comment on what Charlotte was saying about statistics, and you were saying about statistics. We do have different figures. It is difficult to get sort of a grip on what the figures actually are. For example, we have a statistic that 12.8% of UK civil servants identify as being disabled. We're pretty sure that figure is higher than that because not everyone necessarily identifies as that or wants to report that. But also one of the things I focus on a lot in training and awareness sessions is that disability is can be permanent, can be temporary, it can be situational. We have definitions of what is classed as a permanent disability, and obviously that can be a bit arbitrary, and it varies probably across the world. But temporary and situational disabilities, so the figures are probably a lot higher than people think anyway. You know, if you think 15% or 20%, it's probably significantly higher once you take into account the fact that someone with a broken leg or an eye infection, some kind of real distracted environment, is also situationally disabled. So stats are really important, statistics are really important. Obviously, we've got an Office for National Statistics in the UK who provide a lot of information on that. But we always say, you know, don't take this as, you know, an absolute figure. It varies. It depends what you're talking about. It depends whether you're talking about the whole demographic or different age ranges. You know, I think it's the statistic we use is about 19% of working age adults are disabled. But to me, it's just a sort of indication that 1 in 5 is a good round figure, if you like, for saying this. And usually most people realise that's a lot bigger than they might think. So yeah, I think that's a really, you know, important factor, if you like, in terms of statistics. We use the statistics mostly to raise awareness. That's what I do, if you like. And I break it down by different disabilities. So I talk about the number of people with sight loss or the number of people with hearing loss. You know, there's 11 million people in the UK have hearing loss, and that's a big number when you consider the population's 67 million, something like that. So it's a big proportion. And also, one thing I always point out is we you know, we have all these different disabilities, but people have these. It's difficult to tie things. So raising awareness about it is important for me. And going back to what Charlotte was saying about doing this from the start in terms of design, we talk a lot about building things in right from design stages of projects, so digital projects, but it applies just as much to physical projects as well, of building in accessibility from the start to make sure that things are going to be accessible by the time you launch these things, or even by the time you have a sort of small group of people using them. So whilst you can't necessarily make you know, a prototype fully accessible, you can make sure that it's usable by as many people as possible.
Disabilities. And the thing that I noticed is just because somebody has got cerebral palsy, it doesn't mean the other person that's got cerebral palsy is going to have exactly the same characteristics. It's going to be different. And I think that's part of the challenge, is trying to design for everybody. But at the same time, as long as you are asking the right people, then that's the best that you can do. You can only be able to ask. And I think the other points that you both made, which are very, very valid points, you know, we are beginning to work with a lot of organizations now that think that they've got holes. That figure is more like 15% or 16%, because people are afraid to be in an environment where they have to admit to their disability. And I think one of the changes in mindset, the kaleidoscope, I feel very, very humbled and proud to say this, is making in this investment space, is actually to say to people that your disability is actually an advantage. We want to know what your disability is, because it's going to enable you to think in a different way as an entrepreneur, right? And I think post-COVID, especially the world that we live in today, you know, the world became disabled for a period of time, and we're therefore much more aware and au fait with what people with disabilities have to live with or are challenged by. So I really think now is the right time for people with disabilities to get that platform that they very rightfully deserve. And I'm going to come back to you again, Richard, just about websites, because I know that digital accessibility is your space. And I happen to know, I'm not going to mention any names, but I happen to know of one major bank in the UK that still does not have an accessible website. You know, I have people on my team that are completely blind, visually impaired, unable to apply for jobs through this website. What can we do, Richard, to really make this basic website accessibility compulsory? you know, and I'm not saying we have to introduce fines, but what can we do to really affect change in this space, do you think?
It's an interesting question. You know, I came into the government from the private sector before, you know, the last 5 years. I worked mostly in the private sector, and I worked for a lot of organisations who did take accessibility seriously. And they were mostly the larger organisations. That included some of the banks. Some of the banks have been pretty good at doing this sort of stuff. Smaller organisations have struggled more, and perhaps it's to do with budgets or awareness or just the priorities that they have. Yeah, but if there are banks that aren't doing this, or there are large organisations that aren't doing this, then obviously we need to put pressure on them to do that. But from a sort of government point of view, we have the Equality Act in the UK, Disability Discrimination Act in Northern Ireland, and that includes the protected characteristics, and in particular in this context, disability, that people can't discriminate on the basis of disability. And people can complain. They can get, they can get alternative formats. They can get reasonable adjustments. It can be a long process. It's not an easy process to deal with. But there is that protection in legislation already there, and that's been there a long time. The way it works is it is up to individuals to complain, so they have to do it through that way. When it comes to the newer regulations, public sector regulations, that works in a slightly different way. It works within the framework of the Equality Act and the Disability Discrimination Act and all the powers within that, but it puts the onus on public sector organisations to make their websites accessible, their documents accessible. They also, within the Equality Act, have which they must be proactive in thinking about this sort of thing and making sure things work for everyone because they are a public service. That doesn't apply, unfortunately, to banks unless they're publicly owned banks or other public organisations. It does apply to, but the regulations obviously go beyond what the Equality Act says. And we've talked briefly about the fact that we do monitoring of websites, we check them, we take complaints, we deal with those. So there are ways and means of doing that. Now, whether there's a way of doing that for across the private sector as well is a possibility. We're not currently looking at legislation around that. There's no current plans for that, but there is work being done by Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport as part of the National Disability Strategy. They've committed to investigating how to help the private sector make their websites and services become more accessible. And in fact, we're involved in that project as well. And I'm looking at that work at the moment as to how that can also benefit the public sector, because the more we can make the private sector more accessible, the better it can help the public sector as well. There are, in different countries, there are different laws on this, and our regulations came out of the European Directive on Web Accessibility. Interestingly, Norway, which weren't part of the EU, took on this legislation as well, but they went further and they do theirs across the whole of the private sector as well as the public sector. So they've gone one step beyond, and I think part of the reason for that was it would be sort of a slightly retrograde step compared to their existing legislation if they hadn't done that. So as I said, there's no current plans to do that, but there is investigation going into how we can improve private sector accessibility. And there's a lot of initiatives within the National Disability Strategy around that.
Hardeep here. Thank you for mentioning the National Disability Strategy. I have to say, I'm really proud that we have tried exceptionally hard to get a strategy like the National Disability Strategy out there, Richard, because I think it tries to do a lot of things in many big ways. And one of those is about disabled entrepreneurship, funnily enough, which I'm a big supporter of, and helping more people with disabilities into employment. But as always, it's about fantastic policy. What are we going to be able to convert into reality? And I think being on the ground as I am and hearing from people with disabilities and working with them on a daily basis, we sort of really hear about more the struggles that they face rather than the things that are easier. But thank you, Richard. That was really insightful, and sorry for focusing on you a little bit more there, but I felt we were in a bit of a flow. So Charlotte, if I come back to you on sort of criteria you look for and you think about when you're looking to fund different types of projects, and I think you've kind of alluded to this earlier in your question, but if I could perhaps ask you that question again, specifically around disability, it'd be interesting to hear your thoughts.
Sure. So maybe just to provide a bit of context in terms of the bank itself. So, the bank is a financial institution, and our remit is to support country governments. So we typically work through governments and usually work with the Ministry of Finance. If we've got a specific sector project, then we would work with the respective line function ministry. But we don't, we're not a bilateral agency. So, we're not providing grants in the way or funding kind of civil society more broadly, except for in some particular, we have particular projects that do that, right? So just to be clear that our engagement is very much around providing concessional grants and loans to country governments. And usually these are either countries that fall within low income economies. And in some instances, we provide loans to middle income economies, and they will differ tremendously. In some instances, it will be around technical assistance and providing the analytics. In other instances, it will be supporting governments for them to deliver projects on the ground. So what do we do to ensure that disability is included in that? Well, we now have, as I mentioned, this set of 10 standards under the environmental social framework. And we run a social assessment for all of our projects. And within the social assessment, we're required to address issues of excluded groups, including persons with disabilities. So a good social assessment for country X should be able to disclose that this is the percentage of persons with disabilities, these are their challenges, these are the entry points, and then that then helps design a project that can support the inclusion of persons with disabilities. So we don't have a specific criteria for disability per se. That said, what we're doing now is we're developing criteria for us to better understand what inclusive education would look like, for example, or what would inclusive employment look like. And this is more an internal criteria that we've set to make sure that we are addressing all the components that need to be in a project to make a project truly accessible and inclusive. One of the things that we look to do is to have indicators in projects that are disability specific. Because if you have an indicator in a project that's disability specific, you're going to report on that. And that then speaks to the area discussion that we were having around data. And if I may just come back to the data point, because it really is an important one, and just kind of pick up on something that Richard was talking about, that, we have temporary disabilities and situational disabilities, but we also, as you would know, Hardeep, have visible disabilities. That in part is why the numbers are so messy, right?
Yeah.
Because people with invisible disabilities may not be disclosing, they may fear retaliation in their workplace, they may not even know that they have a disability, right? And then we're finding in some of the low income economies in which we work that a lot of children with disabilities have never even been registered at birth. So you're not on the radar at all, right? And so it speaks to the numbers. And so I think when we think about disability inclusion, we really need to look at it in the most holistic fashion. To make sure that all births are registered, services are provided, and it has to be kind of that cradle to grave approach. Otherwise, we're going to lose a lot of people in terms of the numbers. And then lastly, as people age, there's often the onset of a disability in relation to that. Are we picking up those numbers? And in many instances, we're not. So a lot more needs to happen on the data side. But data is only just one piece of it. There are, as I said earlier on, a whole other set of actions that need to make sure that we are beginning to drive this and implement this, because ultimately what we want to do is to improve people's lives and ensure that people have access to quality services alongside their peers.
This is Hardeep. Do you know, Charlotte, you've got me thinking in this incredible way right now, because I think the examples that you gave about data makes me feel that actually we're never going to get to the point where we're going to really need accurate data, you know, to Richard's point about temporary disabilities and so on and so forth. And I think for me, in my case, when I acquired my disability, you know, with Ishan being born overnight with this disability and 38 years of one life and then experiencing, you know, 12 years or 14 years of another life, it's incredible how you can be discriminated against and judged, and, you know, opportunities being taken away from you and losing friends. And a lot of the time, it's not because people actually intend to do that, but it's because they almost feel awkward and they don't know how to react, or they don't know what to respond to, or they don't know how to interact with you at a party or something. You know, it's really strange. And I think, in a way, you alluded to this phrase about, you know, sort of design for inclusion, I think, earlier. And I think the answer to everything, frankly, is we just have to design everything we do with all forms of disability in mind from the very beginning, right? And if we need to go backwards to, you know, web accessibility world, as we were talking about, Richard, then we go backwards. But, you know, society sometimes makes us as disabled people more disabled than we need to be, you know. And, you know, my mother was using a wheelchair some weeks ago, and the shopping center that I hired her wheelchair from, the area, actually said that we have to bring the wheelchair back at 6 o'clock, and yet the shopping center closes at 8 o'clock, right? Now, why should we deprive my mum of 2 hours of shopping just because the area where we return the hired wheelchair from closes 2 hours before, right? So I think there's a lot that we can do as a society to actually help people with disabilities to feel very a part of society, irrespective of what the data is, right? Because actually, as humans with an ethical and moral right, we should be doing that, you know, as you know, as humanity. I can't believe how time is passing us by. So we've almost got to wrap up. So perhaps what I'd like to ask you, each of you, with the respective experiences that you've had, is, you know, Charlotte first, if you could be speaking to the governments that are listening to you now, right, that are listening to this session, what would your message be to them in terms of helping them to come on board and engage with you as the World Bank to help them to make a difference to people with disabilities in their respective countries?
Yeah, so I mean, I would say in engagement on projects, education project, health project, social protection project, transport project, infrastructure project, be cognizant of the fact that that also impacts on persons with disabilities. And therefore, those discussions should include aspects around accessibility to services, accessible digital technology, and just weave it into all of your discussions, right? The bank is ready and you know, able to support, but it's really important for us to get these requests from country governments that want to do this in their respective countries. And then again, just to reemphasize the point that, you know, most of the client countries to the bank have ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we're not saying do something that you haven't already agreed to do. We're saying ask us to help you do it, and we can provide the technical assistance. We can provide the support when, you know, where appropriate to make this happen. And then I just think what for me is a key message is that, you know, the cost of including persons with disabilities far outweighs the cost of excluding them.
That's really powerful. Thank you very much for that, Charlotte. And I think there's, you know, in terms of the people that have signed up, the countries that have signed up to the Convention on the Human Rights of People with Disabilities, I think you said it was 182 countries. There's a moral obligation as well upon them to actually do this too, having signed up to it. So I really hope those countries that have listened to Charlotte will approach the World Bank and ask for assistance in these other big projects that you talk about that may not immediately imply disability, but actually disability should be included in them. And Richard, from your point of view, as somebody in the UK government, who I'd like to think is quite a cutting edge government and what we're trying to do in this accessibility space, what would your message be to other governments around the world that are listening, and in particular India, for example, as Varija said, you know, sort of getting the Indian government to listen more. And I already know that actually the UK and India have a wonderful relationship. So what more do you think we could say to them and other countries in the world of digital accessibility?
I think it's fair. Oh, sorry, Richard here again. I think it's fair to say that the accessibility regulations across Europe have helped improve digital accessibility of public sector organisations. So it's a good thing to do. It's not perfect by any means. You know, there's all sorts of issues with it. Things like people saying, "What's the minimum we need to do? What is the, you know, do we need to go beyond the guidelines?" That sort of thing. So there's a long way to go, but it's definitely raised awareness. It's made people think about it more, and it has improved accessibility. One of the things I'm focusing on a lot at the moment is internal services and systems. I mentioned about the statistic about the number of UK civil servants with a disability. It's pretty, you know, the UK civil service is 470,000 people, which is probably tiny compared to the population of India, but it's a big proportion of UK employment. So it's reasonable to assume that it's pretty much a similar demographic to the employed population as a whole. So we have to make sure that all our internal services are accessible. We have to make sure that things like procurement work. So we're not procuring inaccessible services. We're starting to, we should be starting to demand that services meet at least minimum standards, and they're tested. They're tested with people with disabilities. They're tested with people who use assistive technologies, that sort of thing. The other thing I've been looking at personally is communications. So outside sort of the scope of general web accessibility, things like email communications, social media that government produce, and the internal communications between departments. There's a lot of work still to be done there, in terms of sharing documents. Can we all use the same platforms? It's complicated. Government is complicated, so it's not an easy thing to do. But I think it's a big thing that we have to tackle. And part of that is obviously building up the culture of accessibility. Accessibility first, and it's part of the wider inclusion strategy, if you like. It's not, accessibility is just one part of overall inclusion. One thing that encourages me in the UK government, and hopefully in other governments, is that there are good internal disability networks. There's a civil service disability network, there's a civil service visual network, there's a Cabinet Office neurodiversity network, and they do great work in sort of raising awareness and trying to improve things. There's probably needs to be more joined up work done with those, but there's some, within Central Digital and Database and Government Digital Service, we have Slack chat about all sorts of things. And there's a mental health channel, there's neurodiversity channels, there's various different channels where we talk about all these things, and there's a big focus on these things. So I'm encouraged by that, but there is a long way to go. So thinking about those things and encouraging people to talk about these things and be open about them, and also the sort of asking me a question type thing, where if someone's disabled and it's fine to ask them questions. That's a big cultural thing that people find hard to get over. That's a sort of ending point I'd make, I suppose. Yeah.
That's it. This is Hardeep here. I loved that last point you made. In fact, we do so much training on how to just interact with people with disabilities, because automatically, as I mentioned earlier, you do this awkward moment and you almost try and move away from them, but actually those individuals are probably the most interesting people to talk to in the room. So that's a really wonderful point to end on, Richard. I have learned from this session, and Charlotte, particularly from you and the World Bank, I'm much more educated in terms of how you work and your mindset. And it's fascinating. And I actually think that, the governments and the organizations that are listening to this session today, I hope feel as inspired by it as I have felt from interacting with you two. So both, thank you very much, Richard, for your time, taking your time today. And Charlotte, thank you very much for taking the time you have to have shared some of your incredible insights. And Varija, thank you and the National Ability Summit for giving us the opportunity to air such a fantastic subject. I've really enjoyed moderating the panel. Thank you.
Hello, everyone from around the world. I'm Sparsha the Youth Ambassador of the Voice of Specially Abled People, or VOSAP, and I am super excited to invite all of you, yes you, to VOSAP's 2021 Annual Gala and Virtual Exhibition. For us in the West, it's happening on December 4th, 2021 at 6 p.m. PST and 9 p.m. EST. And for those of us in the East, it's happening on December 5th, 2021 at 7:30 a.m. IST. I am so excited to see all the innovative products out there to help people with special needs like me. I think you will all enjoy seeing the advancements humanity has been making to elevate the specially abled. And of course, there will be lots of entertainment too. I'll be performing at this event and be the MC like I was last year. And we have many internationally renowned guest speakers and entertainers who will be engaging with you all. So you will not want to miss this. So what are you waiting for? Come and register now for the 2021 VOSAP Gala and Virtual Exhibition at events.voiceofsap.org. I'll see you all there.
Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, and thank you very much for joining the session that we have for you today on implementing strategies for disability policy in different countries. I have to say, I have just moderated an incredible session with Charlotte from the World Bank and with Richard representing the United Kingdom government. And actually, it was really interesting for me to listen to the different strategies of how these world organizations actually think and prioritize where they're going to put their money and prioritize how they want to put disability or include disability into strategies, every project that actually we're trying to roll out across the world. So it really was an incredibly fascinating session. And with Richard talking about website accessibility and digital online accessibility for people with disabilities and how the UK government perceive this, it was really incredible to hear his stories too. So this session today is all about implementing these policies in real life. And we have an incredible panel that are going to share some phenomenal insights. And I'm going to introduce that panel very shortly. But first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Hardeep Rai. I am the CEO and founder of the Kaleidoscope Group of companies. I sit here before you today and I'm wearing a pink shirt with a pink and a blue tie. I am of Asian origin. I believe I look like George Clooney, for those of you that know who George Clooney is. I have a white background. I have my little son of 2 years old in the background, who is my apple of my eye, and he is 14 years old at the moment and severely disabled. And he is the reason that Kaleidoscope as an organization exists. And he's my inspiration for doing what I do today, which is helping people with disabilities to find their purpose in their lives. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go one by one through my panel and introduce them by name, and then I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves and their backgrounds briefly. And I'm delighted to introduce our first guest today, Marilena, who is the founder of the Butterfly, and she is a disability advocate. Over to you, Marilena.
Good evening. My name is Marilena Di Coste. I'm Italian. It's a pleasure to be here this evening with you, and I wish to thank the National Ability Summit for inviting me. I have a short blonde hair, brown eyes. I'm wearing reading glasses and a strong red lipstick and a white shirt. And I'm the founder of the Butterfly. So the Butterfly is the first official advocacy service in the UAE. And we are a startup of MAN, the Authority of Social Contribution, under the Community Development Department in Abu Dhabi. And our scope is to enhance the life of people of determination and their families. If you, Ardip, allow me to be more specific in relation to the objective or our service, I would like to say that we have three main objectives. The first is to overcome the fragmentation of information in the disability field, being a centralized hub of information on rights, entitlements, and services available in Abu Dhabi. So giving in this way informed choices to people of determination and the families. The second, in addition to this enabling form of advocacy, we have the representative advocacy. So we represent people of determination in accessing to those services, and with the government entities, service providers, we make sure their voice is heard and acted upon. And the third scope that I believe is the most important scope is that we advocate for changes at policy level, so in a systemic way. And that is where we interact a lot with government agencies and service providers and all the stakeholders in Abu Dhabi.
Hardeep here. Thank you very much, Marilena. That's fascinating. I'm going to have lots of questions for you coming up soon. If I may move over to Andrew, sir, from the African Disability Alliance to introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Kudakwashe Dube. I was born Andrew, and then at the age of 2 years old, I had polio, and my parents changed my name to Kudakwashe, which means the wish, the grace of God. So I'm a person with disability. I have got paralyzed legs and I use a wheelchair. And I normally am seen putting on a hat, or almost in the last 5 or so years. It just inspires me, and it reminds me of my grandfather. But otherwise, I am a person with disability myself who is working at various levels of disability. I am the CEO of Africa Disability Alliance, which is a coalition of organizations of people with disabilities in Africa. The Alliance is a technical agency. So what that means is that we don't, although our disability movement is our mother movement, so to speak, but our role is actually to take the messages from people with disabilities and convert them into policies, into legislation, into strategies at different levels of society. And we are, through our networks, we are present in all the 55 African countries here in Africa. I also do some civic duties. I'm the honorary president of Action on Disability and Development UK. They are based in Frome, Somerset in the UK. And I also chair the committee that is domesticating the UN Convention here in South Africa. And lastly, I'm a member of the Presidential Working Group on Persons with Disabilities here in South Africa as well. And I almost hear the African Union saying you forgot to mention that you are a member of the African Commission for Human and People's Rights, which is an intergovernmental body that is based in Banjul, Gambia. So I have 3 children and as my assistants. Yeah, all right.
Hardeep here. That's fantastic introduction, Andrew. Thank you so much. And it's funny because I actually thought when I introduced Charlotte from the World Bank and Richard from the UK government, that was really impressive, which of course it is. But listening to you and what you've been doing, I'm even more impressed. So thank you very much for sharing that, Andrew. That's incredible. And Alejandro, from and you're actually the head of policy development for the European Disability Forum. Thank you very much for joining us today. And perhaps you can share some of your biography and background, sir.
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. Yeah, my name is Alejandro Moledo and I'm Spanish. And although I live in Brussels, in Belgium, and I'm head of policy at the European Disability Forum. I'm 34 years old with brown hair, a beard, glasses. I have a visual disability. And to give you a little bit of an introduction to what we do at the European Disability Forum, EDF in short, EDF is the umbrella organization that brings together the European disability movement. So we are, as we say here in Brussels, an umbrella organization, an organization of organizations. So the Deaf, Autism Europe, Inclusion Europe on people with intellectual disabilities, and also those organizations in each member state of the European Union, representing the disability movement in their country. So basically, we bring together all these voices, all this, the European disability movement in itself, and we try to influence the work and the policy work of the European Union institutions. And we do so in cooperation with our members and with a series of advocacy actions trying to get policies which take into consideration the rights of persons with disabilities. So nothing about us is done without us.
Hardeep here, fantastic. And thank you for that introduction. And I'm glad that you mentioned at this point, Alejandro, the nothing without us, nothing about us without us. strapline, because you know, a lot of us disabled people, most of us actually, really kind of relate to that phrase. So the way I'd like to begin this conversation, fascinating, by the way, in terms of what you're all trying to achieve, is I'd like to start this conversation with a really positive note. And that is, can each of you share some of the achievements that you feel proud of, that your organizations have managed to do, you know, milestones or goals that you've managed to achieve over whatever period of time it may be? But I want to start on a really positive note and say these are the things that you have achieved. That's okay. And then we'll come to the challenges, and then we'll come to the way forward. But let's talk about the good work that you're doing first. And Andrew, if you don't mind, I'm going to pick on you first, because you've obviously got your fingers dipped in lots of different pies. Tell us about some of the really good work that you've been able to achieve across Africa.
Right. Thank you very much for that question. In fact, when we reflect, this is we are moving towards our 20th year since we were established. And we were actually established because governments and intergovernmental organizations, as well as civil society organizations, were struggling to get the disability agenda off the ground. So I was there when that idea came of establishing our organization. I happened to be working in that room on that day as a consultant at that point. And I think the concern was that we have this broad agenda on the African continent that relates to persons with disabilities, and yet no one was moving it. The African Union declared a decade of people with disabilities. At the point in 2003, we were already halfway through, and no one was saying anything about it. And we were watching the Asian decade of people with disabilities, by the way, and we could see that there was a lot of progress in Asia. And at that point, so we then said, let's establish a technical team, if you want, which will help everybody to get the disability agenda in Africa moving. Now, the rest is history. We then started the programming process. We knew the messages because we were part of the disability movement. But now, doing a Viva Viva kind of a slogan is not quite the same as translating those Vivas into something that is practical, that can help people. So what we then had to do was to start drafting our strategies, our programs. We soon realized that we were supposed to do it in all sectors of society, in all sectors of government. Now, this was overwhelming for us at start, and people were saying, now this is not possible. Certainly, we were about 4 or 5 or this. How is it possible that we can develop an approach that can influence every person with disability? At that point, we had 80 million Africans with disability. Now, how 80 million. Now, is it possible to bring development and human rights to any individual, wherever they are on the African continent, whether they live there or whether they are visiting or whether they are from all the world and coming into Africa? Is it possible to create a way of making sure that the rights are? Now, we went around many years in circles trying to figure out how best we can do it, until we that it is possible by using first the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. So our initial objective was, look, let's get every African country to ratify the UN Convention. And we thought at the time that if they ratify the convention, then our job is done. But then when every one country after another gladly agreed with us and they went on to ratify the convention, and with pomp and ceremony in some countries, we soon realized that that was not enough because they ratified it and put it in the shelf. Now, here we are, a group of 5 professionals. We now have governments on our hands that have got an important convention that must drive benefit and human rights to the individual. I have to emphasize that. We were not targeting a country, a big population. Our aim was to make sure that the child is able to benefit from the conventions and the policies that relate to the child. The same with the youth, women in the university. So we then started trying to, I guess one could say, to engineer a way through this whole maze. And we soon realized that we can't do that without government. Now, it is at that moment of awareness that we then said, well, I think we need to target the government. But then look at where we started. We started at the bottom of the ladder, where there were young professionals and officials of government. Whenever we went there, they were very happy to receive us and to work with us. We started with politicians. And the politicians, and some, particularly when they are going for elections, they can promise the whole world. Now, we soon realized that this was not working. So we then said, if we are to be effective to bring development to the individual, we have to target the core of government. Okay.
Thank you very much for that question, Andrew. So I just have a quick follow-up question for you. It's incredible what you've just shared with us. How many people with disabilities do you actually feel the African Disability Alliance has impacted over your 20-year period, just roughly?
I would say where the approach is that you want to give individuals the right to defend their rights and the abilities, the means, the tools to do so at their own pace in their own geographical environments, and you give them the tools to do so, binding tools that can be enforced. In other words, they are enforceable, like a charter, like our Africa Disability Protocol, which is binding on a government, and then it is linked up to the African Charter for Human and People's Rights and the African Court in Arusha. So we have 84 million people with disabilities on the African continent who could use that, the convention. They can also use the Africa Disability Protocol to enforce their rights at their own pace, in their own circumstances.
Thank you, Andrew. That's amazing. That's incredible insight. Hardeep here. Now, I'm going to ask you, Marilena, the same question. Tell me some positive things that you have achieved with Butterfly in Abu Dhabi.
Thank you. I found the story of Andrew extremely fascinating, and I have to say he has so many years of experience and so many good and fights that he has done along his career. But I consider myself extremely fortunate being in Abu Dhabi, because when I started, advocacy was something completely new and very difficult to be understood. But the impact that we had was immediate. I think in the last 2 years, probably we had 400 people. It's not a big number, but it's 200, it's only 2 years that we are on the market. Already we have a platform of parents that or children of determination that we support daily with information on rights entitlements of 150 families. Plus we have individual representation. We had the first year that we were in Abu Dhabi, we managed to have one child with autism included in a mainstream school. This year we managed to include 15 children. So it's an exponential growth, and this is through communication with the service providers, but also with government entities. In Abu Dhabi, we have a new disability strategy, Ardi, and all the authorities, they are very committed to make it happen and to make the changes. So I didn't have to fight for long years as Andrew had to do. So something is happening and is tangible and is real. So we have even the advocacy service that for me has been very difficult to convey 2 years ago. People were associating advocacy with the legal representation. So I had to explain, and I had to say advocacy comes from a Latin word, advocare, that means add voice. So we wish to add voice to the needs and wishes of people of determination. We need to make sure that the voice heard is acted upon. And this is always what I say to the families, to people of determination, to the entities, to the service provider, government agencies. And now things are happening. Within the disability strategy, under the pillar of family social protection and family empowerment, advocacy is something that Abu Dhabi is going to develop and enhance. So we are going to welcome many more advocacy services in Abu Dhabi. So it's a great achievement. I'm really, from where I started 2 years ago, I'm really proud of all the results we achieved together, and not like Marilena, just together with families, with entities.
I just check something. You are the founder of the Butterfly. That's you, right?
Yes, and it was a foundation initially, it was Butterfly Foundation, but then in line with the disability, with the government strategy to enhance the third sector, we become social enterprise. Although advocacy is not a social enterprise, because we cannot say that advocacy is social enterprise, we believe that we can make ourselves self-sustainable and enhance the third sector through consultancy and through other service, and giving back to the community through advocacy. But I think it's a matter of time when the advocacy will become supported also financially by the government, although there we'll have to be careful about independence and partiality.
Do you know, the reason I asked you that question is because I think it's a phenomenal achievement, what you've managed to do. I mean, I know Dubai very well. We go to Dubai a fair amount and we've done work there. And actually, to government behind you is not the easiest thing to do. I'm sure you've had a lot of challenges with that, but the fact that you've grown to, I think you said 400 people, right, within 2 years, and the fact that there is a disability strategy and the government is behind that, I think is the key to some of the success you're having. And I think that plays to the point you were making earlier, Andrew, about the importance of getting the core government involved behind the initiatives that you're following. So huge congratulations on what you've achieved there. That's incredible, Marilena.
Thank you, Ardi. We are part also, we are starting to be welcome in all the task force of the government. So we are part of the task force with the Human Resource Authority for the new employment strategy. So we are trying to create an inclusive framework for employers and to increase disability inclusion and equality in the workplace. We are part of the working group with the Early Childhood Authority, and so we voice the needs of all these parents. They are part of our platform. So we are not policy makers. I leave the job to Alejandro to do that. That is an expert from the from people of determination and families on the ground in Abu Dhabi.
Fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Alejandro, if I may now come to you, sir, as head of policy, if you could tell us some wonderful achievements of the EDF.
Well, it's difficult to choose one. It's not like we have achievements every single day. Unfortunately, we wish, no, but I would say that I would mention two, which I think are very relevant. One is the most recent one, which is that we finally, well, last March, the Commission published a new disability strategy. I think we are all kind of bringing up similar concepts in this regard. I fully agree with what Andrew said, that the CRPD, the ratification of the CRPD, which in the EU is universal, so all member states of the European Union have ratified the convention, but also the European Union itself, so that makes a universal ratification. But that's just the beginning of a whole set of ways to develop the convention in reality, in practice. And one of the elements and one of the tools that we have to ensure that the policymakers deliver on the convention and implement the convention is a strategy. A strategy can also be just a paper that they put on a shelf as well. But with a strategy, if it is a good strategy with timeline, with a clear leadership, with governing and monitoring mechanism, then advocacy organizations such as ours can relate that strategy and keep our governments accountable for what they promised and the implementation of the CRPD. So last March, the Commission finally released a new disability strategy for the next decade from 2021 to 2030. And it's a very comprehensive set of proposals. It does include a lot of the demands from the disability movement, because fortunately, and this is what I mentioned before about leadership, in the last College of Commissioners the EU appointed in 2019 after the election, there is one Commissioner for Equality, which mission letter explicitly refers to the implementation of this CRPD. And but we didn't know back then if the Commission was willing to renew or to publish a new, to prepare a new disability strategy. The disability movement, joining forces with partners, with other civil society organizations, with the European Parliament as well, we were all very vocal in asking the Commission, okay, we had the disability strategy 2010 to 2020. Is 2020, you are not confirming yet if you are going to prepare a new roadmap for the next years on how you plan to implement the convention. And in the end, the Commission agreed. And the good thing is that thanks to this leadership role of a Commissioner for Equality, focusing on equality files, her cabinet and the services in the Commission were really open this time to include the disability movement and to consult us on a regular basis during the preparation of the strategy. And when they released it in March, we were happily surprised that they included many of the demands that we were referring to for many years. So now we need to see if they deliver, of course, because again, a strategy is just a strategy, not binding legislation, which is what actually changed the lives of persons with disabilities. But it's again a way for advocacy organizations like us to remind our policymakers, hey, you promised to do this, we need to work on this. The deadline is by next year, let's work on it. But sorry, because I got into the strategy because I think it's related to what Andrew and Marilena are saying, but my personal, well, personal is not mine, but of course it's very close to my heart because I work very closely in this file, is a new legislation on accessibility. It's called the European Accessibility Act. And I like to mention this because I think it will have a global impact. Because in accessibility, particularly in accessibility to information and communications technologies, ICT, companies which are global, you know, Microsoft, Google, Apple, they tend to work on global standards and they want to have like consistent rules and kind of coherent environmental and regulatory ecosystem for them. So the way in which the EU approached this important legislation that we were calling for, I believe, like even more than a decade, and finally was presented in 2016, we didn't know back then if it was going to be approved. And we had many companies and many national governments interests that they were not sure about this legislation because the Commission, when they proposed this directive, which just means a European law that then needs to be transposed, meaning like translated and incorporated into national legislation. When they proposed this directive, they didn't know if it was going to work, but the Commission applied the internal market access approach, meaning like if you want to sell a product in our internal market, you know, the EU, we are 27 member states and we share a common market and therefore common rules. If you want to sell a product covered in this legislation in one country, you will need to respect the accessibility requirements, and that will be applicable to all countries. So by having this kind of approach of a market, which is 500 million people, you are kind of ensuring that all companies will ensure this adequate level of accessibility. And the good thing about this is that accessibility legislation, while you develop the accessibility requirements, you need to make them in a way that are, you know, that you can test that the outcome is what you when you intended to. You cannot specify, okay, you need to produce and specifically PDFs. No, you need to set the accessibility outcome that you want to achieve. So the document must be perceivable and understandable by persons with disabilities, for example. And by having these requirements, which are very much aligned with the ones that they have in the US, but we went a little bit further in certain products and services, we are raising the level of accessibility of ICT products and services, which I think it will have an impact as well globally. Because, for example, nowadays, just to give an example, because this directive covers many products, I don't want to get into the details, but it goes from computers, etc., websites, obviously, ATMs, ticketing machines, payment terminals. But by raising again this kind of level and ensuring that you establish a coherent ecosystem, you are also guaranteeing that also in the rest of the world, these companies, these global companies, will sell products which are accessible to persons with disabilities. Nowadays, to give you a very simple example, you can buy a TV which is accessible, and unfortunately only the most expensive ones have all the accessibility features. With the Accessibility Act, once the law is implemented, all TVs that are sold in the EU, and many of them are sold globally as well, will have this set of accessibility requirements. And I believe this is a really good outcome that we achieved in the last, in 2019.
Can I ask a question on that, please, Alejandro? How long do you think it will take for that rule to be implemented? The example that you just gave about the TVs, how far away are we from that being law?
We are not far away. That's the tricky thing about the European Union, is quite complex, and it takes a lot of time to really see an impact on people's life. But the legislation was adopted in 2019. Now all countries have 3 years to adapt their national legislation. So if they had an accessibility legislation before, they will need to update it, or if they didn't have any legislation, they will need to introduce one to comply with the European Accessibility Act. And they have until more years for the market to adapt, to introduce these changes. So by 2025.
Okay, we should be looking forward to that. So the next point that I wanted to raise, which I know is a very, very pertinent point, is around the challenges, because there's a lot of people with disabilities that are around the world today that are in your respective countries that you are interacting with through your organizations that will unfortunately feel that their voices are not being heard, that will feel that they are not achieving what they want to be able to achieve. You know, and they're struggling in very big ways. And what do each of you feel your organizations face as challenges, and how do you think they can be overcome? Because I think this is the real crux of the conversation, really, is sort of, you know, how can we make that impactful difference through your organizations, overcoming the challenges that you face? So, Marilena, I'm going to come to you first with that question, if I may.
There have been in the last 2 years several challenges, and people of determination and families face challenges, and the butterfly face challenges. One of our main challenges was trying to convey the role of an advocacy service. Advocacy is very new in this part of the world, and even you know, government agency and service provider couldn't understand what I was doing and I was trying to convey, and saying, but we have service providers, why do we need you? Why do we need you? You don't deliver any service. And I'm saying, no, okay, I'm not the ultimate deliver, I'm the service deliver, but I do deliver because I empower people. I empower people through information. I empower people making sure that the rights are met, that their voice is heard, that is acceptable. But my first challenge was about conveying the power of and the necessity of an advocacy service, and also the beauty of the independency, of the impartiality of an advocacy service, that because we are not directly involved in the delivery of service, we are free from potential conflict of interest when we represent a person of determination. But that has been struggled, has required a lot of time. Also, we have other struggles because advocacy services around the world, in some countries, they are partially funded by government and they have an overseeing independent committee, but being a social enterprise put pressure on an advocacy service. So further pressure. I know we can be a social enterprise and we can achieve that, but we wish to focus on rights, on changes of policies, and we wish to advocate rather than be worried about, you know, be self-sustainable, you know, in doing that. So this is a challenge, but I think, as I mentioned before, the disability strategy has within it the implementation of advocacy services. So it's a matter of time. What we are, what the government is understanding now is the service that we offer, that we are offering tangible outputs. We are making a social impact in the local community, and we are aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and we are proving that there is a we contributing to the economic growth of the community. So if we have a person, a child, okay, just to make it to give a practical example, if we make sure that the child at early age get the right early intervention and get access to education, then the child most probably will be successful in life and will have access to employment, and that will turn in a remarkable social and economic impact for the local community. Cannot you?
I was on mute. Thank you, Marilena. Thank you. That's very helpful. Andrew, sir, if I could come to you with the same question in terms of challenges and how we can overcome them.
Thank you very much for that questions. For that question. The challenges are many. First of all, a friend of mine called Bill Albert from the UK talks about a concept that is called policy evaporation. Now, what that means is that although we managed to achieve a lot of policies and a lot of legislation and conventions are ratified and so on, but however, the benefit actually doesn't come as we expect it to come. But then also within any environment in which a person with disability lives, we have a situation where they have to deal with the day-to-day, some call them bread and butter issues, in the sense that they are not able to use policies to get the means of survival. Some of them on our continent, some of them are in refugee camps. Just this morning, we were talking about persons with abilities that are affected by migration, or they are refugees in different countries, and they are facing different types of problems in that environment. And I went to another country, which is a fairly well-to-do country, and they wanted people with disabilities to participate in Paralympics. And they had bought all the equipment and all the tools that were then supposed to go down to the village. But they didn't have logistics of getting them there. So the policies can only work as go well if they are implemented and there are accountability structures. Now, that's another issue. We thought that by putting people with disabilities in parliaments and in legislatures, that we would have self-representation. But then we soon realized that the moment we go through the political party system, we become compromised. And we are not as effective as we should be. So hence, the accountability and the oversight becomes weakened. So when these things do happen, then you sometimes feel like, well, the effort that we have put in making sure that we have policies, maybe they are not working as much as they should be. And then if you add all that, you realize that, I have to say, we consider ourselves as people that are a stone. If you throw a stone on the middle of the river, it creates waves. Now, you have to negotiate with each wave before it is created. To say, we don't mind whichever direction you go, as long as you take persons with disabilities and their rights and make sure that those rights are enforced. So do we all agree? And then each wave will agree to take your rights. But however, it doesn't always work like that. Some of the challenges we can't they are beyond the control of human beings.
Yes.
Look at the drought that is going on in Kenya at the moment, where really an entire community it has got very little grass and animals, and they are dying because of drought, because of climate change. And then if you look at the swarms of locusts that came in East Africa that were destroying the livelihoods of people. Now, those swarms of locusts come with no rules. So we have these challenges, and favorite topic is that although the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, we have fought for legislation for children, inclusive quality education, but then again, when I'm with children, they tell me that they are failing to go to school because there is no transport. The school environment is not accessible, and so on and so forth. So the challenges, to answer your question now, the challenges can be found in each sector of society based on the circumstances of that sector. And the ability of us as change agents is to be aware of that fact and to be able to relate to these challenges if you are going to be useful in trying to assist with developing solutions.
Do you know, I love I was going to say, I love the way you concluded that, and actually talking about some of these challenges being outside of our control makes you realize there are things that we may never be able to change, but then there are things that are within our control that we can. So thank you for that, Andrew. That was an excellent answer. And Alejandro, if I come to you with that question, but also when you answer it, maybe you could bring the aspect of sort of the difference in policy focus between Europe and the USA and Africa, perhaps, and how you feel that there are differences in the way that each of you think disability.
Well, again, this is one challenge or a set of challenges. There are many challenges, and as Andrew said, as for policy, many times, and I really like the term he used, it's true that the policies are adopted, legislation is adopted, and then the people's life doesn't change. And we need to ask ourselves why, and we need to see how the legislation is actually conceived and implemented and enforced, because you may have a really good legislation declaring that everyone has the right to X, Y, Z, but the difference is whether first you have a comprehensive scope. So do you cover, for example, that example of education? Okay, you may have an accessible school, but if you don't have accessible transport to the school, what is the point? So you need to have a really comprehensive scope. Then you need to have clear requirements. And this is sometimes where legislation fails, because you say, okay, everything needs to be accessible, period. End of the article. How? Accessibility is not like black and white. Now everything is accessible for absolutely everyone. No, you need to go into the details. The devil is in the details. And then some aspects that are also sometimes overlooked are political will. Is there a real political will to implement this legislation? Sometimes there is not. And then put your, how is it this expression? Put your pocket where your mouth is. So if you really want to implement a legislation and you really want to make a change, you need to invest the necessary resources to succeed. And that's sometimes, many times overlooked. So these different aspects, sometimes one missing can cause that a really good policy fails. And that's why when we engage in conversation with policymakers, we try to be as ambitious as possible and to look at all these little details. Then, and here's the peculiarity of the European Union, and I think the difference with the USA and Africa is that we have a system in which we have shared competencies. So there are some competencies in which the EU has a lot to say, such as, for example, what I mentioned before on the internal market, but others, such as social policies, including employment policies, education, and so forth, which are very, very much a national competence, in which case the EU can encourage and put forward like initiatives to coordinate or to support these kind of national competencies. And that's different with the US, which has also a federal system, and it has their federal laws, and then they have their state laws. So we do share some similarities in that regard, but I'm not an expert on comparing the different systems internationally. I do just know that for some certain aspects, we can see that as long as we have the objective, the same objective, the CRPD, we can say more broadly, but then focusing on different articles and the different objectives of the CRPD, then the way to achieve it depends very much on the political system and the situation and the context, because sometimes what it works in a country may not work in another one due to the difference in the context. But there are other things that we can replicate. What I mentioned before on the accessibility of technology, which is something that we are using now to talk to each other, that's a global issue. And this is an area, for example, in which we can advance on the rights of persons with disabilities together, because it's a common tool that we use globally. There are other aspects in which disaster reduction, the fight against climate change, accessibility on the built environment, that we do share the objective, but we need to adapt the solutions at local level and national level. And in this case, we need to balance the supranational and national competencies and see how we can achieve a best result. I don't know if I answered your question. I hope I did.
Hardy here, you answered it brilliantly well, Alejandro. I think that the thing that you said that I really loved, I made a note of it, is the word political will. Okay, I'm going to say that again, political will. Because actually, I think that is a critical point and the critical takeaway from this entire session, and for all the people that are listening, is that if you have the right political will, then actually anything is achievable, right? If you've got the government behind you, the political will, the intention, the right people, you know, Alejandro, you spoke a lot about the Commissioner of Equality and how much she has achieved as an individual, that drive. Fantastic example, your organization, of what you've achieved with political will, the government behind you, right? That's been incredible. And I think, Andrew, you know, what you said earlier about getting to the core of the government and getting them to help to instigate change, despite the fact that there's going to be many things that are outside of our control, the fact political willingness is there, and most importantly, the people with disabilities feel that genuine intention and the will, then actually that's the best that we can do to create inclusivity. So I think you've made some fantastic points there, Alejandro. So looking at the time, I mean, I think this has been a very nice free-flowing conversation, talking about some of your achievements and then some of the challenges. And then perhaps we'll come to now, I'm going to just ask a couple of direct questions for each of you, and then we'll start to close. So one question I'll ask for you, Marilena, quite specifically in terms of your organization, what do you think has been one of the biggest game changers for you as Butterfly that's helping you to resolve some of these problems that are around you?
Certainly, all the agency, the government agency on my side supporting me is what we call the political will is there. They're there supporting. They're there. First of all, I was a startup of a government agency, and that is a good start. It's already a good start because I come from an initiative from the Authority of Social Contribution, which scope is to enhance the third sector in in Abu Dhabi. So also something that I want to highlight is the last April, the Community Development Department in Abu Dhabi signed a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Economic Development, with other government agency, with the Abu Dhabi Global Market and MAN, the Authority of Social Contribution, to have a framework for the enhancement and the support of social enterprises, which have a public and private sector cannot do all by their own. We need to synergize in this field, and we need to unify forces and resources and expertises. And this is what the government of Abu Dhabi is doing. So I'm really grateful to them for supporting me.
Deep here. I think that's a wonderful close for you, Marilyn. It sounds like you're in exactly the right kind of position that you need to be in right now. For you, let's hope and pray it's just a sort of a upward trajectory and you continue in that way. And actually you collaborate with other organizations that can help you to then spread. Because I think, Andrew, if I come to you and I look at all the different organizations that you're involved in and what you're trying to do, you know, with the different bodies, you know, it's kind of trying to bring them all together, isn't it, as a final kind of message for us to get out there. What would you say to that, Andrew?
Yes, you're quite right. I think with all the stakeholders that we are trying to bring together around different themes, our primary objective is to make sure that a person with disability is able to enforce their right, to enforce his or her own right, and that whatever we have created in the form of legislation and policies, that it is meaningful and that it is being implemented. So we celebrate when people with disabilities win legal cases, because we know that, or sometimes they lose, but in most cases, if they win a legal case, we celebrate, because we know that an individual is benefiting from the work that we are doing. There is a tendency to have what I call a flock mentality, that as long as we are many, then that's okay. You see, you don't realize that we have individual families out there that are going through difficulties, and they may not well be a one-size-fits-all approach, and that we need to be sure that whatever we do is able to reach at the level of the family, at the level of the individual. And when that happens, then we celebrate. Yeah. So it's always a good idea to bring in duty bearers and rights holders in one room, and we agree on what needs to be done. And if you can be part of that linkage, then it becomes a useful role to play. Yeah.
Fantastic, Andrew. That's a really wonderful point to end on from you. Thank you for that, sir. And finally, Alejandro, to you for the final word on what you feel needs to change or that people could do better to help you.
Well, I would say that something that is really a game changer is the strength of the disability movement all over the world. I've seen from the EDF how the disability movement is configured and funded in different countries in Europe. And you can really tell the difference when the disability movement is united and strong and is, you know, well funded. It has, you know, resources to bring together everybody to really represent the broad community. And when we are united, we're stronger, and therefore, without this kind of funds to subsist as an organization, or without the possibility for organizations to be active and to represent themselves, we cannot realize the motto "Nothing about us without us." So my wish or my ask or my my idea as a game changer would be precisely this, to really empower the disability movement to be active and to be strong and to keep on advocating and to keep on fighting, which is in the end what we do every day, no? Fight, 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 and push.
You know, I would, I'm gonna clap over here because I think from all of the three of you, I think that's been an absolutely phenomenal close to this session. Really, I do. And I think, Alejandro, the movements, you've kind of stolen some of my thunder now, because that was going to be my parting point, which is we've got the We the 15 movement following the Paralympics, which has been absolutely incredible as a movement. And there's the other one, which is the Valuable 500, which has been led by Caroline Casey, which is an incredible global movement that was successful, that has made some really big impactful changes. And I think, you know, what you said about the European Accessibility Act coming into play as well, Alejandro, is very relevant. So I think for me, the next decade that we see coming up to 2030, I think is going to be massively influential and instrumental for people with disabilities. And I think what's been really impressive today is, you know, Alejandro, listening to what you're doing from the European point of view, and Andrew, the phenomenal work you're doing from an African point of view, and Marilena, how you are making an impact in the world of the UAE, right? I mean, it's just incredible. And the funny thing is, we're all trying to do the same thing, but we're just trying to do it in different ways. And I think what we have to do, as a lot of you have said today, is club together and do it together to actually make maximum impact. So I'm going to conclude the session with saying thank you very much indeed to Alejandro. It's been fantastic to meet you and listen to your anecdotes. Andrew, you've been brilliant. We've loved your humor and sense of humility. It's been wonderful. And Marilena, congratulations again on what you have been achieving with the butterfly, and long may that continue. And to everybody that's been watching at the NAS Summit, I sincerely hope that you have enjoyed this session on implementing changes. You've heard some fantastic stories about achievements, challenges, and the way forward. And we look forward to welcoming you again. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Grishma Shah, and I am co-convener of National Ability Summit, coming to you from Chicago. I've got wheatish skin, and my brown hair is still in a bun, and I'm still wearing a polka dot shirt. Holy moly, I thought day one tickled my mind. As we begin summary for day 2, let me first ask our convener, Varija Bajaj, to talk a little bit about NAS. Varija?
I'm still in my thoughts and how these sessions at NAS have made the most impossible thing seemingly simple and possible, Krishna. I'm Varija Bajaj, convener, National Ability Summit. I'm an Indian Asian woman with brown eyes, wearing spectacles these days. I have a wheatish skin tone with long brown straight hair. I'm wearing an orchid dress with a white background with the logos of Varija Life and National Ability Summit on the left and the right top corner of the screen. We started the day with the session on identity, and mind-blowing. I think it just unfolded so many aspects of disability, which I had never thought in my experience for so many years. And why is it even important? The session clearly brought out the imperative need for people with disabilities to come out strong and admit their identity as disabled, because their identity gives them control of the narrative they are creating for the world. This will help the governments and organizations collect authentic data and therefore draft policies or even strategies. It was interesting to see NHS admit in the other session that how, when they conducted a formal survey, Krishma, just about 3% of their workforce admitted to be disabled. Now, NHS is UK, right? But when they conducted an anonymous survey where almost 20% of their workforce admitted to be disabled. Now, that's a huge number. Look at India. Data for persons with disabilities is hard to find. Almost in every country, but more so in India. Maybe that's the reason why it admits or settles for under 3% of its population as disabled, vis-a-vis its Western counterparts with 26 or 27%. Nothing will successfully proceed till we have this accurate data, till people with disabilities proudly identify with their identity.
Yeah. And you know, first responders like police officers are also individuals experiencing mental health. Even though the perception of police officers is that they're superheroes who aren't affected by the human experience of disability. And to keep up with that public image, it becomes even more difficult for them to share their identity of disability, especially during COVID, when there was a lot of civil unrest, especially in the United States. In the panel called Strategies to Enhance Access with Mental Health Services, Jeff, who's a police officer chief in the United States, mentioned that there's initiatives where once a year, the police officers in his unit are required to talk to counselors, whether it's for an hour and one visit or many visits and many hours. It's called Checkup from the Neck Up. And it's not just police officers in the United States that are affected by mental health. No, no, no. Dr. Kinger did a study on how police officers and their families in Santa Cruz, Mumbai, are affected by mental health. And it wasn't surprising to find out that families of police officers are also impacted by mental health, as well as police officers themselves. We tend to forget that what if one person also affects their family unit? So we have to add disability and mental health into our everyday vocabulary, not just at work, but also at home.
I think the difficulty in India, unlike the West, is that children don't move out of their families when they're 18. So the concept of independent living for people with disabilities is very unheard of in India. Another thing that clearly came out of these mental health sessions is that we have not developed the workforce to take care of people with disabilities. Therefore, it impacts the lives of immediate family members the most. Also, we don't spend enough time to teach our children how to create their own support system, especially children with disabilities, which is why their future is a matter of utmost concern for most families. Another, I think, interesting point, Grishma, that came out during the first edition of National Ability Summit and also during the second edition, which I was quite surprised. Experts and psychiatrists like Dr. Achal Bhagat from Apollo, Dr. Nimesh Desai, Dr. Samir Parekh from the Fortis Mental Health, they have been very strongly propagating about community support. They have been insisting that mental health has to be taken care of by this community and not entirely depend on psychiatrists like themselves. Now, recovering from mental illness is a journey. It requires a lot of resources than just sharing with a psychologist. Community support is very important. And I remember in the first edition that it was Tata Trusts shared during the first edition of NAS about their pilots running in Nagpur on community mental health. And we can see that the next generation is understanding the depth and need for better mental health. And you see a lot of these social media platforms and the next generation utilizing the Clubhouse, the LinkedIn, the Twitter, the Facebook, the social media to talk about mental health.
Well, when you talk about all of these amazing platforms, you really do have to focus on digital accessibility. And COVID-19 has taught us so much about how working from home is possible, or even doing an international virtual conference from home with panelists from 20 countries is possible. It is indeed digital accessibility, which helps us to create an inclusive world and is the only way ahead, which is actually why we dedicated 2 panels on digital accessibility, not just one. What I learned from this panel is that inclusive design means including people, everyone. And accessibility is the tactile way of doing that, because accessibility is all of our responsibilities. Even having closed captioning may not be enough, especially if it's more craptions than captions. I'll give you an example. Imagine a small typo on a word like tuck, spelled T-U-C-K. Now imagine if the first letter is misspelled from a T to an F. That becomes a big oops. Not to mention, it changes the meaning of the entire sentence. Shilpi, who's the moderator and a champion of accessibility, made a note that she was going to go back to her website to make sure that her stuff is accessible. And that's something that all of us can do and should do. These small things can make a big difference for everyone because, as Meryl said, accessibility is all of our responsibilities, and automatic captions are not good enough, especially if they're craptions, because they're not equitable. But automatic captions that are accurate